Chapter 3001, Falling into an Ancient Superstar. It's the boxing champion. Judging from the unique identification of the distress signal, it was Iron Fist, the boxing champion model. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. Hunting Falcon locked onto Iron Fist, while he mentally accessed the more detailed distress messages. As the data streamed in, the dire situation of Iron Fist and the damaged parameters of the starship appeared on the mainframe crystal processor of Falcon. The boxing champion was truly unlucky. His starship did not jump to the rainbow dust belt outside the ancient giants like other starships. Instead, as Li Yao had feared, it jumped directly to the newly formed asteroid belt. The cosmic dust, granular in size, was enough to crush a starship that had just emerged from four-dimensional space, let alone meteorites the size of fingernails and fists. They were like 10,000 cannonballs bombarding every inch of Iron Fist. No human captain could handle such a dense barrage of debris. The starship would likely break apart the moment it emerged from four-dimensional space. Fortunately, the information lifeform named Fist King had used his remarkable computational ability to plan the route and the defense of the spiritual shield. He also manipulated the high-efficiency adhesive to repair the damage swiftly. This allowed him to maintain 30% of Iron Fist's thrust and complete the soul-stirring landing. But as soon as they entered the asteroid belt, a new problem arose. Their landing spot was too close to the ancient star. They had been captured by the planet's immense gravity and were falling toward its surface. If they had 100% thrust, or even more than 50%, they might have been able to escape. But right now, he was left with only 30% of the impetus. Moreover, the structure of the starship was severely damaged. He didn't dare to overload the power unit at all. Like a drowning man in a swamp, the more he struggled, the faster he would sink. He could only watch as he sank deeper and deeper until he was swallowed by the darkness. Through the remote monitoring system, Li Yao could see that all the parameters of the power units on Iron Fist had turned orange, then crimson, black, and finally a pale, dead gray. He seemed to hear the noises of the power units exploding, the main structure of the starship twisting and breaking due to metal fatigue. There was no force that could stop the fall of Iron Fist. They would either fall into the ocean of methane and hydrogen from the ancient giants, be crushed into iron lumps less than 100 meters in diameter from their original length of several kilometers, or be swallowed by the lightning. The fragile structure of the warship would be torn apart, along with the flesh and blood of the humans. The latter way was more straightforward. Punching King. The interference of the magnetic field was too severe. Even though Li Yao's Hunting Falcon was closest to the Fist King's Iron Fist, it still took a lot of effort to reach the other party through point-to-point communication. What's the situation on your end? Is there any hope of escape? Launch the escape capsule now. I'll meet you at the periphery of the stone belt. It's no use. The other side of the communication channel was silent for a long time, filled only with rattling noises, as if a super sandstorm had just erupted. The Fist King's voice was intermittent. The interior of the starship is seriously damaged. Many people are injured and unable to reach their escape capsules. The escape zone has been pierced by the meteor shower, and most of the escape capsules have been destroyed. There are not enough for all the crew members to escape. Even if they board the escape capsules, the power and plate armor are not enough to overcome the gravity of the ancient planet and the storm within the rings. There is no way they can escape. What about you? Li Yao felt a sharp pain in his nose and heart. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You can get out, can't you? What are you waiting for? Release yourself now. It will be too late if you delay." Unlike ordinary humans, the boxing champion was essentially a super-large database without a physical body. While it required a super crystal processor to maintain its efficiency, such processors were not limited to Iron Fist, they were also available on other starships. This meant the Fist King had multiple clones stored on different ships. Even if Iron Fist failed, he could still reborn as long as he sent out a significant amount of data in time. At worst, his computational and logical thinking abilities would slightly diminish, and he would lose some memory data. However, information lifeforms were both strong and vulnerable. Data transmission depended on the rhythm of spiritual waves. The closer they were to the ancient planet's atmosphere, the more intense the spiritual interference became, increasing the likelihood of encountering a terrifying ionizing magnetic storm. If the boxing champion's core database was swallowed by this storm during transmission, they would be doomed forever. Every second of delay added another second of risk. Li Yao had no idea what the Fist King was waiting for. Time was of the essence. It was impossible for him to repair Iron Fist. He would only be wasting his precious computational ability and hope of survival. "I can't leave yet." Amid the intense interference, the Fist King's deep voice came through. "I'm trying to stabilize Iron Fist and resist the ancient star's gravity before the fuel runs out, so it can stay above the star's atmosphere longer." "Why?" Li Yao was confused and more than anxious. "Judging from the damage data of Iron Fist, it's impossible for you to repair it. What's the point of a stalemate above the methane atmosphere of an ancient star when you could escape with its own momentum?" "Yes," the Fist King said calmly. "Our situation is very dire. Many experts and scholars on board are dead. Those who are still alive know they don't have long to live, but they don't want to die meaninglessly. These individuals, especially the astronomers, have begged me to try to maintain the stability of Iron Fist so they can have more time to scan and study the internal data of the ancient giants. You know, humans rarely get the opportunity to approach such a superlarge, unstable planet, let alone observe and study its data. The astronomers on Iron Fist want to take this chance to collect more data and send it to your Falcon. This data will fill gaps in humanity's research on giant planets and give you more hope for future exploration. At the very least, the more we know about the ancient giants, the better equipped we will be to handle the accident and find a way to escape. I think what the scholars said makes a lot of sense. So, how should we put it in human terms? Risk our lives to entertain your highness? Yes, that's it. Li Yao, don't worry about me. I will seize the last opportunity to send out my core database. Right now, you just need to ensure that the reception unit of Hunting Falcon is functioning normally and that all data sent from Iron Fist is collected. All the experts and scholars here are gritting their teeth, making sure their beliefs are firm and their souls clear. Before they are torn apart by the planet, we need to collect as much data as possible and send it over. Li Yao was greatly moved. He did not expect such an answer. Very soon, data about the ancient giants, the constituents of the atmosphere, the frequency and intensity of the ionizing thunderstorms, the different densities and gravity of the planets, flooded into Hunting Falcon through the stone belts. Li Yao's eyes were somewhat red. He seemed to be able to see the scenes on Iron Fist. The experts and scholars, the astronomers, the spiritual energy scientists, the meteorologists, and the authorities in the basic subjects, who were too weak to fight back, all knew that they would not be able to escape the disaster. They understood they were about to face the most brutal fate, but they did not waste a second lamenting or grieving. They widened their eyes, bit their lips, and resolved to show their determination and pride as the only weapons they had left against their most formidable enemy, the ancient giants. Humans could be annihilated, but they could never be defeated. Even at the last second of their lives, they had to uncover the mysteries of the universe. This was the belief of the scholars. Whether it was the Federation or the Imperium, whether it was the cultivators or the immortal cultivators, scholars, especially the top scholars in basic subjects, were often the most special and the purest people. The reason was simple. Even if an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage was interested in astronomy, they wouldn't scheme against each other, fight for power, or kill each other like combat-type immortal cultivators. It was too childish, too stupid, and too boring to ask astronomers to look back and indulge in the petty benefits of hairless monkeys when they were used to the changes of the universe billions of years ago. In the last moments of their lives, both the scholars of the Federation and the Imperium released the most glorious fire of life, turning into the eyes of all humanity, trying to see more of the magnificence and mystery of the universe. This was the significance of their existence. With dazzling brilliance, Iron Fist finally stopped falling. However, the gravitational force of the ancient star and the thrust of the starship caused the metal fatigue of the main structure to soar. Everyone could tell that the boxing champion wouldn't last long. The tears in Li Yao's eyes almost melted into magma. The parameters of the ancient star collided with those of Iron Fist. They found the only possibility among countless impossibilities. Punching King. Li Yao roared, "Hold on. I'm coming to save you. I'm coming to save you. Don't come close." The Fist King's calm voice finally broke the ice. He was somewhat surprised. The meteoroids and ionizing magnetic storms here are too intense. One moment of carelessness, and you will fall into the gravitational swirl of the ancient giants. You cannot joke with the lives of everyone on the Hunting Falcon. We have a backup plan. In this situation, we can only abandon the starships that are in dire straits. I know, Li Yao grinned, revealing his white teeth. That's why it wasn't the Falcon but me who came to your rescue. Chapter 3002, This is my enemy. You're crazy. The Fist King's crystal processor seemed to crackle in the communication channel. He immediately grasped Li Yao's plan. You intend to rescue us by breaking through the stone belts with the giant god soldier and infiltrating the gravity ring of the ancient giants? That's impossible. Iron Fist is too heavy for a single giant god soldier like yourself. Even Incendiary, the toughest giant god soldier in the Pangu universe, wouldn't suffice. You'll only exhaust the giant god soldier's fuel, damage its structure, and be swallowed by the ancient giants along with us. Furthermore, the structure of Iron Fist is too fragile. Your Incendiary won't just fail to push us out of the gravity ring, it will also destroy Iron Fist's structure and dismantle us prematurely. Therefore, all the experts and scholars here appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for you to do such a meaningless thing and be buried together with Iron Fist. Why are you so pessimistic? In the war against the universe, every bit of our effort is not meaningless. Li Yao smiled. He pressed the handrail softly and leaned back, activating the hidden traps within the seat. Suddenly, the seat shivered and transformed into a floating platform, gliding all the way to the preparation workshop of the giant god soldier, allowing him to enter the Incendiary's chamber directly. Little Black, the liquid crystal processor for the giant god soldier, enveloped him as smoothly as a fish breathing water. Li Yao completed the transition from the starship to the giant god soldier and reconnected to the Fist King's communication channel. He continued, of course, one Incendiary is not enough to save Iron Fist. However, if dozens or even hundreds of giant god soldiers are deployed, some will appear in specific locations on the shell of Iron Fist as auxiliary power units, based on my detailed calculations. Others will block the screaming meteoroids in the stone belts, creating a temporary vacuum. There is a slim chance we can drag Iron Fist back. Such a possibility is too unlikely. How many exos will agree to your crazy decision? The Fist King's voice was full of suspicion and objection. Besides, the spiritual interference is so intense right now. Have you reached out to all the starships and established a seamless battle network? Will the experts, especially the immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings, agree to your plan if you secure the approval of hundreds of giant god soldier operators? Well, I think so, Li Yao said, scratching his nose. I've sent out the distress signal and described the situation. The electromagnetic interference is indeed too strong, so the battle network will be delayed. I believe the controllers of the giant god soldiers, whether cultivators or immortal cultivators, will come to help in a few minutes. What? The boxing champion found it hard to believe. You mean you haven't gotten anyone's consent or tacit understanding, and you don't know if anyone will fight alongside you, yet you're willing to risk it all? You're truly a lunatic. A complete lunatic. Same to you, Li Yao mumbled. Like you said, I'm willing to risk my life for you. No matter what, I cannot stand by and watch the real elites of human civilization be annihilated in the gravity swirl of the ancient giants. Chi. 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 The 3 airtight doors opened one after another. Before this, the pyromaniacs had already burst into flames and leapt into the furious sea of stars. Don't come close, Li Yao, the boxing champion roared. You can't save us. It's not worth it. I don't care if it's worth it. I only care about the satisfaction. I'm already here. The arsonist transformed into a streak of dark gold and crimson brightness, crossing tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, and entered the extremely unstable stone belt. Thousands of meteoroids rushed close, only to be crushed and obliterated by Li Yao's surging spiritual flames. It seemed as though he was dragging a crimson cloak tens of thousands of kilometers long behind him. Now, even without his communication, the friendly starships far away could detect the abnormal energy reactions in the stone belts and sense his intentions. Do you know why I've always been lazy and don't want to spar with you? Do you know why I push away and dodge nascent soul stage cultivators and even divinity transformation stage cultivators whenever I can? Inside the arsonist, Li Yao laughed maniacally. The smile on his face seemed to have transformed into the aura of a giant soldier. Everything in front of him, be it the meteoroids and meteoroids dozens of meters in diameter, the high-energy particle streams, the super radiation, or even the electric arcs spurting out of the ancient star's atmosphere, was slashed into pieces and vaporized. It's not that I'm underestimating the heroes of the world, and it's not because I'm confident that I can handle hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators at the same time. It's because I've lost all interest in fighting against my compatriots, human beings. Even if I defeat all the human beings and become the strongest of them, so what? In the face of the boundless universe, I'm still a speck of dust, the biggest, most meaningless speck of dust. Human beings are no longer my targets. The universe is my enemy. Fighting against heaven and earth can be a lot of fun. I'm not just here to rescue you. I'm also fighting against the silly giant, the ancient star. Come on, Gu Gaoxing. Give it your all and release your strongest attraction force. Let's see if you can swallow me or if I can take back Iron Fist right under your nose. Li Yao laughed crazily. The cloak on his back seemed to have turned into a red tassel, ready to throw a gun. Unfazed, he darted toward the struggling Iron Fist, the gravity ring, and even the atmosphere of the ancient giant. Chi. 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 Swish. 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 Squeak squeak squeak. The closer they got to the ancient star, the more chaotic the magnetic field became, and the more intense the spiritual interference grew. Invisible high-energy particles pierced through the larcenist's spiritual shields and composite plate armor, even penetrating Little Black and Li Yao's skin, muscles, and bones. Li Yao's ears were filled with the noise of interference and the metal fatigue of the giant god soldier. Many of his cells had been scorched by the high-energy particle stream, and his vigorous vitality had stagnated. But he gritted his teeth and pressed on, as if going against a super hurricane. Finally, in a sea of almost boiling lightning, he saw Iron Fist. Right now, Iron Fist was as miserable as a skinned shark. However, its main structure was still intact, and there were no large-scale eruptions of materials and fuel. The few spurts from its abdomen and rear were still emitting lackluster flames. Not far below Iron Fist, in the surging cloud of methane, Thick bolts of lightning darted out like the arms of devils. Attracted by the spiritual shield and the spurting flames, they snatched at Iron Fist and brushed past its abdomen at a close distance. Punching King! Li Yao exclaimed in joy. He steered the arsonist to the head of Iron Fist and fired dozens of crystal cannons into the ancient star's atmosphere to slow down the new thunderstorm. Without waiting for the Fist King's reply, the arsonist stuck to the head of the falling Iron Fist. The power unit's output was triggered to the maximum, and thousands of streams of brightness spurted out, trying to catch Iron Fist and push it away. Iron Fist was a very new arsenal warship, one of the largest and highest quality in the entire exploration fleet, measuring over 3 kilometers in length. In comparison, the arsonist was no taller than 40 meters, like an ant trying to lift a giant bone. Within just a few seconds, the joints of the arsonist exploded, and the exhaust flames turned pale from the excessive consumption of crystal fuel. His arms pierced into the plate on the head of Iron Fist. "What are you doing exactly?" The boxing champion couldn't wait to take out a hammer from the mechanical arm and extend it into the spiritual residence of the arsonist to smack Li Yao's head. "This is not a fight but a suicide. Nobody is going to go crazy with you. Do you understand?" "Of course. I understand." Li Yao was battling the intense gravity and electromagnetic waves of the ancient star alone. Blood dripped from his nose and the corner of his mouth, but the fierce bloodshed couldn't diminish the confidence in his smile. "It's you. You just don't understand, Fist King. That's all. The mission to explore the ancient tomb of the Supreme Emperor, the Divine Tomb, the Black Tomb, will certainly face countless perilous situations and temptations that no righteous person can resist. However, our team is composed of 3 distinct forces. Although we've undergone training, we are far from united. If we had jumped over and abandoned our comrades on the starship during the first crisis, we would have been doomed. No one would have been willing to rescue anyone in danger again. Everyone would have been thinking about how to save themselves and secure the most valuable treasures of the Supreme Emperor, the Pangu clan, and the makers of the Black Wall. Do you understand now? A team of smart people won't go far. Someone has to play the role of a lunatic and an idiot first. They have to sacrifice themselves without hesitation, without caring about the returns. The experts and scholars on board have become idiots at the start, but it's still not enough. The number of idiots is not enough for the entire team to undergo a qualitative change. So, let me add to the fire. I don't just want to save the people on the starship. I also want to awaken something in the hearts of the experts, something that has never been stirred but must exist. Those things are the key to our mission. Chapter 3003, Fighting to the Moment of Hope. Boom! Along with Li Yao's roar, the output power of the arsonist increased once more, far beyond its capacity. Dozens of flame-like wings spurted from his back. The crimson flames raged, as if declaring war on the ancient giant before him. Li Yao, alone, suppressed the downward momentum of Iron Fist. The new arsenal warship, driven by the Incendant, rose higher, striving to escape the terrifying gravity trap. Pooh! Such an unbelievable technique came at a high price. Li Yao felt countless high-energy particle streams and invisible electric arcs shooting at him from the ancient star's atmosphere. They pierced through the giant soldier in his chest, burning his internal organs and making him vomit a mouthful of black blood. Yet, he continued to resist the planet's gravity, raising Iron Fist inch by inch. Li Yao, Vulture, Black Wind King, everyone on Iron Fist knew that Li Yao had come to the rescue. They were momentarily stunned when they saw the intimidating figure of the arsonist through the monitoring crystal cameras, especially the astronomers and spiritual energy researchers from the Imperium of True Human Beings. In the Imperium, where the strong were revered, non-battle-type immortal cultivators could reach the nascent soul stage and enjoy a certain social status. However, they had never dared to hope that a battle-type immortal cultivator would rescue them in their moment of need. Why? Many immortal cultivators were puzzled. Why would they sacrifice their important lives to save insignificant people like themselves? Before the question could be answered, hot streams were already flowing from the deepest parts of their hearts, coursing through their bodies, triggering every cell, and releasing heat from their pores. Even Li Yao has dedicated himself to the battle. We must not admit defeat. So what if the ancient star is strong? At least for now, we are still alive. If we are alive, we will fight without stopping. Fellow cultivators, let's fight until the last moment in our posts. The Fist King's roar, as hard as steel, sounded the charge deep within Iron Fist. A shocking scene unfolded. Faced with the enormous planet about to crush them, everyone was undaunted. They took deep breaths, released the brilliant light of their beliefs, which gave them endless courage and strength. Dragging their wounded bodies, the astronomers rushed to the crystal processor, launching probe balls into the methane atmosphere of the ancient star. They seized the remaining time to collect and analyze data inside the gas planet, trying to determine if it had a liquid layer or even a dense solid core. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy scientists captured the super radiation and high-energy particle streams released by the ancient giants, analyzing the lightning and thunder in the methane atmosphere to find the pattern of the furious magnetic field, aiming to conquer the ancient giants. The best medical specialists focused on the patients, inserting sharp examination chips into their bodies. As the radiation intensified and gravity increased, they recorded a series of detailed data on their own slow failure and death. Such data would certainly benefit future humans in surviving and fighting in high-gravity and super-strong environments. In the meantime, the warriors put on their crystal suits, picked up the materials for repair and strengthening, and rushed out of the cabins to reinforce the broken shell of Iron Fist. They were trying to buy more time against the chainsword of the Grim Reaper so that more plug-in auxiliary power units could be connected. Li Yao, let us help you. Many warriors lunged toward Li Yao's side and extended their arms, too. They embedded themselves into the shell of Iron Fist and boosted the power output of their crystal suits to the maximum, providing a small, feeble, upward, and bright force for Iron Fist. Li Yao, we've done everything we can. Now, let's see if more people will help us, the boxing champion muttered. It will. It will. Believe in me. Believe in mankind. Believe in the future. Believe in hope. Li Yao gritted his teeth, but the smile on his face was so bright it seemed to be burning. It is our duty to fight until the moment of hope arrives. Boom. The crazy overloading finally triggered its consequences. One of the power units on the arsonist's back suddenly exploded into a giant fireball surrounded by electric arcs. One of the wings made of flames was immediately shattered, causing the ship to lean to the right. The screeching noises of metal fatigue became more piercing than ever. Visible cracks appeared on the shell of the starship. Pushed by the imbalance of pressure inside and out, materials and fuel spurted out like blood. If this gap was not fixed in time, it was very likely to expand, potentially cutting the entire starship in half. Hurry and repair it, countless screams burst from inside the crystal suits. All the crew members rushed to the crevice, trying to block it with their flesh and blood. They will come, they will come, they will come, they will definitely come. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was almost shedding tears of blood. His lips were torn by his sharp teeth, and his blood flowed to his chest, which was heaving rapidly. His brain cells felt as if they were about to explode. He calculated the new dynamic balance after losing a power point, trying to resist Iron Fist once more. However, the gravitational force of the ancient star was too strong. He felt the Iron Fist on his shoulder growing heavier, as if a real planet were pressing down on him. Even if a real planet falls, I will still push you back. Li Yao roared, exerting his strength again to fight against the planets, the world, and the universe. At that moment, the entire universe seemed to have collapsed, transforming into an empty battlefield. The only thing left was the struggle between him and the ancient star. Just as his consciousness was fading and his body was gradually sinking, a sharp roar pierced through his mind. Liao, what are you doing exactly? Why didn't you tell me you were going to take the risk? It wasn't the boxing champion's voice, but Ding Lingdang's. Was it an auditory hallucination? You are playing with your own life without my permission. You are becoming more and more unbelievable. No, it wasn't an illusion. It was indeed a voice from the communication channel. The communication range of the giant god soldier was limited. Since he could hear Ding Lingdang's voice so clearly, she must be very close. Li Yao was overjoyed. He was practically dancing with joy as he shouted at the top of his lungs, disregarding everything, "Honey, help me! Honey, help me! Honey, come and save me!" Ding Lingdang appeared on the Red Fire Dragon King, Boss Bai in a thief, and Long Yangjun in the Heaven Crystal. Yan Liren and the experts of the ancient saint world, as well as Li Yao's senior brothers Peng Hai, Meng Qixin, and Wu Suiyun, all appeared in the sky above the ancient star, the atmosphere raging furiously. Their sharp eyes pierced through the depths of the planet, where lightning and red spots were raging. What a furious magnetic field and ionosphere! It seemed that the main elements composing the ancient giants must contain several kinds of highly radiative crystals, which transformed the planet's atmosphere into a swirl of fury and chaos, Boss Bai said. Iron Fist has fallen deep into the atmosphere and will be constrained by the lightning at any moment. Under such circumstances, it must be calculated very precisely to push him out again. Everyone must work together. Meng Qixin thought to himself, our manpower seems insufficient. It will be terrible if the Imperial Immortal Cultivators stand by and watch us die, only to take advantage of us. Peng Hai pondered for a moment and said, so, we need to discuss this matter further. Before they could make plans, Ding Lingdang had already rushed down on her Red Fire Dragon King. Li Yao, don't run. I'm coming. Boss Bai. Meng Qixin. Peng Hai. The father of the Federation and the former speaker of the Federation had both rushed down to rescue him. Did they have a second choice? Ancient giant planet? Interesting. Yan Liren smiled. Looking at the lightning and thunder on the planet's surface, there was intense excitement in his eyes. He licked his lips and said, would very much like to know if a sword can cut through gravity when it's fast enough. He rushed down. Amitba. Impulsive. Too impulsive. Master Bitter Cicada sighed, shook his head, and rushed down as well. Li Yao, you are truly the greatest clown in the history of the Federation. Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Li Yao's senior brother, smiled bitterly and rushed down, too. Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun looked at each other and saw the tacit understanding in each other's eyes. They both rushed down. With these people taking the lead, how could the remaining operators of the giant soldiers stand by and watch? They dived down one after another. Very soon, only Boss Bai and Long Yangjun, the two experts who were subtly neutral and uninvolved, were left. Boss Bai looked at Long Yangjun. Why are you looking at me? Long Yangjun wrinkled his nose. Do you think I'm a brainless fool like Li Yao who would take unnecessary risks when his blood is boiling? You've got to be kidding me. The environment down there is too harsh. Even all the experts of the Federation might not be able to rescue Iron Fist, unless the experts of the Imperium come to his rescue one after another. Is that possible? Do you think the selfish immortal cultivators would sacrifice their lives for such meaningless things? Foolish. How idiotic. Chapter 3004, The Strong Swing Their Swords to the Stronger. Is he stupid? Yes, it's probably the first impression many people have when they see Li Yao, including me at the beginning. Boss Bai smiled and said, however, if you think about it, so many big shots, 100 times smarter and stronger than him, have all fallen. Only he, this incredibly stupid, hot-blooded high school student, has made it this far, to the peak of the Peng Federation's strongest experts. It's truly luck and coincidence. Long Yangjun thought for a moment and asked, Boss Bai, what are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that Li Yao is a smart man. He seems to be taking reckless risks, but in fact, he has considered all the factors. Boss Bai said casually. He knows that nobody, not just the cultivators of the Federation, but also the immortal cultivators of the Imperium, will abandon him. The reason is simple, he has half the key to open the core gate of the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, as well as a lot of information from the Fuxi database. Also, Xiaoming and Wenwen are on his side. They can't just turn a blind eye to his death. It's safe to say he is of great value. If he dies here, the exploration will fail before it even begins. The exploration team could bear the loss of Iron Fist, but they couldn't bear the consequences of Li Yao's premature death. That's why he used his own life as a bargaining chip to force the immortal cultivators to rescue him. Why did you have to do that? I think he is trying to force the immortal cultivators to experience sacrificing one's own life for another's. There's a saying, one will know the taste when one has tasted the marrow. Many things can be addictive once tried. Doing evil, burning, killing, and looting can be addictive. Being a good person and saving lives can be addictive, too. Long Yangjun was deep in thought. What do you think? Do you want to help me? Boss Bai asked. Are you really going to take action? Long Yangjun looked at Boss Bai in disbelief, the infamous pirate potentate. Don't get me wrong. Of course, I don't want to be a man with no regrets. However, in most cases, the unity and sacrifice of human beings have nothing to do with morality and everything to do with common interests. Boss Bai continued, the simplest reason is that, when you go to the pivot of the Supreme Emperor's tomb or even the Black Wall and find an unparalleled ancient treasure that can grant a person the power of a deity for a moment, and when you have to pass the last, most dangerous checkpoint that might seriously wound you, who do you want to stand by you? Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, and the other cultivators? Or me, the notorious space pirate? Or the immortal cultivators of the Imperium? Long Yangjun squinted and rolled his eyes. A moment later, he shuddered. All right, she had to admit. Not just Li Yao, even Ding Lingdang, who is standing behind me, seems safer than you or the immortal cultivators of the Imperium. At the very least, if Ding Lingdang wants to fight, she will only punch me in the face instead of stabbing me in the back. That's right, Boss Bai said frankly. I also hope that Li Yao or Ding Lingdang will be standing behind me instead of you and the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium when I discover the ultimate treasures in the deepest part of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. That will be the reason why I want Li Yao to be alive, and maybe the reason why he is still alive and kicking today. Come on. Let's try Li Yao's method. Maybe you will like it, too. After finishing his speech, Boss Bai smiled and charged at Iron Fist on the back of the extreme pirate. Long Yangjun was dazed for a long time before she laughed at herself. All right, she muttered to herself. Compared to the smart immortal cultivators of the true human beings Imperium, you idiots from the Federation are much cuter. If you all perished on the ancient giants, I wouldn't have dared to explore the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor with the smart people. Then let me have a taste of being an idiot. Long Yangjun's sky crystal seemed to have built a bridge of crystals in the vacuum of the universe. It was also like a giant arrowhead pointing at Iron Fist. Not far away, numerous shining light spots broke through the furious stone belts. They were the best experts and soldiers of the true human beings Imperium, coming from various directions. The faces of the immortal cultivators were gloomy, and they all stared at Iron Fist and the Federation soldiers not far away in confusion. From this angle, the raging red flares on the ancient giants looked like a surging ocean, and Iron Fist was nothing more than a dry leaf in the middle of a surging ocean, ready to be smashed into pieces at any moment. Including Li Yao, the giant god soldiers of the Federation were as insignificant as plankton, struggling against the thunderstorms and the raging tides. Any wave more than 10% larger was enough to swallow them. Are they crazy? It was the first reaction of all the immortal cultivators. They really had no idea what Li Yao and the other cultivators were doing and why they were trying so hard to jump into the gravity rings and atmosphere of the ancient giants to fight enemies they could never defeat. However, before their rational thoughts were sorted out, the magnificent picture of them fighting heaven and earth with their lives at stake had touched the deep, primitive, and barbaric instincts within their beliefs. The confrontation between the cultivators of the Federation and the ancient planet was exactly the same as when humans drilled wood for fire, polished stone axes and spears, and went on a rampage. Isn't the so-called strongest expert supposed to resist the tyranny of heaven and earth, explore the laws of nature, surpass their own limits, fight for a broader space of survival for their clansmen, and pave a path of 1,000 forms? The only thing he knew how to do was bully his compatriots. He was a tyrant in front of his own kind, but when faced with the threat of thunder, he would tremble and kneel down, begging for mercy. What kind of hero was that? Right now, the communication network between the immortal cultivators and the cultivators had been established. But on the other side of the communication, all that could be heard was the panting of the cultivators and the roars of the primordial animals. There were no cultivators begging for the help of the immortal cultivators, nor were there any berating them for their selfishness or lack of assistance. Each was focused on their own actions, as if they had foreseen that the immortal cultivators would do nothing and that they could defeat the ancient superstar even without their help. The gasps and roars lashed at every immortal cultivator's belief like invisible whips. They had been ignored. Humiliation. Ignorance was 100 times more humiliating than berating. In the civil war of the Imperium, the remarkable achievements of the Federal Expedition Army had brought great shame to all the immortal cultivators. Those with any pride pondered why the glory of the Imperium and the immortal cultivators had declined so drastically. Before their eyes, the wild adventures of the cultivators and their disregard for the immortal cultivators slapped every immortal cultivator hard in the face, burning their cheeks and hearts with pain. They vaguely knew the answer. Damn! Are the cultivators crazy? Where did they get their courage from? What are they doing? Are they trying to resist the enormous gravity of the ancient star on their own? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. He knew there were tigers in the mountains, yet he chose to go there. Such stupidity, such craziness, such. The immortal cultivators kept reminding themselves not to follow the cultivators' example. Some even sneered at the stupidity of the cultivators. However, the cells on their fingertips, along with the most primitive energy surging from the deepest part of their cells, did not heed the commands of their rational minds. They were all eager to try. Declaring war against the gargantuan cosmic bodies with the insignificant bodies of human beings. Such an enjoyable battle is the style of the strong. Some of the immortal cultivators couldn't help but moan and admit, in great pain, that deep down, they were envious of cultivators who could be so straightforward, so crazy, so idiotic, and so unscrupulous. If cultivators could do it, why couldn't they? No, they were not the same. They still had the glory and wealth of the mortal world, the soaring power to pursue an overlord, and the need to make their family strong and prosperous forever. They still. But. In front of such a magnificent, splendid, and brutal universe, what was the significance of the wealth, beauties, power, and respect of their family that they had valued so much in the past? What were they worth fighting for? If the origins were all ants, was it possible that the lifelong pursuit of the experts was to step on the ants, trample on the ants, exploit the ants, and win the admiration and fear of the ants, so they could become the king of ants? Right then, an enormous ball of lightning darted out of the ancient star's atmosphere and charged at Iron Fist. All the immortal cultivators exclaimed in shock. They could almost see the miserable end when Iron Fist was pierced through by electric arcs and magnetic storms, when all magical equipment was paralyzed and all momentum was lost. However, an unstoppable sword aura, dozens of kilometers long, appeared in front of Iron Fist and slashed the ball of lightning into pieces in a perfect arc. The power of the single strike was even more impressive. Not only did it destroy the ball of lightning, but it seemed to cut the entire ancient star in half. Sword Maniac, Yen Liren. The attack stung the eyes of many immortal cultivators. In an instant, the deep understanding within their beliefs burst forth like lightning. Compared to the unparalleled, magnificent sword, fame, fortune, and power are nothing but fleeting clouds. Even a barbarian from a remote area of the star sea is challenging a planet with nothing but a sharp blade in hand. What are we, the elite immortal cultivators, the pinnacle of human evolution, truly afraid of? Chapter 3005, Emperor of the Universe. While the immortal cultivators were deeply shocked by the cultivators' fearlessness and self-sacrifice, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager of the Imperium of True Human Beings were also observing quietly from a distance. They were both amazed by Li Yao's audacity and Yen Liren's impudence. Emperor, don't act rashly. A mother knows her son best. Although Li Jialing had not yet taken any action, Li Linghai already understood what the young lion was about to do. She reminded him, almost instinctively, it's very dangerous down there. Accidents can happen at any time. If the main structure of Iron Fist collapses, the fuel tanks and ammunition warehouses could explode. If the explosion affects the giant god soldier, it could lose a lot of momentum or be pushed to the depths of the ancient planet, and we'd be in serious trouble. I know. Li Jialing watched in a daze. He swallowed hard and mumbled almost inaudibly, but Empress Dowager, did you know that most of the experts and scholars on Iron Fist are from the Imperium? They are all my subjects and immortal cultivators. Well, Li Linghai was momentarily speechless. It was only natural. The experts in astronomy and spiritual energy in the Imperium of True Human Beings, at the heart of the Star Sea, outnumbered those in the remote Federation by hundreds. Naturally, most of the specialists in the exploration team were from the Imperium. But right now, the first, second, and third to the 10th were not immortal cultivators, but cultivators. Empress Dowager, haven't you and all the other immortal cultivators been pondering this question? Why do you have 100 times more capability, countless cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage and in the divinity transformation stage, the richest planets, and the most abundant resources in the sea of stars, and a fleet as magnificent as the stars? Yet, in the battle to protect the imperial capital, the Imperium of True Human Beings was beaten so miserably that its nest was almost destroyed. Why do you have to rely on cultivators far weaker than us to save it? The answer is perhaps right in front of our eyes. Li Jialing smiled, admiration and envy shining in his eyes. Empress Dowager, to be honest, after seeing the performance of the cultivators, don't you want an army willing to sacrifice everything for their beliefs? Li Ling's heart was beating fast. Of course, no matter how strong the cultivators were, their fighting spirit and willingness to sacrifice were unparalleled. Which ambitious man wouldn't want such an army? If the belief of the cultivators and the capability of the immortal cultivators were combined, they would surely form an invincible, ultimate army that could march into the multiverse. But will such an army fall from the sky for no reason? Li Jialing's voice suddenly turned sharp. Should I have done nothing and simply stood by, ensuring that every hair on my body was safe and sound? Would such a loyal, sacrificial army have descended from the sky and pledged their hearts to me? No. Such an army, such an unstoppable blade of human civilization, needs to be trained and polished slowly. Only those who lead the charge and set an example by honing their skills in person are qualified to be the saber-bearers. Your Majesty, Li Linghai had nothing to say. He could only respond dryly, think before you act. I've already thought twice, Li Jialing said calmly. Empress Dowager, please think carefully and go through the list of all the immortal cultivators who participated in the operation. Then, tell me, if you and I are seriously wounded in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and we need help, who do you think is most likely to rescue us at the risk of their own life? Well, the names and faces of all the immortal cultivators immediately popped up in Li Linghai's head, but his heart suddenly constricted. All the names and faces vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by a smiling, cunning, and somewhat cynical face. Is it Li Yao? Li Jialing smiled and said, Empress Dowager, your first thought was Li Yao, right? Li Linghai was silent. Don't you find it ironic? Li Jialing continued, so many immortal cultivators have reached the peak of the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage. They boast incredible skills and unparalleled techniques, and they've all sworn their loyalty to us. But when it comes to the critical moment, the first person who comes to your mind is not one of these loyal subjects but Li Yao, someone who may not even be a citizen of the Imperium, the reckless, the foolish, the naive, and the hot-blooded, high school student. How ironic it is. Not only is it ironic for the Emperor and the Empress, but it is also the most absurd joke in the history of the Imperium of true human beings. It's been too long. The absurd joke has hovered over the heads of the immortal cultivators of the Imperium for far too long. Empress Dowager, isn't your greatest dream to revolutionize the Imperium? Let's start by crushing the joke and taking the first step of the revolution. The dazzling brilliance of the golden lion eclipsed even the halo above its head. All the immortal cultivators sensed the Emperor's anomaly and were greatly shocked. Your Majesty! Li Linghai shouted, are you really going to save them? If I don't save him now, who will save me in the future? Li Jialing narrowed his eyes. Thousands of streaks of golden light beamed from the giant soldier god, as if 10,000 golden blades had unfolded. I am the red sun of the universe, the dominator of the universe. I am the immortal king of all the stars in the Pangu universe. Across the universe, whether it be a black hole, a supernova, a neutron star, a white dwarf, a brown dwarf, a planet, a comet, a nebula, or a vacuum, I am their master. If a small planet can stop me, what kind of emperor of the universe am I? Li Jialing roared. He pointed his golden saber at the ancient star and charged at Iron Fist, slashing through the debris and the invisible magnetic field. Your Majesty! Though most of the immortal cultivators were shocked, they were not prepared to attack. They did not expect their emperor to take the lead. They were all dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. What are you waiting for? Li Linghai had no other options. He roared in the communication channel, the Imperium values battle credits more than anything else. The primordial treasures inside the Mausoleum of Gods must be distributed according to your battle credits. Do I need to teach you such a simple lesson? Do you want to open your mouth and wait for the primordial treasures to drop in? We vow to follow your Majesty to the end. Immortal cultivators, prepare for the final battle against the ancient giants. Scarcely had he finished speaking when Li Linghai accelerated to maximum speed and followed Li Jialing. With the Emperor and the Empress Dowager leading by example, the remaining immortal cultivators had no choice but to follow. While it was one thing for the immortal cultivators to protect themselves and watch from the sidelines, most had already sworn their loyalty to His Majesty. If the remaining immortal cultivators pretended to be smart by standing by, they would only be sealing their own fate. It doesn't matter how many people can be saved. As long as the Emperor and the Empress Dowager return safe and sound, they will clearly see who are the iron-blooded, loyal officials and who are the selfish, cowardly turtles. Would these cowardly turtles have a good ending? They would not only fail to gain anything from the ancient treasures but might even be eliminated by the Emperor and the Empress Dowager without arousing suspicion. In the perilous secret treasure exploration, full of traps, it was quite easy to eliminate dissidents and cleanse the ranks. Li Jialing might be a beginner, but Li Linghai was definitely an expert in the field. Just like that, with complicated feelings, the battle-type immortal cultivators, who were best at preserving their strength, had no choice but to lunge at Iron Fist one after another. Maybe because of the appearance of the humans, or perhaps due to the intense interference of the spiritual energy brought by the surging Titan warriors, a new storm was brewing inside the methane atmosphere of the ancient giant star. The lightning was like a volcanic eruption, turning into the sharp claws of devils that snatched at the sky beyond the gravity ring outside the atmosphere. It was as if the ancient superstar was angry. But even the fury of a planet could not swallow the burning will of humans. He's here. He's here. He's here. Li Yao vomited blood and laughed wildly. My wife, my senior brothers, Boss Bai, Long Yangjun, Yan Liren, the Emperor, the Empress Dowager. You are all here. Oh, I knew it. I'm not bragging, but my charm. Cut the crap. Ding Ling Dang frowned. Even if you are my husband, I'd still kick you into the atmosphere of the ancient giant on behalf of everyone. Well, Li Yao stammered. All right. Reckless or not, since the rescue operation has begun, let's do our best to save Iron Fist and everyone else. The Fist King's calm voice came over. He had just completed an incredible, super complicated calculation with the help of Iron Fist's mainframe crystal processor. Despite the processor being on the verge of burning out, he sent out parameters and tasks to all the giant god soldiers crowding close. Li Yao, you will deploy 22 giant god soldiers around the shell of Iron Fist as the temporary auxiliary power source. Remember the size and direction of your propulsion output. Make sure everyone is moving in the same direction to prevent damage to the main structure of Iron Fist. Understood. Colorful numbers flashed in Li Yao's eyes. I've calculated everything. Ding Ling Dang, Yan Liren, your attack capabilities are higher. Led 38 heavy fire giant soldiers to block all incoming meteoroids in the asteroid belt. Remember, don't let even a speck of dust through your defense line. At this high speed, the collision of any speck of dust is equivalent to a giant cannon explosion. Iron Fist can't handle such a collision right now. Rest assured, Yan Liren smiled. Nothing can escape my sword aura, not the electric arcs on the ancient giants, nor the dust in the rings. Emperor, Empress Dowager, lead the remaining giant god soldiers and their crystal suit legions to monitor the atmosphere of the ancient star. The Fist King sent new data. I've detected a rare high-energy reaction in the atmosphere of the ancient giants, especially in the giant red spot beneath us. It seems to be a super large-scale and intense thunderstorm, which doesn't resemble a typical planetary weather pattern. Something might be wrong. In any case, we must be cautious. We sensed it, too, Li Linghai said solemnly, it is indeed peculiar. Generally, even if a planet has an atmosphere and an ionosphere, its magnetic field should not be so unstable. Even though it was affected by the supernova outbreak, the shape of the magnetic field is still too strange. When the fierce spiritual waves below the planet are displayed as sound waves, they are like the screams of ghosts in the deepest level of hell. However, even if there are ghosts in the Nether Spring, we will seal them and ensure they do not touch Iron Fist at all. Excellent. Then take your positions. Keep the spiritual nexus open at all times. I will send you a lot of data about Iron Fist. The Fist King said, when Iron Fist's power output is maximized, you will activate it together. Fellow cultivators, I'm counting on you. The hundreds of experts and the slightly weaker but equally determined warriors all agreed. At this moment, even the immortal cultivators who had been hesitant a moment ago abandoned their distracting thoughts and focused their attention on their fists, weapons, and power units. On the ancient giants, electromagnetism surged, and planetary rings and meteoroids roared. But the anomalies of the universe could not affect them at all. Their attention was fixed on the data and countdown the boxing champion sent over. 3, 2, 1, activate. The Fist King, Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, Li Jialing, and almost 100 other experts roared in unison. Led by Li Yao, dozens of giant soldiers shouldered Iron Fist. Colorfully thunderous flames spurted from their backs, merging with the flames on Iron Fist. They stomped on the ancient star and leaped up. The maximum output of the giant god soldier was no match for the enormous starship that was several kilometers long. However, the giant god soldier's advantage was its much more flexible steering of the power unit and the adjustment of output power. The direction and intensity of the thrust could be adjusted at any time according to the structural changes of the starship, ensuring that the severely damaged structure of Iron Fist, which had endured super high-intensity gravity confrontation, remained intact. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Under the persistent efforts of Li Yao and the dozens of experts, Iron Fist slowly and steadily ascended. The experts' movements were so gentle that the giant soldier's arms seemed to have turned into soft feathers, carrying the life and hope of everyone on board. Sensing that they were slowly but surely escaping the gravity of the ancient planet, everyone on board cheered. But the cheers lasted only a few seconds before they resumed their mission, second by second. Above Iron Fist, Ding Lingdang, Yan Liren, and dozens of nascent soul stage and divinity transformation stage cultivators formed a solid shield. While their aura did not cover the entire planet, if they had enough time, fuel, and starships, they could have bypassed it from above. However, many cabins of Iron Fist were on the verge of destruction, with a lot of fuel escaping and spurting out. The structure was quite unstable and could fall apart at any moment. They could not withstand the tearing force of changing their route. Therefore, they had to force their way through the stone belt. Ding Lingdang, Yan Liren, and the others had to keep their eyes wide open, focusing on blocking all the meteoroids and stardust that might hit Iron Fist. Standing in the furious stone belts was like being caught in the fiercest storm of bullets. For madmen like Ding Lingdang and Yan Liren, it was not torture but excitement. Controlling the giant soldier, Ding Lingdang punched at Yan Liren. Yan Liren smiled, crushing the giant soldier into a ball and concealing the sword on his back. Then, the dozens of giant god soldiers behind them opened fire simultaneously. The dense barrage blew almost all the meteorites into powder, but much of the powder still rushed toward them at high speed, mingling with dazzling lasers. Ding Lingdang's fist and Yan Liren's long sword struck at the same time, forming 3 splendid mists of light that attracted all nearby cosmic dust. 2 colorful swirls seemed to have appeared before them, connecting to another space. All meteoroids, debris, and dust were absorbed. The escape channel has been cleared. Now is the time. Fist King, Li Yao, come on. Below Iron Fist, the ancient giant seemed to have realized that its prey was about to escape, and it grew even more furious. Balls of plasma and thunderstorms were hurled out of the raging atmosphere, charging at Iron Fist with precision. Both Li Yao and his teammates, along with the boxing champion, had poured all their spiritual energy and computational abilities into the power unit and control system. They could neither open the spiritual shield or adjust their route in time. Therefore, they placed all their hopes on Li Jialing and Li Linghai. Li Jialing did not disappoint them, he was the first to rush down. The golden aura around him suddenly exploded, transforming into thousands of streaks of brightness that darted toward the incoming plasma and thunderstorms. These streaks triggered and neutralized the powerful energy reactions in advance, ensuring that the enemy would be annihilated as the brilliant light balls expanded. He moved so swiftly and deeply that he was almost swallowed by the giant light ball. Your Majesty! The immortal cultivators were both shocked and awed to see that the Emperor himself was so formidable, nearly slicing apart 100 clusters of lightning. They gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Despite the Emperor's valor, they resolved to be even more fearless. One by one, they surged to the front of Li Jialing, unleashing human thunderstorms upon the ancient giants. In doing so, they reclaimed the demeanor of the desperados from the early years of the Imperium. Thousands of light balls exploded simultaneously above his head, below his feet, and in the atmosphere, illuminating the dark vacuum as if it were daylight. No, it was an aurora night, thousands of times more magnificent than daylight. When Li Yao and the Fist King were discussing the team list, they intentionally separated the cultivators and the immortal cultivators. Some were assigned to block the meteoroids, others to carry Iron Fist, and still others to face the furious ancient giants. Although many cultivators and immortal cultivators still harbored suspicions and wariness toward each other, they were insignificant ants in the face of cosmic torrents and the might of the universe. They could only work together, gritting their teeth, to save others while being saved themselves. Many immortal cultivators felt a strange yet familiar sensation when confronted with the rapid meteoroid showers and the furious ocean of lightning. Memories of the past, long buried, were triggered. Those who reached the peak of the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses, the cream of the crop. Since a young age, they had been determined and ambitious. At that time, which of these genius teenagers did not wave their swords at the sun, slash at the sky, train in the most dangerous stone belts, gaze at the distant, brilliant stars, and vow to conquer the entire universe? When did they start to forget their childish dreams? They learned to scheme and haggle over every detail, to calculate the gains and losses of everything before they acted. They learned to grow eyes behind their heads, to hide their true strength by stepping back, or even taking a few more steps back. They learned to be as light and dust, to be complacent, and to regard this as a sign of maturity. When did they change their dream from conquering the sun, moon, and stars to conquering their own kind, from becoming the dominator of the universe to being the head of a family, the chief of a family, the leader of a kingdom, the marquis, the duke, and the heir apparent? When did they climb to an unreachable position, seal all their dreams, and believe it was impossible to climb any higher, spending all their time calculating how to eliminate dissidents and kill the newcomers who threatened them, just to maintain their current position at any cost? Election of the Imperium. What was the selection of the Imperium compared to the boundless power of a planet or even a supernova? When did they become so timid and gutless? Faced with the magnificence and brutality of the ancient star, the absurd and meaningless years in the minds of most immortal cultivators faded, while their primitive instincts gradually surfaced. They didn't think or want anything now. Instead, they punched and slashed in their hysterical roars, focusing their spirit and will on the burning bullets, shells, and bombs, and shooting them out. They were going to defeat the ancient star and conquer the entire universe, as they had vowed when they were young. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion burst inside every expert's brain and chest. Almost all their brain cells and internal organs were blown to pieces. A cluster of visible, high-intensity plasma rushed out of the methane atmosphere toward Iron Fist and the experts, like a tsunami of billions of thunderbolts. Well, the phenomenon, which apparently violated the common sense of astronomy, made all the experts hold their breath. Good. Kill them. Li Jialing roared so hard that his throat was about to tear. Faced with the overwhelming lightning and plasma, he unleashed a dominating aura that even Wu Yingqi, the Black Star Emperor, had never seen before. The aura of his gold saber extended dozens of kilometers and split into hundreds of dragons and griffins, attacking the lightning tide. Yes. Whatever it is, we are the immortal cultivators, the invincible immortal cultivators, the strongest immortal cultivators in the universe. Kill them all. Led by the Emperor, all the immortal cultivators burned their life, soul, and blood without regard for anything else. They turned every drop of blood into immense steam, which spurted from their pores, driving the giant god soldiers to perform their ultimate moves. Chapter 3007, Live a Happy Life. The two tides collided violently, unleashing destructive energy like a solar flare. Li Jialing, Li Linghai, Li Yao, the boxing champion, and even Ding Lingdang and Yan Liren, who were clearing the pathway above them, were pierced through by radiation and particles, regardless of whether they were cultivators, immortal cultivators, or information lifeforms. They experienced the sensation of being pierced by thousands of blades and arrows. Crack! 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 Under the intense electric arcs and thunderstorms, all the crystal suits, the Titan warriors, and even the power units of Iron Fist were emitting soul-stirring explosions. Many units lost stability, and many others were burning and paralyzed. The experts felt their cells being corroded by the super radiation. The giant soldier, crystal suit, and mustard suit were as thin as paper, offering no protection at all. Even so, they gritted their teeth and persisted. "Brother Yao, don't worry about me. I will help you block the lightning. Just push Iron Fist out." Li Jialing gritted his teeth. The skin on his face cracked, revealing the bright gold flesh beneath. "Believe me. I can do it." "All right, I believe you." Li Yao was overburning, too. Crimson steam was popping up all over his body. "Punching King, believe me as well. Keep driving Iron Fist at full speed. We will get out of here." "Understood." "I believe you," the boxing champion said solemnly. "Ding Lingdang, please believe in us, too. Iron Fist is coming. Prepare to receive it. It's ready." Ding Lingdang could not help but burst into tears. She shouted, "I believe in you. I believe in all of you. You can do it." Some exos around Iron Fist could not hold on any longer. After spurting blood, they lost consciousness and fell toward the ancient star. But the soldiers below were quick enough to catch the exos one by one as they fell. They even connected the unconscious exos to their own soldiers with super alloy cables. Though they were all cruel, brutal, and merciless, there was no kindness or mercy in their eyes. Faced with the overwhelming thunderstorm, they simply did not want anyone to fall into the depths of the ancient giants. Not a chance. Not a single one. Ah! Everyone roared furiously again, fighting against the storm, the thunder, and the dominators of the planets. "Dad! Punching King!" When everyone was caught in a stalemate, two new voices suddenly echoed in the communication channel. Hundreds of light spots darted close from above the ring like fireflies. It was Xiao Ming and Wen Wen. The landing spot of their starship was the farthest from the main fleet, making them the last two to receive the Fist King and Li Yao's call for help. Despite arriving late, they did not stop. Thankfully, they arrived at the most critical moment. The two information lifeforms were controlling almost 100 spiritual puppets each. They even carried professional plug-in auxiliary power units and portable fuel tanks. In the blink of an eye, they finished the data exchange with the boxing champion. Hundreds of streaks of light drew a marvelous curve and stuck to Iron Fist precisely. The new auxiliary power unit spurted out brilliant light, significantly increasing Iron Fist's speed. "We're saved." Li Yao was overjoyed. He really wanted to hug Xiao Ming and Wen Wen and kiss them hard. He was so relieved that he almost passed out. But he concentrated the last bit of his will and continued to output the strongest impetus of the arsonists to speed up Iron Fist. "We're saved." Ding Lingdang took a deep breath to stop the warmth in her eyes from spilling over. She punched at a much higher speed, ensuring that every speck of dust among the billions was obliterated in front of her defense line. "We're saved." Li Jialing also sensed that the radiation and particle streams passing through his body were declining. The young emperor felt like jumping up and down in joy. Like a real tide, the thunderous waves that protruded from the methane atmosphere reluctantly retreated after failing to conquer the humans when they reached the peak of their roars. Once they fell back into the atmosphere, a new torrent of plasma rushed out. However, it was no longer as powerful as before. Moreover, Iron Fist was flying higher and farther away from the ancient star's atmosphere and gravity, putting it out of the star's attack range. Thus, Li Jialing and all the other experts took a long breath of relief and eyed the furious opponent with the gaze of a victor. The plasma torrent narrowly missed them before falling back to the ancient star. But it gradually dispersed in the methane atmosphere, transforming into a cluster of ferocious beasts that resembled giant crabs, scorpions, and spiders. It also looked like a hideous face that seemed to curse them maliciously. Seeing this scene, Li Jialing and everyone else were slightly stunned. What was this? Some kind of illusion or coincidence? It couldn't be a living creature with consciousness, could it? Although there had been countless kinds of alien species in space, or even man-made ferocious beasts developed by the Pangu civilization with a certain level of intelligence, the harsh environment of the ancient giants was not a paradise for life. It was impossible for life to exist in this place, and even more so in such a bizarre and terrifying form. It was probably just his imagination. No matter what, they had won the battle and were going to continue winning just like they did in the previous one. Outside the ring, in the rainbow dust zone, the ancient giants appeared particularly tranquil and magnificent after the lightning storm. The torrents of plasma had swallowed a lot of dust and star chips, transforming them into thousands of spiritual waves that flowed slowly like glamorous swirls and thousands of splendid flowers of the universe. However, humanity had no time to admire the splendid scene. After a moment of surprise, they began their work. Although Iron Fist had been rescued, its shell was shattered, and there were fatal internal injuries to its framework. Without a mobile dock, it was impossible to repair the supply ship, so it had to be abandoned and its contents transferred to another starship. Many important people, including Li Yao and Li Jialing, had been wounded during the rescue operation and needed immediate treatment. Even Ding Lingdang, who was not injured, had consumed too much spiritual energy and had to take many high-nutrition drugs to restore her drained veins. Therefore, the exploration team planned to remain in the rainbow dust zone at the periphery of the ring for 24 hours to gather the scattered starships, collect and analyze the astronomical parameters near the ancient giants, especially the abnormal orbital changes of the satellites, in order to calculate the precise coordinates of the entrance to the ancient tomb. Lying flat on his back in the gel-like, soft treatment bag, Li Yao let the drops from the crystal balls roll over his rotting and torn wounds. Sensing the warm and slightly itchy feeling all over his body, he smiled silently. Li Yao, please explain. Dozens of giant light beams suddenly appeared above his head. Almost 100 experts were glaring at him angrily. The situation had been too urgent for them to waste their breath on him. Now that they were running away from danger, of course, they had to settle the score later. With a gloomy face, Li Linghai asked on behalf of everyone, "Why didn't you follow the procedure of the operation plan and abandon Iron Fist? Why did you act on your own and make the team suffer unnecessary risks?" Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao enjoyed the soothing massage of the drugs for a while before he asked, "The crew members of Iron Fist have been safely transferred to other starships, haven't they? How are they?" Without waiting for Li Linghai's reply, Li Yao retrieved the surveillance videos from the medical treatment zones of several starships. He saw that many crew members of Iron Fist had received treatment and regained their vitality. They were wolfing down food, savoring the delicious meals. Some had a mix of emotions, treasuring every second of their lives. They were recording videos and preparing to send them to their distant families. Anyone who had experienced the soul-stirring tug-of-war in the planet sky must have had a lot to say to their loved ones. Of course, most of them were too preoccupied to think about eating or sleeping. Even before their wounds were fully healed, they were already dedicated to their work. The valuable data they had gathered firsthand would be the most important foundation for mankind to conquer the ancient giants. The vivid scenes of life made the experts, whether cultivators or immortal cultivators, who had saved everything, fall into silence, deep in thought. What do you think? Does it feel good to save someone occasionally? Li Yao smiled and asked. And, do you like the feeling of fighting against the planet, slashing through the waves of plasma and thunderstorm, and escaping unscathed? Li Yao, Li Linghai finally couldn't help but ask solemnly, what are you trying to say? Nothing. It's just a casual conversation to improve our friendship, Li Yao replied, resting his head on his arms comfortably. In fact, a long time ago, before I awakened my spiritual root and embarked on the path of cultivation, I also thought about what I was going to do after I mastered the ultimate techniques and possessed supreme power. It would be nothing more than wealth, glory, luxury, beautiful women, and the reverence and admiration of thousands. I would even leave my name in history, becoming a high-sounding portrait in the textbooks, and so on. At that time, I thought these were the happiest things in the world. The most exciting things were those worth investing my life and pride in. As long as I could achieve them, my life would be complete, meaningful, and I would die with no regrets. In the end, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about everyone here. I suspect that you already had fame, fortune, and veneration decades ago, didn't you? Then, did you feel good? Was it exciting? Was it satisfying? Did you feel that your life was completely worthwhile? Did you feel that you understood everything, lived a happy life, and could die on the ground with no regrets? Chapter 3008, Can You Have Some Pursuit? Li Yao's question left everyone speechless. To reach the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage, no one was an ordinary person without ambitions. They all harbored lofty aspirations to change the world, to some degree. However, when confronted with the tides of time and society, they often found themselves swept along, gradually losing their once noble and sincere hearts. Even the most selfish immortal cultivators hung their heads in shame upon hearing Li Yao's words. Reflecting on their pasts, they could not claim to have lived honest, joyful lives. I don't know about you, but for me, it's not enough. I don't feel happy, excited, or satisfied. I feel that I am far from experiencing the most wonderful, intense, and fulfilling moments, yet nothing in this world seems sufficient for me anymore. Li Yao's voice grew softer, as if he had forgotten his audience and was speaking to his own soul. He murmured to himself, I've witnessed neutron pulsars radiating in thousands of colors, creating a spectacle 100 times more dazzling than the aurora, enveloping me like a soft jellyfish. I've seen the high-energy particles of cosmic storms rushing towards me like a sparkling sandstorm. I've observed ancient bacteria on dying planets, surviving tenaciously and altering their genes in a relentless quest to defy their fates. I've witnessed the throne of the Pangu clan, vanishing into the wind hundreds of thousands of years ago in the Kunlun mystic land. Hundreds of thousands of years. Just a few 100,000 years. In the scale of the universe, it was just a brief moment. The magnificent, indestructible throne, as well as the so-called experts, dominators, generals, and tyrants sitting on it, were all obliterated. Along with their great achievements and crimes, they vanished into thin air, leaving not a single trace behind. I witnessed the most unbelievable scenes in the universe and experienced the most soul-stirring adventures. My soul even endured 100 reincarnations. But when I returned to the crowd, I was disappointed to find that everything in the mortal world was not exciting enough to satisfy my appetite. No matter how much dragon liver and phoenix marrow I eat, it tastes like chewing wax. I drink the most delicious wine, yet its burning taste is even worse than fatal cosmic radiation. I hear the cheers of thousands and the shocked screams of my enemies, but what I remember is being alone in the deepest part of a cave on a desolate planet, hearing only the dripping of water and my own ravings. After competing against planets, stars, supernovas, nebulas, asteroid belts, and cosmic storms, even the most beautiful and devastatingly beautiful women have become dull, nothing more than pink skeletons. I couldn't go back. I suddenly realized that I had gone too far to return. Money was useless to me, and the schemes and struggles between kings and dominators were like child's play. I didn't lack desires, my ambitions were hundreds of times greater than all of yours combined. However, the tiny Pangu universe was not enough to fulfill my ambitions. My ambitions lie at the end of the multiverse. Therefore, I don't understand. I really don't understand you. How can you be immersed in such trivial things for so long? You are in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. You are the most fortunate product of countless mutations from the most excellent genes of billions of human beings. Your hard work and intense training are completely worthy of your luck. You have already come so far on your own path. Why have you stopped and even retreated? Why have you wasted your precious talents and even more precious life on mundane things like power struggles, internal strife, money, and status? The things you pursue, money, status, the reverence of others, and the prosperity of your family, can be achieved by even a bumpkin from a remote village with a few tricks. This bumpkin doesn't need the slightest bit of spiritual energy to become a tyrant in his own small kingdom, acting like a despot and making his servants and maids worship him as a god. But you are not just any moneybags. You are nascent soul stage and divinity transformation stage cultivators. You have faced storms, bombarded thunder, watched stars burn fiercely at close range, and waved your fists in the vast sea of stars amid the glittering cosmic dust. How did you numb and suppress yourself so much that you abandoned all your pursuits and ambitions, and stamped your noble head into the mud? Really, we are all hundreds of years old. How much suffering have we endured? How much time and effort have we spent to reach the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage? Can't we strive for a higher level of spiritual pursuit? Can't we seek some excitement that has never been experienced before and make a splash in a place that is incomparably deep and far away? Do we have to fight over things that have been fought over 108,000 times? We have to be like the Pangu clan, or are we simply going to die in the wind and be obliterated? Li Yao's voice grew louder, and his face became increasingly menacing. He gritted his teeth in fury. The crowd, whether cultivators or immortal cultivators, was struck dumb as if by lightning. Their expressions were vacant, and their eyes unfocused, their thoughts wandering to unknown places. Faced with such an enormous planet, and especially after the soul-stirring, life-threatening battle of the giants, everyone's hearts had been somewhat cleansed. Everything in the world had indeed become dull. I'm not targeting anyone, nor do I want to label everyone as cultivators or immortal cultivators, Li Yao said with a smile. In the past, I cared a lot about my identity as a cultivator. But now, I've figured it out. People are people. Human nature is the same. There's no need to distinguish between cultivators and immortal cultivators. The reason the soldiers of the Federation have stronger willpower is that we've known from the beginning that there are vaster worlds beyond the Federation. Our mission is to march into the universe. Our world is open, and our path is clear. That's why we are more united within the Federation. All our ambitions and strength have turned into the blades of war. But for the warriors of the old empire, they believed they had occupied the entire universe, making it impossible for them to explore or conquer the outside world. As a result, their minds gradually became sealed, along with the universe. How could they hide their frustration and desperation other than by savaging their compatriots? If the same person were to live in the Federation's environment, he might become an aggressive, high-spirited cultivator. However, if he were to live in the closed and self-mutilating environment of the old empire, he would have no choice but to become a selfish, timid immortal cultivator. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't be able to survive and grow up. What we are going to do today, including what we just did, is to dig a hole in the shell of the boundless darkness of the Pangu universe, to find a bright path, and to determine the direction in which human civilization will soar in the next 1,000,000 years. Only in this way can we carve out a golden path in our gradually closed hearts, so that each of us can understand why we are alive, what we are pursuing, what we aim to achieve, what legacy we wish to leave behind, and how we can live a happy life. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Really. I don't want to fight with you over power, strength, heritage, or the ultimate treasures of the ancient era. It's boring, really boring. I don't care how many ultimate treasures we will find in the exploration of the mausoleum of God. In my view, if my words can touch the heart of any fellow cultivator and remind you of your purest intentions, and if you can aspire to higher pursuits and dreams, those will be the real ultimate treasures. If most of the fellow cultivators here can be moved and bring back hundreds of such ultimate treasures, our civilization will have hope. Having said that, Li Yao stared at all the nascent soul stage and divinity transformation stage cultivators on the screen. His eyes were so passionate and full of expectation that most people, including Li Hai, dared not look at them directly. They all lowered their heads, but their chests were expanding uncontrollably due to the surging blood. At the beginning, when they broke through the atmosphere for the first time and stood among the brilliant stars, they had been gazing at the universe. Li Yao's words made everyone think for a long time. It seemed that the entire exploration fleet was being tempered in the furnace of the universe. Li Yao fell asleep, too. He spent an hour repairing his damaged cells and muscles. When he woke up, every pore on his body seemed to be singing. A familiar and warm feeling came from his temples. Ding Lingdang was standing behind him, massaging him softly. Li Yao smiled. "Honey." Holding Ding Lingdang's wrist, he moaned in pleasure and closed his eyes, not wanting to get up. "Honey, you were so awesome just now," Ding Lingdang's voice was gentler than ever. "I can see that many fellow cultivators are deep in thought and greatly touched." "Is that so?" "Of course. I've been thinking about it for a long time, trying to find an opportunity to unintentionally say it, but I haven't had the chance to do it on purpose." Li Yao grinned. "I finally caught you today. That's why my husband is awesome," Ding Lingdang continued massaging Li Yao. "There is one thing I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me again, hubby? You are the one who said, after going through the competition of the Great Tao against planets, stars, supernovas, nebulas, stone belts, and cosmic storms, even the most beautiful and devastatingly beautiful women have become dull and uninteresting. They are nothing more than pink skeletons. Isn't that your original sentence? I didn't wrong you at all, did I? Explain. What do you mean by pink skeletons? Who are they? How are they dull and uninteresting? Explain yourself. Also, how did you compete with a supernova for the Great Tao? Come on, tell me." The pores that Li Yao had just opened all closed again. "No, no one. Isn't that just an example? There's no such thing as a pink skeleton, all right?" Li Yao stammered. "So, there is no specific, real pink skeleton, but you have experienced thousands of women and extracted their commonality, creating an abstract concept of a pink skeleton?" Ding Lingdang was deep in thought. "Yes. No. 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 There are not thousands of them. Not a single one. Only you, my dear wife." Li Yao's face was pale. "If you don't have any, who are you uninterested in?" Ding Lingdang blinked her watery eyes, full of curiosity. "Well, them," Li Yao said. "You just said that you didn't have any, and now you have them?" Ding Lingdang asked with a smile. "They don't exist. In the abstract sense, they are imaginary." Li Yao was exasperated. "So, in the abstract sense, you have tasted them in your imagination. Otherwise, how would you know that they are boring?" Ding Lingdang retorted. Li Yao had nothing to say. "Also, what's with the competition of the Great Tao between you and the planets, comets, and supernovas? After the competition, you are no longer interested in your dream girls anymore?" Ding Lingdang continued her attack. Li Yao was rendered speechless and gave up struggling. "Dear, you should know that I am not an unreasonable, jealous, or petty woman, and I have always supported your cause of exploring the sea of stars and conquering the universe, right? Ding Lingdang said gloomily. Of course, you are broad-minded and noble. You are an extraordinary woman who considers the world and even the universe to be your responsibility. That's what I like most about you. Seeing hope again, Li Yao hurriedly explained, that's right. I've decided to give you one last chance to answer my last question. As long as you tell me the answer I'm thinking of, I'll believe everything you say. Ding Lingdang smiled and asked, if I were to fall into a black hole at the same speed as a planet, would your first reaction be to save me or the planet? Li Yao's brain raced at high speed. 0.1 seconds later, he replied without hesitation, of course, we will save the planet first. Because you are such a tough woman. How can a black hole trap you? You wouldn't need me to save you at all. You'd blow up the black hole with one punch and walk out of it whistling. Besides, the black hole would be quite unlucky to run into you. If there was a road to heaven, it would have taken it. If there was a door to hell, it would have barged in and swallowed all kinds of cosmic bodies. Trying to swallow you would have dire consequences, too miserable to witness. Too miserable to witness. Congratulations, you are right. You know me best. Ding Lingdang's anger turned to joy. She pressed Li Yao's chest a few more times before patting it and said, get up. Empress Li has found something. So fast? Li Yao was invigorated and jumped up. Have they found the entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb? Perhaps it was because everything had come to an end, but after the life and death competition in the ancient giant's gravitational ring, the team of experts proceeded with their scanning and exploration very smoothly. They soon gathered a lot of astronomical parameters, both inside and outside the ancient giants, especially the orbital parameters of most satellites. It was relatively simple to find the entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb using satellite tracks. The Gold Throne, Heaven's Horizon, where the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor was located, was a world fragment of considerable size. Given the God's Tomb and a Black Tomb hidden deeper within, the scale and quality of the world fragment far exceeded everyone's expectations. When this supermassive world fragment emerged from the three-dimensional universe through a giant wormhole due to spatial discontinuity and instability, it temporarily melded with the space around the ancient giant. This meant that the ancient giant's satellite rotation system, which was already unstable, became even more so. Ancient giants exerted tremendous gravitational forces, and their satellites were similarly bound. The combined tidal forces of dozens of satellites formed numerous stable orbits over billions of years. The Gold Holy See had a weight and tidal force comparable to any satellite, essentially acting as a new satellite suddenly appearing in the periphery of the ancient star's gravity. This sudden appearance was bound to cause disruptions, interfering with the trajectories of one or more satellites. Satellites could deviate, collide, or even fall into the depths of the ancient giants, leading to catastrophic collisions and the release of vast amounts of energy. By calculating the orbital changes of the satellites and detecting the residues of spatial ripples and recent high-energy reactions, the uninvited guest could be located. The team of specialists took only 12 hours to identify 3 suspicious space zones. Li Linghai had left special feedback magical equipment in the tomb during his previous explorations. As long as he sent ripples of a special frequency to suspicious areas, he would receive a feeble response. In this way, the target would be further narrowed down. It was almost certain, here. In the video conference, Li Linghai summoned a 3D image, including many graphs and figures. It was an abnormal satellite with its own halo, not an aura, but a stone belt in the shape of a cloud that covered it and even extended to the surroundings, as if a material bridge had been built between it and the ancient star. This is the 13th satellite of the ancient star, a plain, solid planet. You've seen its irregular appearance, haven't you? It looks as though it has been gnawed by a dog. The enormous crater here has almost reached its core. Li Linghai pointed at Ancient 13 and said, generally speaking, such satellites with high density and slow rotations are unable to resist their own gravity. They are usually spherical. It's rare for them to be in the shape of an olive or even a straw hat, much less to be so severely damaged. The only explanation is that its appearance was not natural over the past billions of years, but that it suffered a serious collision recently. A smaller satellite or satellite fragment collided with it, leaving it in this miserable state. Do you see the cotton-like halo around it? This is another piece of solid evidence. It is not a natural halo formed by Ancient 13, but is caused by the debris and its own materials spouting from the previous collision. It won't be long before the debris is freed from the gravitational force and either falls into the ancient giant or flies into the distance, turning into cosmic dust. However, pay attention to this place. What are those raging material bridges? Are these the objects that ancient giants escaped from when they collided with their little brother? No, not likely. This area is still within the gravity range of Ancient 13. The gravitational pull exerted by the ancient giants is not as strong. Additionally, the physical bridges are not targeted at the ancient giants. The team of experts speculates that a high-density, high-mass, mysterious celestial body is very close to Ancient 13 and is competing for materials with it. The attraction between the two bodies is nearly equal, creating a stalemate. This is why such an unusual, material bridge exists. Now, fellow cultivators, you can draw a conclusion. The entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb must be near Ancient 13. Its sudden appearance altered the trajectories of Ancient 13 and several nearby satellites. One of the smaller satellites violently collided with Ancient 13, causing a catastrophic explosion. Ancient 13 lost a significant amount of material and formed a chaotic belt of stones and dust around it. The mass of the tomb generated a powerful attraction, forming a temporary, dual satellite system, with Ancient 13, competing for the escaped stones and dust. This exposure made it highly visible. At the very least, Ancient 13 serves as the brightest beacon for us to locate the entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb. This is the consensus of the expert team, and it has been endorsed by Li Linghai, who experienced it firsthand. The battle-hardened cultivators and immortal cultivators did not dispute the theory. What a harsh environment, Li Yao remarked, reviewing the astronomical parameters around the 13th satellite of the ancient planet. Why is the entrance to such a valuable treasure always hidden in the most extreme conditions? Why can't it appear in the most peaceful places? No matter how beautiful a place is, if a super high-quality space is forced in, the world will definitely change. Li Linghai said coldly, how are we going to find and lock onto the places that are peaceful and do not emit any furious radiation or particle streams? However, your concern is not entirely unfounded. Although the entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb has appeared in harsh environments in the past, none have been as severe as today's. We don't know the specific components of Ancient 13, nor do we know the intensity of the energy reaction when the two satellites collided. We don't know if the lethal radiation and particle streams have transformed into turbulence and swirls, or if Ancient 13 is about to collapse or even completely split and fall into the ancient giant star. If such a large satellite were to crash into the ancient giant star, I don't need to explain the consequences. The road ahead is dangerous, but we have no other options. Since we've come this far, fellow cultivators, there's no need for further words. Let's go and conquer everything in front of us. Chapter 30:10, The Supreme Battle Fortress is discovered. According to the operation plan, the entire exploration team was divided into two squads, one in the front and the other in the back. The first squad was tasked with exploring the space zone near Ancient 13th. The squad gathered the strongest elites, and naturally, Li Yao and Ding Lingdang were in the vanguard. As they approached the 13th satellite of the ancient star, the stardust in space grew denser. The average diameter and mass of the dust increased, gradually changing from the size of sand to that of fingernails, then to fists, and even skulls. Eventually, the dozens of starships in the first squad were surrounded by enormous meteoroids, ranging from 10 to hundreds of meters in diameter. These meteoroids were flying at extremely high speeds in random directions, resembling 108,000 headless flies. An unknown celestial body of extremely high mass must be nearby. It's only because of the gravitational pull that the meteoroids are flying in such chaos, Li Yao muttered to himself. He was an expert in navigating the starry sea, especially asteroid belts. He had faced many similar challenges in the past, but never such a perilous meteoroid field. Aside from the meteoroids, there were countless invisible dust particles and spiritual waves in space that could interfere with human cells and even souls. In Li Yao's telepathic thoughts, it was like a giant, colorful, and thick swirl. Boom! 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 The meteorite struck the spiritual shields of the starships brutally, shattering into pieces. The colorful flames vanished in an instant, like fleeting, hideous ghosts. Ancient 13 must have stored a lot of highly interfering, superradiant elements that were ejected during the collision of the two satellites and scattered in the vacuum. The cultivators who came into contact with it all felt their blood boiling, and the spiritual energy inside their bodies behaving strangely. In the terminology of ancient cultivators, this place was a typical, fierce place. The magnetic fields of humans had been jammed and suppressed to a minimum. It was definitely not a suitable place for combat. Therefore, they had to leave quickly, maintaining a high level of concentration. Li Yao also wanted to leave the vicinity of Ancient 13, but bam. A dense, hard meteorite had breached the spiritual shield of his starship and struck its hull. According to the image captured by the crystal camera, the meteorite was in the shape of a human. Someone is outside. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. The hair on his body stood on end like spears. In such a desolate place, rarely visited by people, amidst the rushing meteoroids and cosmic dust, a man was floating and crashing into their starship? Li Yao suddenly jumped up. Before his feet left the ground, his crystal suit had covered his toes. Several other starships also hit or scanned the human-shaped objects. For a moment, ear-splitting alarms echoed throughout the entire exploration fleet. However, the human-shaped objects took no further action. After being deflected by the starships, they simply drifted away. Some were even shattered by the reinforced plate armor and spiritual shields, but they showed no signs of aggression. Li Yao was quick enough to catch a human-shaped object with the artificial arms on the starship's hull before the object was blown away. He went to the disinfective recycling capsule in person to examine the mysterious humanoid object. After applying more than 10 times the pressure, the atomized disinfectant sprayed out, washing away any viruses and bacteria the mysterious humanoid object might have carried. Li Yao approached cautiously. He released his telepathic thoughts and a few remote puppets to investigate, discovering it was a crystal suit. However, the person inside the crystal suit was already dead. Since the crystal suit was made of super-strong ceramics and special ceramics, its density and hardness far exceeded those of common meteoroids. Naturally, it was not something a spiritual shield could crush easily, nor something a meteoroid could penetrate easily. Despite the toughness and absorptive qualities of the crystal suit, it could not absorb the impact of a meteoroid. If a meteorite weighing dozens of tons crashed into it, even if the suit was not shattered, the immense impact would still shatter the Exo's bones and turn his internal organs into a pool of blood. Li Yao carefully dissected the Exo's crystal suit. The Exo collapsed like a snail that had lost its shell. After confirming that his soul was gone and he was beyond revival, Li Yao had a professional doctor perform a thorough dissection to ensure that his brain and internal organs were completely shattered and that he had suffered fatal radiation when his crystal suit's spiritual shield collapsed. That was the cause of his death. According to the state of his body and the rate of cell decay, he had been killed 7 to 10 days ago. Judging from the quality of his crystal suit and the armbands and emblems on his mustard suit, it was not hard to guess the identity of the exo who had died in the vacuum. He was a soldier of the old Sanctuary Alliance, stationed on one of the 5 supreme fortresses. In other words, he was a subordinate of Qingchen. There were more than one such bodies. Li Linghai, Boss Bai, and Long Yangjun starship had retrieved many other bodies as well. The autopsy results were almost identical. All the soldiers from the 5 supreme fortresses had perished in this place 7 to 10 days ago. This indicated that Qingchen had arrived at the Supreme Battle Fortress 7 to 10 days ago and had located the entrance to the tomb precisely. However, he seemed to have undergone a mutation and suffered a significant loss. The deeper they ventured into the ancient 13th, the more corpses they encountered from the 5 supreme fortresses. Not only were there intact bodies in crystal suits, but there were also those who had been frozen in ice before they could don their crystal suits. These latter bodies were extremely fragile and would be shattered by the slightest touch from a spiritual shield. Li Yao felt a deep sorrow for them and sighed. Aside from the bodies, there was also a lot of debris from space shuttles and escape capsules, as well as enormous fragments over 100 meters in diameter. According to Xiao Ming and Wenwen, these were all parts of the most important main structure of the 5 supreme fortresses. The amount of debris was growing larger, which was quite alarming. We are almost at our destination. Qingchen's team could show up at any moment. Be prepared for a level 1 battle. Li Linghai issued the order, not daring to be careless. Right then, almost all the starships detected a dense area of meteoroids ahead. Many metal reactions were noted, suggesting the presence of one or several artificial celestial bodies. The spiritual shields of all the starships glowed more brightly than before. Auxiliary power units protruded from the hollows around the starships' hulls. A large number of space shuttles, crystal suits, and even giant god soldiers emerged from the hangars one after another. The main guns were charged to their maximum spiritual energy, ready to unleash thunderous attacks at any moment. The people, who had recently fought a prolonged battle against the ancient giant star, were more united than ever, with their fighting spirit soaring. Under the cover of nearly 100 main guns, Li Yao and Ding Lingdang led a dozen giant god soldiers to investigate. Deep within the shattered meteorite belt, the star fortress slowly revealed its grotesque form, resembling an enormous head. Its features blended human and prehistoric traits, making it unclear whether it was human, god, or demon. It was indeed Fortress Thick Earth, one of the 5 supreme fortresses. However, the fortress no longer appeared as formidable as when it attacked Empyrean Terminus. There was no longer any brilliance or ferocity. It looked like a desiccated skull. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang exchanged a glance in the video, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. It was unlikely to be a trick by Qingchen, as no spiritual waves were detected from the fortress. This indicated that one of the most brutal star fortresses in human history was either paralyzed or destroyed. Restarting such a super fortress and completing all preparations would take at least 3 to 4 days. After flying around the fortress, they soon found the cause of death. On the side of the fortress facing Ancient 13, there was a hole several kilometers long, with countless cracks radiating outward. Almost all the materials, including fuel and crew members, were spewing from the holes. There might have been serial explosions, too, which burned the interior of the fortress into a black, empty shell. A giant meteoroid seems to be embedded deep inside the fortress. There might be more than one. Li Yao extended his telepathic thoughts and sneaked into the fortress. After scanning for a while, he concluded that the meteoroid must have pierced through the spiritual shield in the fortress's shell, cutting into the core engine furnace as if it were tofu, triggering an irreparable explosion. The dead bodies floating nearby, the burnt debris, and the scrap were also telling the story of what had happened. And this was far from the end. Soon, they discovered the debris of a second star fortress nearby. This time, it was Fiery Castle. The Inferno Fortress, which had been burning like a star, was no longer able to emit any light or heat. Unlike Fortress of Earth, which had an intact body, it had been torn into more than 100 giant pieces of debris, beating helplessly against Xian'er due to the gravitational force of Ancient 13 and the entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb. Most of the crew members were vaporized at the moment of the explosion or sprayed into the unknown, falling into an endless hell in the form of ice blocks. Although they were enemies, the two supreme fortresses, representing the best technology of mankind, had been crushed and savaged by the force of nature. Everybody in the exploration fleet was left speechless. As more debris was discovered, the reason for the failure of the two supreme fortresses also became clear. Although the meteoroid torrents around Ancient 13th were fierce and the cosmic dust was filled with lethal radiation, it was no match for the impregnable Supreme Battle Fortress. Perhaps, this was why Qingchen was so confident and dared to rush into the area without thoroughly scanning and calculating the astronomical parameters. Unfortunately, his luck was too bad. Judging from the mass of the meteoroids that struck the fortress and the terrible damage they inflicted, it was likely that Qingchen's fleet had been caught in the collision between Ancient 13th and another satellite. The impact caused the smaller, less dense satellite to shatter into billions of meteoroids with extremely high initial velocity and momentum. Even Ancient 13th lost a significant portion of its mass, with incalculable materials burning furiously and transforming into streams of high-energy particles. Combined with the intense radiation, this force pummeled Qingchen's fleet. No matter how robust the spiritual shield and composite armor of the Supreme Battle Fortress were, they could not withstand such a violent and ferocious onslaught. It was as if two massive vortices had collided, and the five supreme fortresses were mere dry leaves caught in the chaos. How could they not be torn to pieces? The spiritual shield was shattered, the iron hull fragmented, and ammunition and fuel exploded one after another, creating a terrifying spectacle. Is this Qingchen's end? Li Yao sighed inwardly, but he did not lower his guard. No. Given Qingchen's caution, he wouldn't have gathered all five supreme fortresses even if he ventured into the unfamiliar asteroid belt. There are only two remnants of the Supreme Battle Fortress here. Where are the other three Supreme Battle Fortresses? Have they already entered the entrance of the Supreme Emperor's tomb, or are they hiding nearby, preparing to ambush us with the help of intense spiritual interference and radiation turbulence? The interference is so intense, and the radiation is so deadly. Even I don't dare to be exposed to the vacuum for too long without protection. If Qingchen were to fight here, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Is he that crazy? Li Yao pondered. For some reason, there was a prick deep inside his brain, as if something significant was about to happen. Under Li Linghai's command, part of the warriors and magical equipment experts boarded the small carriers and prepared to enter the completely paralyzed fortress to collect the files from the crystal processors inside. It would be ideal if they could find valuable data, such as Qingchen's logbook. Additionally, all the starships had released numerous self-driving probe magical equipment. Crystals and crystal chips were carved into them, and their glittering eyes pierced deep into the edge of the gravitational field of Ancient 13 in search of the mysterious, high-mass unknown celestial bodies. Li Yao did not participate in the two tasks. He gazed at the furious sea of stars outside and racked his brain. What is Qingchen up to? He should know that his secret won't be kept for long. After his fleet sets off, our main force will certainly catch up to him. Besides, we have combined most of the forces of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Holy Alliance. His five supreme fortresses are definitely no match for us. Li Yao muttered to himself, so, if I were Qingchen, how would I stop the pursuers? If I were. I am. A lot of stars were gathering in his eyes. He was about to set a fatal trap. Found it. At that moment, cheers echoed through the communication channel. We've found the entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb. What? Li Yao's eyes burst with colorful brilliance, interrupting his meditation. Shwa. 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 Dozens of 3D light beams were reactivated, linking to the remote video conference with hundreds of experts. Despite Empress Dowager Li Linghai's shrewdness, she could not conceal her joy and showed the experts the image data the probe crystal cameras had just transmitted. The first image was captured using visible light. At first glance, the dark, deep vacuum appeared empty except for catkins and dust belts swirling like clouds. Only by channeling all his spiritual energy into his eyes and under Li Linghai's guidance could Li Yao discern an almost transparent dot amid the brilliant dust. As the probe crystal camera flew closer, the dot gradually enlarged and became clearer and purer. All the experts, including Li Yao, felt a strange sensation. They had never seen such an unusual celestial body. It didn't look like a natural planet at all, but like a pearl, no, 100 times purer and more transparent than a pearl. It resembled a frozen tear, a clear glass, or an amber that remained pristine after billions of years of erosion. It was something that should not exist in the universe. Scanning the tear with the special crystal cameras that could detect invisible light and various radiation, the tear appeared even more splendid. Millions of colors blended and wriggled slowly, as if alive, without releasing any energy to the outside world. Mirror. The word popped into the minds of many experts. Yes. The entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb was like a mirror, shaped into an absolutely precise sphere. It reflected all the nearby radiation and brilliance coldly, even mirroring the entire universe. Under Li Linghai's remote control, a crystal eye slowly flew towards the tomb's entrance. The closer it flew, the more anxious the experts became. It's impossible. The data from the crystal camera shocked all the astronomers and spiritual energy scientists. They felt that the solid building they had constructed over their lifetimes was collapsing. The crystal camera was now less than 500 kilometers from the tomb's entrance. At this close distance, it could calculate that the mirror-like ball was no more than 10 kilometers in diameter. However, it possessed a mass equal to that of Ancient 13, a giant satellite over 5,000 kilometers in diameter. In fact, its mass was even higher than Ancient 13's, as it was drawing a lot of material from the gravitational ring of Ancient 13 and sending it to its surroundings in the form of a material bridge, creating a dreamy gauze and ripples. Despite being less than 1/10,000th the size of Ancient 13, its mass was much higher, theoretically making its density tens of thousands of times greater than Ancient 13. But this was impossible, because Li Linghai had clearly entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor before, where the gravity was quite normal, maintained in the most comfortable range for humans. Although some unknown elements had been collected, the density was not very high. What was even stranger was that any celestial body in the universe, even non-real celestial bodies like wormholes, would release radiation continuously as long as they existed in the universe for a second. Yet, at such a short distance, the crystal camera failed to detect any radiation waves. How was this possible? Of course, the black hole would not release any radiation or information to the outside world. If it did, the black hole would not be detected by most methods, nor would it be seen by human beings. The environment inside the black hole is not suitable for anyone. Before humans reach the center, they would be torn into long strands by the immense force. The Mausoleum of Emperors is definitely not a black hole. It is an existence even more mysterious and inexplicable. At the very least, none of the laws of the Pangu universe can explain it. The crystal camera was just 100 kilometers from the tomb's entrance. At this distance, it was no longer a mirror but a gateway facing the entire Pangu universe toward an unknown world. 80 kilometers, 60 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, the final 10 meters, 0 distance, the probe's crystal camera made contact with the tomb's entrance. For a moment, the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor seemed to come alive. Dozens of threads, seemingly made of mercury, suddenly rose from the transparent surface and enveloped the probe's crystal camera like a blossoming flower. The mercury quickly multiplied and spread. Soon, the probe's crystal camera was entirely covered. Then, like two drops of water merging, they completely fused. Most of the information transmission from the crystal camera was cut off. It seemed to have sunk into a mysterious ocean. Occasionally, some information was sent back, but it was all incomprehensible gibberish. Is it alive? Although it was very unprofessional, a relatively young astronomer, speaking on behalf of everyone, exclaimed, "It is swallowing." It is not alive, but the entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor is indeed highly organized and purposeful. You may consider it to be a piece of stellar magical equipment refined by an ancient civilization, always under the control of the other half of Fuxi, Li Linghai explained. There's one more thing I want you to pay attention to. It is not a real celestial body but an entrance. I've seen things over 10 kilometers long inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, such as the most brilliant fortresses and super carriers of the Star Ocean Imperium. If those things were not dismantled and transported inside, it means the entrance can expand and swallow objects dozens of times larger than itself. Have you tried to analyze the materials of the entrance? One of the materials scientists asked. At least in the Pangu universe, we have never found such marvelous materials. They are like mercury with life. I tried, but unfortunately, I failed, Li Linghai said. I used the most cutting-edge equipment of the Star Ocean Imperium and employed dozens of conventional metal analysis methods, but I've never been able to collect even a speck of material from the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. I call the mercury-like material Mithril. It seems to be alive. When it is soft, it can be 10,000 times softer than water. When it is hard, it can be 10,000 times harder than steel. During our previous explorations, we had limited time and could not make any further attempts. I hope our operation will go well and all the secrets will be revealed. Chapter 30:12, Stupid Trap. Of course. The best experts and adventure teams from the entire Pangu universe had been gathered for the exploration. They were far more sophisticated than when Li Linghai was alone. The experts and scholars were confident that they could solve the riddle that Li Linghai could not. Everyone was rubbing their hands, eager to pass through the Mithril Ball and enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. But Li Yao was still frowning. He had a bad feeling. The entrance of the Supreme Emperor tomb is so close to where the two supreme fortresses collapsed. But there are no traces of the other three supreme fortresses around the tomb entrance. What does it mean? Li Yao mumbled to himself. The extremely dangerous stars in his eyes gathered again. When all the stars collided and triggered fatal flames, his face changed completely. He jumped up and shouted at the top of his voice, "Stop! Stop the exploration into the Deep Earth Fortress. Everyone, retreat. Retreat from the Deep Earth Fortress and the debris of the Inferno Fortress. Prepare for the first-degree battle. The enemy might show up at any moment." The experts and the expedition team were still reveling in the ecstasy of finding the ancient tomb's entrance. Everyone was analyzing and calculating the data transmitted by the probe crystal cameras with full concentration. Li Yao's roar startled them slightly, but they did not react quickly. What? Hurry up and put on the mustard suit, crystal suit, giant soldier, and all the defensive magical equipment you can find. Li Yao's excitement made his voice almost twist. Get as far away from those two wretched supreme fortresses as possible. Although they did not know what was going on, everyone had an almost instinctive trust in Li Yao's instincts as an expert in the soul-splitting stage. Before they realized what was happening, their bodies had reflexively activated all kinds of defensive magical equipment from their cosmos rings. The exploration team that was attempting to enter the Deep Earth battlesuit also paused temporarily. This action saved many lives. 1 minute after Li Yao finished speaking, all the starships detected a terrifying high-energy reaction deep within the lifeless fortress. The super space fortress, on the verge of destruction, still had the strength to struggle. Part of the fuel and ammunition that had not yet exploded were violently detonated. The fortress's remains immediately transformed into a swirl of destruction, changing from a lifeless gray to a dazzling orange. Flames resembling magma spurted out from the narrow, long cracks and swept everything nearby with streams of high-energy particles. Then, it turned into an enormous light ball, suddenly expanding to hundreds of kilometers. In the vacuum of space, the blast was not very threatening. However, after the entire star fortress shattered, countless pieces rushed out at high speed, like a storm of bullets. Not only the thick Earth fortress, but the debris of the broken Inferno fortress also exploded, creating countless terrifying obstacles for the exploration fleet and on their path forward. There was no way so much fuel and ammunition could have been left on the fortress's remains and exploded simultaneously unless someone had deliberately planted a lot of crystal bombs on the debris. It was a trap that Qingchen had set up on purpose. While the collision between the two satellites had indeed destroyed the two supreme fortresses, with Qingchen's ruthlessness and madness, how could he let 2/5 of his combat capability be lost without taking action? On a brutal battlefield, it was a common tactic to hide highly sensitive crystal bombs beneath the enemy's dead bodies to turn them into booby traps. He did not expect that Qingchen would be insane enough to make 2 super-large booby traps out of the dead bodies of the 2 supreme fortresses. Thankfully, Li Yao reacted intuitively at the last moment and stopped the exploration team members from entering the fortress. He also asked everyone, especially the experts and scholars who were not good at fighting, to activate their defensive magical equipment. Otherwise, the explosion of the debris from the 2 supreme fortresses would have been enough to wipe out hundreds of elite members of the exploration team and hundreds of irreplaceable experts. Even now, the earth-shaking explosions and the storm of bullets were still a major nuisance for the exploration fleet. The lead carrier was almost riddled with holes because of the debris. Even though the crew members on board had put on their crystal suits and picked up their superalloy shields in time, they still felt the world was spinning and their internal organs were on fire. Li Yao and the other exploration starships in the periphery were also hit by the burning debris. Their spiritual shields were flashing violently, consuming a lot of precious energy. Some were even knocked off their trajectories and fell into the densest and fiercest area of the meteoroid. The mainframe crystal processors of all the starships were issuing ear-splitting alarms, one after another, indicating that countless debris and meteorites were about to hit the starships and that it was impossible to avoid them. Boom! 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 The debris and meteoroids hit the starship shells one after another, raising spectacular energy flowers. The atmosphere inside the cabin was quite depressing. Everyone knew that Qingchen's plan was not so simple. Since he was willing to build such a large-scale trap with the debris of the 2 supreme battle fortresses, he must have many other tricks up his sleeve. As he expected. At the periphery of Ancient 13, where the meteorites were densest, almost 1,000 dazzling pillars of light darted close like spears, catching the exploration fleet unprepared. Then, a star fortress, long and narrow like a saber, dashed out of the darkness and slashed at the exploration fleet. It was the Sharpened Gold Fortress, the strongest of the 5 supreme fortresses. Behind the exploration fleet, also concealed by the meteoroids and furious radiation, a deep blue star fortress, looking like a blurred mist, quickly condensed and floated to the surface, shining with a charming and sinister brilliance. It was the Battle Fortress Phantom Sea, one of the 5 supreme fortresses, excelling in stealth and mental attacks. The 2 fortresses attacked the exploration fleet from the front and the back. They did not conceal themselves and did not calculate any route of retreat. Instead, they charged at the exploration fleet unstoppably at the highest speed, unleashing the fiercest bombardment. Space shuttles and crystal suits were also released from the two supreme fortresses, swarming like thick swarms, trying to draw close to the exploration fleet under the cover of cannon fire and meteoroids in the most chaotic and time-consuming boarding battle. Has Qingchen, gone mad? Li Yao's eyes were wide open, watching the absurd scene. He had no idea what was on Qingchen's mind at all. Though the 5 supreme fortresses were impressive, the culmination of thousands of years of the Holy Alliance's resources and technology, ultimately, they were only 5 units with a singular function. Modern warfare was more complicated and precise than ever, emphasizing cooperation and system. To bring out the best performance of the supreme battle fortresses, countless divine shields, arsenals, and giant god soldiers were needed. Qingchen had none of them. Even the maintenance and operation of the supreme battle fortress were not very satisfactory. What was even more critical was that this ferocious place had fierce meteoroid torrents and an extremely chaotic magnetic field. The larger a piece of super-large magical equipment was, the more intense the spiritual energy reaction, and the more it would be affected. Wasn't Qingchen afraid he would suffer the same fate as the Fortress of Earth and the Fortress of Fire, leading to their collapse and obliteration among the stardust? Although Li Yao and Li Linghai's exploration fleet did not carry the most powerful super arsenals, they had over 100 of them. Naturally, they were not scared of Qingchen's final struggle. If he was willing to show up and court his own death, it would save everyone a lot of trouble. You think you can trap us with such a simple trap? Such childish ideas are not your style, Qingchen. Li Yao mumbled to himself. Then he heard Li Linghai's command over the communication channel. Giant soldiers, move out, swish. 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 Led by Ding Linghai, over 100 giant god soldiers were deployed to the battlefield. They turned into streaks of colorful light and charged at the 2 supreme fortresses ahead and behind, under the cover of their own cannons. For the enormous and cumbersome star fortresses, the giant god soldiers were their natural enemies. Once they infiltrated the body of an enemy giant god soldier, they would render it as helpless as a large, clumsy elephant with its nose dug out by a small mouse. The only way to prevent the infiltration by enemy soldiers was to use their own soldiers. However, according to the information gathered by Xiao Ming and Wen Wan, the number of giant god soldiers that Qingchen and the 5 supreme battle fortresses took away was not large, there were definitely no more than 10 of them. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance were never best known for their individual combat ability. The tactics of their giant god soldiers were rigid, and they lacked a distinctive personal style, making it very easy to figure out their pattern. Even in the counterattack of the Imperium, they were not at a disadvantage when outnumbered by the immortal cultivators. Now, they were suppressed by the coalition army of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance. As expected, in the next half hour, a one-sided slaughter took place in the stone belts outside the gravitational ring of Gu 13. The exos and armed shuttles released by the 2 supreme fortresses did not have the giant god soldiers as their core. Thus, they were barely able to fight back when attacked by Ding Lingdang and the other crystal suits. Ding Lingdang's Great Fire Dragon Sparrow, Boss Bai's Extraterrestrial Pirate, Long Yangjun's Crystal, and dozens of blazing giant god soldiers effortlessly tore apart the spiritual shield and the airtight gate of the warehouse of the supreme battle fortress. They marched forward and started a massacre. With the intrusion and destruction by the giant god soldiers, especially the devastation of the enemy's defense array, the spiritual shields on the surface of the 2 supreme fortresses immediately dimmed, revealing shocking holes that looked like rotten black spots. The storm-like attacks also became sparse. One turret after another was demolished mercilessly by the giant soldier gods. The giant soldier that Qingchen took away did not appear in the battle. Inside the 2 supreme fortresses, there was barely any force that could stop Ding Lingdang and the other experts. They pierced through the plate armor and cabin walls as if tearing through paper. The two supreme fortresses have been completely suppressed by us. Ding Lingdang shouted in the communication channel, not entirely satisfied. The combat ability of the enemy is much weaker than we imagined. So far, we haven't found a single giant god soldier of the enemy, nor have we found enough crystal suits. It's as if Qingchen took away 50% of the combat ability of the two supreme fortresses in advance. Be careful, Li Yao warned. I have a vague feeling that something is not right. There's no reason for Qingchen to push out the remaining two supreme fortresses for nothing after losing two of them in the collision of heaven and earth. Watch out that he turns the battle fortress Phantom Sea, and the sharpened gold fortress into powerful bombs and activates the self-destruction system of the supreme fortresses, hoping to perish together with you. I know. I won't let him, Ding Lingdang burst into laughter. The supreme battle fortress is not a real bomb. The so-called self-detonation system is not designed to kill the enemy on a large scale. Even if Qingchen detonates all the fuel and ammunition of the two supreme battle fortresses, the blast would not travel far in the vacuum. The radiation and high-energy particle streams alone would not have been enough to deal serious damage to the giant god soldier. Sacrificing two supreme battle fortresses for nothing, just to cause skin injuries to dozens of giant god soldiers? Is Qingchen that stupid? Rest assured. We will not enter the core areas of the two supreme fortresses, especially their arsenals and fuel tanks. We will keep a safe distance from them. Whatever tricks Qingchen has up his sleeve, we will cruise on the surface of the supreme fortress and knock out its firing points and defense arrays one by one. Once all the firepower points, turrets, defense arrays, and power units on the surface of the warship have been destroyed, so that it is unable to attack, dodge, or run away, we will retreat immediately and let the warship concentrate its fire from a distance, slowly wearing down its defense. No matter how thick its armor, it won't be able to resist for long. The only problem right now is that the battle between us has disrupted the balance of the spiritual energy. The torrents of meteoroids and the interference of the magnetic field seem even more furious and disordered, as if an unprecedented thunderstorm is brewing. Is this Qingchen's purpose, not to rely on the two supreme fortresses but to annihilate us with the power of nature, so that we suffer the same fate as the fortress of earth and the fortress of fire? Li Yao thought of something. It was the only possibility. Otherwise, with the incomplete combat systems of the two supreme fortresses, which did not even carry any giant god soldiers, they would be no match for the hundreds of giant god soldiers in the exploration fleet. Qingchen was well aware of that. Then, what if he borrowed the strength of Ancient 13? For example, he could create another collision of the heaven and earth on the Ancient 13, which would crush the Ancient 13, whose structure was already very fragile, and trigger a tide of matter, magnetic fields, radiation, and high-energy particle streams. Theoretically, this could indeed engulf the entire exploration fleet and all the giant god soldiers. The real question, however, was how Qingchen could blow up Ancient 13, a satellite more than 5,000 kilometers in diameter. Unless Qingchen had the ability to drill a hole in the crust of Ancient 13 in advance and fill it with an astronomical number of crystal bombs, it would be impossible for him to shatter Ancient 13 during the explosion. This was impossible. Qingchen had only arrived 7 to 10 days ago and had neither the time nor the crystal bombs to carry out such an absurd strategy. Even so, with Li Yao's reminder, Li Linghai still increased the surveillance between the battlefield and Ancient 13 to ensure that no anomalies were overlooked. The astronomical parameters of the stone belts, the speed of the meteoroids, the density of the cosmic dust, and the intensity of the electromagnetic interference, were all under high surveillance. So far, although the interference intensity and the density of the cosmic dust had caused significant damage to the spiritual shield and the power unit of the starship, it was still manageable. Qingchen's two supreme fortresses, on the other hand, gradually slowed down and began spinning in an irregular pattern. It was clear that Ding Lingdang and the other giant god soldiers had blown up the main fortresses, resulting in an imbalance of power output. The two supreme fortresses were like hippos and rhinos with broken legs. No matter how thick their leather armor, how powerful their impact, or how sharp their front teeth and horns, they were doomed. Bright fireballs were simultaneously erupting on the surface of the two supreme fortresses. Even the last bit of their spiritual shield, as thin as a cicada's wing, was gone, revealing their pale and twisted plate armor. Cheers echoed inside the communication channel. It turned out that Ding Lingdang and the other experts had successfully completed the task of breaking the main gun, the main defense array, and the main power unit. In the next moment, although the exploration fleet was small in size, the agile, fast-firing attack starships could swarm forward like piranhas and tear apart the two paralyzed giants. But Li Yao's frown deepened. The ugly, malicious, deep, and crazy face of Lu Qingchen appeared in his mind again. Loud thunder, small rain. Lu Qingchen, oh Lu Qingchen, did you spend so much time and effort to set up such a trap, sacrificing two supreme fortresses and countless puppets, just to buy us more time? Li Yao found it impossible to believe. Lu Qingchen was someone who would summon all his will and wisdom to fight to the end, even when a wisp of his remaining soul had been captured by Fushi. How could he declare his abandonment with such a suicidal, idiotic tactic? Where was the Supreme Battle Fortress and the Withering Wood Fortress hidden? If Lu Qingchen had already entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, there would be no need for him to bring such a huge fortress with him. So, was the fortress hiding somewhere to ambush them? However, even if the Supreme Battle Fortress joined the battlefield, it could not reverse the situation. Cold sweat appeared on Li Yao's forehead. Did you find any abnormal high-energy reactions between the battlefield and the Ancient 13? I mean, traces of the Withering Wood Fortress? He raised his voice and asked Li Linghai. No. We've sent out almost all the crystal cameras to monitor every inch of the space between the battlefield and the Ancient 13th. Even if a starship is hiding somewhere, we would still find it, not to mention the enormous star fortress. Li Linghai's voice was full of confusion and uneasiness, too. It was a weird battle. Lu Qingchen's traps were too simple and weak. Was that all he could do against the 5 supreme fortresses, or? Right then, they both heard the ear-splitting alarms. The unusual super-high-energy reaction was discovered, and the last fortress appeared, but not in the dense meteoroid belts in front and behind them, nor in the dark vacuum between the meteoroid belts and the Ancient 13th. Instead, it was in the space between the Ancient 13th and the Ancient Star, closer to the gravitational ring of the Ancient Star. In the fierce battle a few hours ago, everyone's attention had been drawn to the Fortress Phantom Sea and the Fortress Sharp Gold. Even Li Yao and Li Linghai, who suspected something was amiss, had focused all their attention between the stone belts and the Ancient 13th. They feared Lu Qingchen was planning to use the Ancient 13th, but none of them noticed the side of the ancient giant. It wasn't until this moment, when the Withering Wood Fortress unleashed its strongest spiritual energy and spewed magnificent exhaust flames thousands of kilometers long, that its high-energy reaction was detected by the exploration fleet. Schwa! 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 Countless monitoring crystal cameras turned to the ancient star, capturing thousands of pictures from various angles and assembling a soul-stirring and unbelievable scene. The Withering Wood Fortress was the strangest of the 5 supreme fortresses. It did not seem to be made of metal, instead, it appeared to have been refined by the Quafu clan in the primeval era, with vines as thick as boas covering its surface. But now, these vines were embedded into a giant meteoroid, tying it to the fortress. The distance was too great for him to accurately determine the meteoroid's diameter and mass. However, judging by its size compared to the Withering Wood Fortress, the ratio was at least 10 to 1. The meteoroid, 10 times larger than the Withering Wood Fortress, was not a meteoroid at all, but an asteroid. From the beginning, the Withering Wood Fortress had been bound to the planet, quietly floating in the periphery of the ancient star's gravitational field. It had even entered the ancient star's gravity well, slowly falling toward it. Since the surface of the Withering Wood Fortress was covered with unusual materials that were neither metal nor iron, it was extremely difficult to detect using metal-detecting magical equipment. Additionally, with such a large meteorite as cover, no one had expected it to be hiding in this location. It was not until the Sharp Gold Fortress and the Phantom Ocean Fortress emerged from the darkness, drawing the attention of over 90% of the exploration fleet's firepower, computational power, and probe magical equipment, that the Withering Wood Fortress activated its main power unit. It then spurted out the strongest exhaust flames, propelling the meteoroid, 10 times its size, to accelerate toward the ancient giant. "Stop it!" Li Yao and Li Linghai's roars echoed inside the cockpit of every starship. Although they did not understand why Qingchen would sacrifice the dry wood fortress and push a huge meteoroid toward the ancient star instead of ancient 13th, which had a weaker structure and smaller mass, Li Yao, Li Linghai, and all the experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage were alarmed. Qingchen was not talking nonsense. What they saw was definitely his sharpest killing move. Time was of the essence. Qingchen had considered every detail and even captured their subtle thoughts precisely. He calculated that the exploration fleet would focus their attention on the two fortresses named Phantom Ocean and Sharpen Gold and Ancient 13th, and they would not notice the vast vacuum on one side of the ancient star at all. It made sense now that he thought about it. The ancient giants were the kings of the planetary families. Although they had suffered heavy losses in the two supernova explosions and were in an active period when their structure was extremely unstable, they were still not something the insignificant human fortresses could shake. Thus, none of the rapid attack starships were deployed near the gravity field of the ancient giants to stop the furious advance of the drywood fortress. In the blink of an eye, thousands of colorful beams of light were released from the hundreds of fast-attack starships and shot toward the drywood fortress. However, they were too far away. When the furious energy exceeded the effective range, the magnetic field under their control soon dissipated. The fatal beams of light were scattered and blurred. Even if they could hit the drywood battle fortress, the Supreme Battle Fortress was known for its thick skin and high defensive capabilities. Just now, when Ding Lingdang invaded the fortress with dozens of giant god soldiers, it took her several hours to destroy the defense system. The fortress's iron-like plate armor had not been completely torn open yet, and from such a long distance, spiritual energy weapons were merely tickling the plate armor of the drywood battle fortress. As for physical weapons like spiritual bullets and space torpedoes, they were too far away and too slow to catch up with the drywood fortress. Besides, even if they did, so what? So what if the drywood fortress was riddled with holes from the bombardment of light beams and explosive bullets? So what if it completely collapsed? Its acceleration had reached its limit, and it resonated strongly with the gravitational field of the ancient planet. It was like an unstoppable tide that had returned to the ocean, and nothing could stop it. Li Yao, Li Linghai, Li Jialing, Boss Bai, Long Yangjun, Ding Lingdang, all the experts could do nothing but watch as thousands of spears of light exploded at the rear end of the drywood fortress, raising clusters of brilliant fireworks. These explosions seemed to add a few points of acceleration to the fortress, propelling the meteoroid it was pushing forward. In the end, the meteoroid turned into a red light and pierced into the hydrogen dash, helium dash, and methane-rich atmosphere of the ancient giant. The point of impact for the drywood fortress was one of the most conspicuous, Great Red Spot, on the ancient giant. The Great Red Spot is the largest cyclone in the atmosphere of the ancient giant, with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers. It is the most magnificent and intense weather phenomenon among all planets with atmospheres. Since the atmosphere of the ancient giants contained a lot of red phosphorus and methane, the high-speed friction of the tornadoes would release a burning redness. Therefore, if observed from orbit, they looked like bloody mouths all over the ancient giants. Pushing the meteoroid into such a bloody mouth was like a bug landing in a swamp. At first, there was not even the tiniest splash. That's it? Li Yao and the other experts looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what the strategy was. If the Supreme Battle Fortress was pushed to the Ancient 13th, it was possible that the structure of the Ancient 13th would be completely altered during the fierce collision. The furious energy stored in the core of the Ancient 13th would be activated, creating a new, great collision of heaven and earth. But attacking the ancient giant, the Great Red Spot, would be like tickling a dinosaur with a blade of grass. There would be no reaction at all. However, 10 seconds later, they realized they were wrong. The Great Red Spot, which had swallowed the dry wood battle fortress, suddenly expanded into almost 100 new cantilevers at a visible speed, as if the dynamic balance it had maintained for hundreds of years had been broken, and its speed of revolution increased by 3 to 5 times. Then, hundreds of deep purple threads appeared in the depths of the red spot, entangling, tangling, tearing, and melting each other, as if the bloody eyeballs were full of twisted blood streaks. When the blood threads were gathered to the limit, they erupted like a volcano. They soared into the sky, tearing apart the atmosphere and the gravity ring before they darted toward the battlefield precisely. All the experts, including Li Yao and Ding Lingdang, felt their blood freeze. Such terrifying thunderstorms and torrents of plasma were reminiscent of the extreme weather conditions they encountered during the Iron Fist rescue. However, the energy released this time was hundreds of times greater than before. Just consider the tens of thousands of raging lightning bolts, each at least tens of thousands of kilometers long and nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. Their destructive range was immeasurable. Yet, they were all condensed together and exploded into dazzling sparks. The brightness, radiation, magnetic field interference, and flow of high-energy particles were comparable to the tongues of fire from a star shooting across an entire galaxy. This unbelievable, apocalyptic scene was what Li Yao and the exploration fleet faced. It's impossible. Such intense magnetic field disturbances and energy releases only occur when a superlarge meteoroid strikes a planet. The Drywood Fortress and the large meteoroid are far from enough to trigger such a destructive thunderstorm. It doesn't make sense. The magnetic field released by the energy is too strange. It seems to be targeting us. Why? The atmosphere is the most suitable environment for lightning. Why did the lightning condense into a torrent of plasma and rise into the vacuum? It doesn't make sense. 8,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 30,000 kilometers. 50,000 kilometers. My God, this torrent of plasma is really high. It completely exceeds the predictions of all our lightning models. Is it really lightning? All the astronomers, meteorologists, and spiritual energy scientists screamed in shock. During the Iron Fist rescue operation, the torrent of plasma had already brought their faith in their understanding to the brink of collapse. But the super torrent of plasma, which was hundreds of times more powerful and had surged out of the atmosphere of the ancient giants, had shattered the undefinable truth they had built over the past 100 years into smithereens. Careful. That's not lightning. Several meteorologists screamed simultaneously. What else could it be if not lightning? No one knew, and no one had the time to calculate or deduce. This was because everyone's attention was focused on the super plasma torrent. As expected, the remaining Fortress Phantom C and Fortress Sharp Gold exploded violently from the center. Ding Lingdang, Boss Bai, and the others had prepared for this. All the relatively weaker crystal suits and space shuttles had hid behind the spiritual shield of the starship or behind the giant meteoroids. The operators of the giant god soldiers had sensed the high-energy reaction at the center of the supreme fortresses in advance and escaped before the explosion. The self-detonation of the two supreme fortresses did not cause significant damage to the exploration fleet. It was even safe to say that the two self-detonations that Lu Qing had designed were not meant to maximize the damage to the warship. Under the ravaging torrents of energy, the shells of the two supreme fortresses first caved in, then violently protruded. After several repetitions, tens of thousands of twisted gaps appeared, from which purple flames spurted out. Not only did the flames envelop the two supreme fortresses, they also released purple ripples that spread across the entire battlefield, dyeing the spiritual shields of all the exploration fleet starships purple. Report. The defense magnetic field of our starship has been seriously jammed by the enemy's self-detonation. The spiritual shield is in chaos. There is no sign that the defense capability of our starship has been compromised. We cannot determine the form and model of the interference right now. It is being calculated urgently. Same here. Our spiritual shields have been jammed, too. But the interference did not damage our defenses at all. How weird. Not just us, the entire battlefield is covered in strange spiritual waves. It's as if Lu Qingchen sacrificed the Battle Fortress Phantom Sea, and the Sharpened Gold Fortress and released all his energy, dyeing the entire space zone purple. But the spiritual waves are not aggressive at all, and we cannot find a neutral frequency to eliminate them. All the starships reported to him one after another. A non-aggressive spiritual energy ripple was like the eternal radiation of a star in the sea of stars. Since it wasn't very sharp, it was difficult to find a way to neutralize and disperse it. Although the spiritual energy ripples were not aggressive by themselves, they were fatally attractive to the super plasma torrents erupting from the ancient giants. When the super plasma torrents sensed the spiritual energy ripples, they were like sharks that had smelled the scent of blood. They were faster and more precise, lunging at the battlefield with deadly accuracy. This, lunatic. At this moment, Li Yao finally understood Lu Qingchen's entire plan. He had sacrificed the last three supreme fortresses to lure the exploration fleet into the hunting range of the super plasma torrent. Then, he used the blood from the self-detonation of the supreme fortresses to attract the devils lurking on the ancient giants and swallow the entire exploration fleet. What is this exactly? Every hair on Li Yao's body seemed to have been electrified. He noticed that the super plasma torrent had been completely separated from the ancient star's atmosphere. It was like an energy storm in the shape of a giant crab, raging toward the battlefield. Its hideous posture did not seem natural at all, but rather like a living devil, or a cluster of electric devils. Yan Liren, isn't your sword known for chasing the wind and catching lightning, slaying gods and annihilating devils, and even cutting through lightning with ease? Li Yao's voice changed. Are you interested in challenging such a massive bolt of lightning? I am a sword enthusiast, not an idiot, Yan Liren refused without hesitation. The plasma storm is at least 1,000 kilometers in diameter, large enough to swallow an asteroid. How am I supposed to cut it? Not interested. What about you, Your Majesty? Li Yao continued, addressing Li Jialing. Didn't you claim that you would be the Star Ocean Imperator, the ruler of the universe, with billions of stars, white dwarfs, and black holes bowing to you? Everyone is following your lead right now. The Lord must not raise an army in anger, Li Jialing swallowed hard and said. I feel that the super plasma torrent is too strange. There's no need to confront it head-on. We might as well retreat as far as possible. Or perhaps, Black Wind King, you are the real top expert of the Pangu universe, an invincible existence in the divinity transformation stage. Even I hold you in high regard. Why don't you go first and unravel the mysteries of this bizarre energy entity for us? Not long ago, you said you would dedicate your finite life to the infinite exploration of the universe. Even if we are just a speck of dust, we must march forward fearlessly in the face of the boundless universe, right? All right. As I said, we don't need to be scared of the tiny universe strategically, but we cannot be careless about tactics. Therefore, Taking a deep breath, Li Yao shouted at the top of his voice, "Cut the crap. Run at 120,000 horsepower." In the face of the overwhelming torrents of plasma, the giant soldier, the crystal suit, the space shuttle, and the starship all had one thing to say: run. Unfortunately, running away was not that easy. The speed gap between the two parties was significant. The super plasma torrent, being an energy body, was at least 100 times faster than the starship and the giant soldier. Though they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart at first, by the time they saw the lightning bolt pierce the atmosphere, it was already too late. Li Yao opened his eyes and watched the super plasma torrent split into 5 tributaries, snatching at the fast attack warship closest to the ancient star like the sharp claws of a devil. Dazzling electric arcs and fireballs flew everywhere. The spiritual shield of the fast attack warship cracked and vanished like a thin sugar shell. The turrets, power units, and protrusions on the hull were melting. The black plate armor had turned orange from the heat. The power of the thunder was indeed terrifying. One claw was enough to paralyze a fast attack starship. "Yang Wei! Yang Wei!" Li Linghai called out to the fast attack starship, enveloped in electric arcs and sparking, over the communication channel. The only response she received was the static of electromagnetic interference. The parameters of the starship she was monitoring from a distance were reset to 0, indicating that the enemy was out of the combat network, and all crew members were likely killed. "Attack freely and brutally." Li Linghai gritted his teeth and issued the command. The starships zigzagged through the asteroid belts, dashing forward while emitting thousands of colorful spears of light that stabbed at the super plasma torrents. However, when the thousands of spears of light pierced the super plasma torrents, they seemed like mud oxen sinking into an ocean. Not only did they fail to destroy the enemy, but they even made the enemy appear clearer and larger. Soon, the enemy was triggered and extended thousands of lightning tentacles toward the entire exploration fleet from various directions. Boom! 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 Dozens of starships were instantly hit by the lightning. The energy in the tentacles, though much lower than before, still pushed the spiritual shields of the starships to the brink of destruction. Invisible radiation and high-energy particle streams pierced through the plate armor, the hull, and the walls of the starships, stirring the vitality magnetic fields of every crew member, making their hair stand on end, fingernails explode, and clothes splutter with sparks. The intense spiritual energy interference even disrupted and paralyzed the mainframe crystal processors of every starship, filling the communication channels with roaring wind and thunder. Everyone had to shout at the top of their lungs to be heard. Hunting Falcon has been hit. It has lost 30% of its momentum. The spiritual shield can likely withstand 2 more attacks of the same level. Stainless Steel Mouse has been hit and lost 25% of its momentum temporarily. What the hell is this? It's burning my mainframe crystal processor. It's too weird that the alloy virus was hit. How did it lock onto us? It was as easy as a lightning bolt hitting a lightning rod. Crying and screaming echoed in the communication channel. No one knew exactly what the terrifying super plasma torrent or thunderstorm was. In the next second, an even more unbelievable and appalling change occurred. It floated in the periphery of the stone belts like an enormous jellyfish. The thousands of lightning bolts that made up its body were wriggling and dancing in a strange pattern, transforming it into a well-defined, rigorous, and man-made form. Withering Wood Fortress. Gasps echoed in the communication channel. Yes, the cluster of living lightning, or electricity, turned into a dry fortress after a moment of wriggling. The slender body of the fortress and the hundreds of roots were vivid in their minds. Except for being made of bouncing lightning, they were almost identical. Moreover, through the high-resolution crystal cameras, the experts noticed that countless blue light spots were floating around the Withering Wood Fortress, which was engulfed in lightning. Each blue light spot had limbs and a head, tiny figures made of electric currents and magnetic fields. A blue figure, composed of thousands of electric currents, floated in the dark vacuum, staring at the defeated exploration fleet. Such a scene would never have occurred in the most absurd nightmare. Is it, the army of ghosts? It was hard not to wonder if Qingchen had somehow grasped some kind of evil secret art and sacrificed the lives of all the crew members in the dry wood battle fortress to a devil king lurking on an ancient star, turning the living soldiers into an army of ghosts. Even the dry wood battle fortress had been energized into a pure energy fortress. Ghosts existed objectively in the Pangu universe. Ghosts were a set of waves bound by magnetic fields. It was not impossible for them to be further energized and combatized. Are you kidding me? That's impossible. Li Yao could not accept such speculation. Even if the soul of a human being could be quantified and possess the power of lightning, how could Qingchen command the energy puppets to attack the exploration fleet? Could the soldiers and workers of the Holy Alliance, whose bodies had been burned to ash, listen to Qingchen's command? Besides, even if a human soul could transform into a lightning-like form, how could such a massive fortress turn into a colossal ball of lightning? It was impossible for Qingchen to control everything. The best he could do was to discover that something made of lightning was lurking in the ancient giant's atmosphere and figure out a way to use it. But what exactly was it? Some kind of life? Some kind of energy life made of lightning and living inside the atmosphere of ancient giants? Such a life form was far beyond Li Yao's imagination. It wasn't because his narrow-mindedness limited him to accepting only carbon-based intelligent life. Rather, even if he could accept the existence of energy-based life and was himself evolving in that direction, the foundation of energy-based life would always be carbon-based life. Moreover, such life should exist in a more stable electromagnetic environment. The ancient giants, however, experienced constant storms. The furious atmosphere, full of lightning and thunder, was not a place for life, at least not for intelligent creatures. Then, let's just consider you to be some kind of ferocious beast condensed from lightning. You should only have the instincts to hunt and devour. You don't have the conventional sense of wisdom, right? Because if you had wisdom, we would all be dead. Li Yao was sweating hard. He muttered to himself, "How did you take the form of the dry wood fortress and the crew members? Did you analyze the spiritual energy transmission routes and the vitality magnetic field of the crew members and simulate their appearance after swallowing the dry wood fortress and all the crew members? Why? Were you studying? What were you trying to do? How did you discover and lock onto us, you animal with electric arcs?" The question was of paramount importance for the exploration of whether or not the fleet could get out of the hunting range of the electric fiend. Boom! 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 The torrents of lightning in the form of the supreme battle fortress and the crew members attacked again. The torrents of plasma hit every starship of the exploration fleet brutally. The spiritual shields of many of the starships were extremely lackluster. More than half of their impetus was lost. They were knocked over and dispersed by the ever more furious meteoroid showers. Chapter 30:16, Race with Lightning. It's too fast for us to get rid of it. No lightning can survive in a vacuum for so long. What is it exactly? Fuel. More than half of the fuel on my starship has vanished into thin air, as if it's been swallowed by something invisible. Is it possible that it's not only releasing energy but also absorbing ours? The spiritual energy field is too unstable. The mainframe crystal processor and many units on my starship are about to be paralyzed. The exclamations in the communication channel grew louder. Meanwhile, the sound of electric current interference became sharper and higher, as if a ferocious animal made of electricity was rubbing its sharp tusks. Even the hunting falcon, where Li Yao was, had been pierced through by electric arcs multiple times. Many units and control chips burst into deep blue flames and dazzling electric sparks, and the cabins dimmed one after another. Li Yao himself was pierced through by invisible electric currents. It was a very strange feeling, like a sour wind passing through his limbs and bones, carefully scanning every vein, nerve, and cell. The bioelectricity between the nerves and cells, in particular, was clearly visible to the lightning. Li Yao smelled the scent of his burnt hair and felt like vomiting. Right then, something even more bizarre occurred. Not far from the exploration fleet, the ball of lightning that resembled a dry fortress suddenly split into nearly 100 smaller clusters of electric arcs. Each cluster of electric arcs jumped and wriggled as if they were alive. Very soon, they formed the narrow, elongated shapes of starships. They were exact one-to-one copies of all the starships in the exploration fleet, deep blue, lightning-made replicas that looked exactly like them. Although they were smaller in size, they were faster and more agile. The exploration fleet, made of torrents of lightning, was marching toward the real exploration fleet from various directions, like ghostly apparitions seeking a stand-in to the real world. Calm down and think clearly. They are definitely not intelligent creatures in the true sense. They must have weaknesses and loopholes. Otherwise, Qingchen wouldn't have been able to escape after discovering them and set up such a fatal trap. Watching the approaching army of lightning, Li Yao bit his lip so hard that blood flowed. But soon, he was enveloped in electric arcs, which burnt him to ashes. His eyes were bloodshot, and he muttered frantically, "It is not an intelligent creature. It is merely imitating unconsciously. How can it lock onto its prey? It seems to be particularly sensitive to various energy reactions. Could it be?" Li Yao's pupils suddenly dilated to their maximum. Through the blurry images captured by an insignificant probe crystal camera, he discovered something very strange. The starship that had been struck by the initial super lightning torrent had completely lost its spiritual shield and power output. It was paralyzed in the vacuum, like a cold coffin. Despite being very close to the raging electric fiend, the super torrent of lightning did not touch it at all, showing no intention to tear it apart. Li Yao even saw several lightning bolts as thick as boas brush past the ship, only to lose interest and simply ignore it. Then, he recalled Qingchen's series of actions, including the bizarre spiritual waves he released at the cost of the two supreme fortresses, which entangled all the starships of the exploration fleet and marked their spiritual shields. Let's say that the terrifying torrents of plasma are really some kind of weird living creatures. They are also completely different from the carbon-based creatures in the general sense. They do not have facial organs, and naturally, they do not have sight. In a vacuum, hearing is meaningless, too. It is very likely that they are scanning and locking onto their prey with spiritual waves. Li Yao's eyes suddenly shone. Therefore, as long as we restrain all our spiritual waves. Boom! Falcon was assaulted by the plasma again. It was suddenly enveloped in darkness. It took a long time before the dim green emergency lights turned on. There was no time to think carefully. Every vein in Li Yao's eyes was jumping like lightning. He thought quickly, ran through the battle plan in his head, and after making sure the success rate was 30%, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the giant god soldier that had just been repaired. Turn off the spiritual shield. He opened the communication channel for everyone in the giant god soldier and shouted desperately, "Emperor, Empress Dowager, Ding Ling Dang, Boss Bai, Long Yangjun, Lei Chenghu, and everyone else, there's no time to explain. Turn off the spiritual shield, the spiritual magnetic field, and the power output immediately. Turn off all units on your starship that will emit the tiniest spiritual waves. Ask everyone to restrain their spiritual energy and lock their pores. Turn your starship into cold iron coffins. Hurry, hurry, hurry." There was only silence in the communication channel. Then, Li Linghai's surprised voice came over. "But we are in the middle of a surging stone belt. The gravity field of Ancient 13 is an extremely unstable stone belt. Every meteoroid the size of a grain of sand carried as much kinetic energy and damage as a starship cannon when accelerated to the maximum. Only by relying on the spiritual shield and the spiritual magnetic field could the kinetic energy be neutralized or deflected. To turn off the spiritual shield and the magnetic field, they would have to rely on the plate armor to resist the torrent of meteoroids. But Li Yao had asked them to cut off the power output, which meant they could not dodge at all and could only watch the endless meteoroid showers hitting their faces. However hard the composite plate of the starship was, how long could it withstand the bombardment? In such a perilous environment, it would be a catastrophe if a meteorite pierced through the plate armor. I know, but there is no other choice. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot, and he gnashed his teeth. Haven't you noticed yet? This cluster of lightning creatures are searching for their target with energy waves. It is precisely because Qingchen activated the two supreme battle fortresses and created an extremely intense zone of energy ripples near our battlefield that it has been classified as a hunting zone. The spiritual shield, spiritual magnetic field, and exhaust flames of our starship are all releasing energy to the outside world unstoppably. It is as idiotic as dancing and shouting in a silent, dark forest. It is a pure body of energy, and its speed is much higher than ours. If the stalemate continues, even if we activate all our defensive magical equipment, our spiritual shield and spiritual magnetic field will still be blown up by it. We might as well take the risk. How do I fight? Boss Bai joined the discussion, his voice unprecedentedly solemn. Turn off the spiritual shield and the magnetic field. We can only last half an hour to an hour in such a furious stone belt. If we cut off all the impetus, there's no way we can get out. We are like dry leaves in the middle of a raging ocean, drifting with the current. In the end, won't we be blown to smithereens? Do you want to bet that it will perish or retreat in half an hour? If it were ordinary lightning, half an hour would be enough for it to release all its energy. But for this extremely weird torrent of plasma, I really don't want to gamble. Of course, we have to gamble. Li Yao's lips curled into a confident, almost crazy smile. However, I never like to let others roll the dice. Waiting for the enemy's victory is definitely not my style. I'm going to roll the dice myself. Listen, what we are about to do next is of paramount importance. You must follow my arrangements. This will determine the life and death of everyone and even the rise and fall of the entire civilization. Turn off all magical equipment units on the starships. Turn off the spiritual shields, the spiritual magnetic fields, the power units, external communications, and even the artificial gravity and life support systems inside the starships. Ensure that no spiritual waves spread out so that all crew members can wear mustard suits and crystal suits and live on compressed oxygen. Boss Bai, just like in your ambush in the blue sky space zone, turn yourself into a cold meteorite and don't even fart. I know the environment here is 10,000 times worse than in the blue sky space zone. Once the spiritual shield and power output are turned off, you will be swept away by the torrent of materials released by at any moment. However, there is no other choice. You have to hold on for half an hour to 45 minutes. Even if your starship is riddled with holes, even if someone is seriously wounded by the meteorites, you must not move. Meanwhile, I will try to lure the super plasma torrent to a safe distance. Then, you will turn on the spiritual shield and the power unit and march into the entrance of the tomb at full speed. I estimate that since Qingchen is willing to sacrifice all 5 supreme fortresses to set up this trap, he must have entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor with minimal armor. You must seize every second and capture him as soon as possible. He has completely gone mad. He sacrificed all the supreme fortresses without even batting an eye. He would do anything inhuman. We cannot allow him to control the core strength of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Li Yao, are you going to distract it? Ding Lingdang's voice joined in, are you crazy? This thing is at least 1,000 kilometers in diameter. It's like a tiny sun. Its core temperature is at least 10,000 degrees. Once you are swallowed by it, you will immediately be burnt to ashes. Not even half of your telepathic thoughts will be able to escape. I know. But we don't have a better solution right now. Hiding in this place is a dead end. We might as well try our luck. Li Yao paused for a moment and said in a comforting tone, besides, I know what I'm doing. After my most thorough calculation, the risk factor is not as high as it seems. It is searching for its prey with spiritual waves. As long as I can control the output of my spiritual flames precisely and conceal all my spiritual energy and vitality when necessary, I will be fine. I will be fine. Chapter 30:17, Luring the Thunder. Then I'll go with you. Ding Ling Dang said without hesitation. Let's distract it together. If anything goes wrong, we can make up for it. There's no need. You've seen its speed and energy level. If my calculations are correct, one person is enough to lure it away. If there are any errors in my calculations, then it doesn't matter how many people there are. Li Yao smiled and said, you just entered the divinity transformation stage not long ago. You are the type to soar into the sky. Although the spiritual energy inside your body is immense, your control over it is still not good enough. It's very easy for it to detect the feeble spiritual waves you release. You are all the same. Nobody matches me in the field of delicate control over spiritual energy and extreme micromanipulation. Therefore, you should focus on your mission. After I distract it, try your best to control the starship, enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, and capture Qingchen. It's an equally important mission. As for me, well, I'm not bragging, but as the best expert of the Pangu universe, when I want to flee, I won't be stopped even if billions of deities work together. After Li Yao finished speaking, he cut off the communication without giving Ding Ling Dang and the others any chance to argue. On the surface of the arsonist, interweaving fluorescent red lines appeared again. All the red lines gathered in his eyes, blossoming in glamorous colors. The airtight door below the launch platform slid open silently. After a short fall, he was already used to the weightlessness. Li Yao stood in the dark, deep sea of stars again, feeling free and refreshed. The stars were where he belonged. Fighting a torrent of plasma more than 1,000 kilometers in diameter, with a temperature of more than 10,000 degrees, alone was a battle worthy of his courage and wisdom. Of course, before the battle, he would have to borrow some toys from Falcon and the few nearby fast-attack starships. Under Li Yao's suggestion and Li Linghai's command, all the commanders of the exploration fleet gritted their teeth and halted all the starship operations. It could not be helped. In the unpredictable and brutal unknown space, the intuition of a division expert might be their only weapon. The starship's spiritual shields and magnetic fields immediately vanished. The power units, which had been glittering and spurting colorful flames, dimmed. Inside the cabin, the artificial gravity field was cancelled. The crew members, in helmets and armor, floated in midair, securing themselves to their posts with soft restraints and buffer gel. However, they could not stop the water cups, mini crystal processors, and daily necessities from dancing in the air. The spiritual nexus and the tactical data link between the starships had been cut off as well. They were now in absolute, communication silence. Every pathway and every cabin was plunged into darkness. Everyone could only adjust the emergency lights to the minimum brightness, illuminating their blurred shadows. They silently prayed that Li Yao's judgment was correct and that their plate armor was solid enough to resist the increasingly intense meteoroid showers. Bam! Bam 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 bam. Without the neutralization of the spiritual shield and the interference of the magnetic field, the meteoroid showers immediately pelted the shells of every starship like hailstones. Ear-splitting noises echoed non-stop, indicating that the starship's shell, keel, or girders were under tremendous pressure, reaching the limits of metal fatigue. They moaned in desperation. If one was unlucky, the hissing noises, signaling that the starship's shell had torn apart in some unknown place, allowing the cabin's gas to leak out quickly, could be heard. The expanse of stars was boundless, and the asteroid belts were in chaos. Billions of tons of material spewed from the fractured crust of Ancient 13 each second, surging into space like mudslides. Human starships were like dry leaves in these mudslides, powerless without any propulsion to control their fate, soon scattered and losing direction. The torrents of superplasma generated a terrifying accelerating magnetic field within the asteroid belts, akin to creating powerful electromagnetic cannons out of thin air. This not only increased the meteoroids' already lightning-fast speed but also accelerated their rotations hundreds of times over. They pierced through the starship's shell, cabin walls, pathways, and entire structures with ease. The noises grew increasingly deafening. Many starships lost pressure and rapidly cooled. Frost formed on the mainframe crystal processors and units. Some unfortunate starships were struck by fuel tanks, leaking liquid fuel and coolant like blood. At this rate of damage, survival for 45 minutes to an hour was impossible. But other than gritting their teeth and enduring the damage within the minimum range, there was nothing they could do, because the destructive superplasma torrent was right next to them, eyeing them covetously. What, an unparalleled beast! Perhaps only someone like Li Yao, floating alone in the sea of stars, could truly feel its soul-stirring beauty and danger when there was no barrier between the superplasma torrent and the vacuum. It was truly like a newborn creature, a being that had broken out of its cocoon and transformed into a butterfly. Billions of lightning bolts traced its nerves, veins, bones, and muscles, each bolt bouncing and changing into billions of forms every second, experimenting with new methods of entanglement and condensation, mutations and evolutions. Thousands of mutations and evolutions took place every second, turning each lightning swirl on its body into an ever-changing kaleidoscope. At least 1,000 kilometers in diameter, it was more magnificent than the largest and most furious tides. Yet, due to the great distance, it gave the impression of being light and slim. It was a hurricane, a tsunami, a thunderstorm, a newborn star, a butterfly, a catkin, a smoke, a dream, and the most perfect work of art the universe could create. Li Yao was deeply immersed in the dangerous blue dream. Without realizing it, his eyes had been dyed blue and purple. As he had expected, the superplasma torrent was indeed searching for prey with its energy waves. Or rather, its instincts drove it to seek out objects containing intense energy. Only by seizing all the energy could its life be sustained. For items that had run out of energy, like the fast attack starship that had been paralyzed in the vacuum just now, it was meaningless, if not against its instinct, to waste precious energy to crush them completely. It was similar to how ferocious beasts would not attack a hard stone in vain. In the vacuum of the universe, every drop of energy was more valuable than water in a desert. Although it seemed magnificent and beautiful, over time, it would gradually dissipate and eventually perish. It had to seize enough energy before it was annihilated to be considered a successful hunting. At this moment it was hesitating, as if deeply troubled by the sudden disappearance of its prey. Even though Li Linghai, Ding Lingdang, and Boss Bike could turn off all the starship's units in time, the remaining spiritual waves would not dissipate instantly. The starship's temperature was also continuously emitting radiation. The spiritual energy ripples and heat radiation were keenly perceived by the superplasma torrent, which was calculating whether it was worth launching an attack, using its own spiritual energy to reduce the energy source by several levels. Li Yao could not wait for it to react, he was going to help it make a choice. Li Yao snapped his fingers, and thousands of spiritual bullets from the starship's main gun floated around the arsonist. These bullets were designed to pierce through heavy plate armor more than 10 meters thick, some were even intended for attacking underground fortresses hundreds of meters deep. The smallest of them was still larger than Li Yao himself. They were the toys Li Yao used to attract the super plasma torrents. The first spiritual energy bullet exploded silently. Although sound waves and blast waves could not be transmitted in the vacuum, colorful spiritual waves still spread out like a tide, as if the most brilliant fireworks had bloomed in front of Li Yao. Come on, big guy. Treat me as your prey. Let's bet on whether or not you can catch me. Licking his dry lips, Li Yao mumbled to himself with a weird smile, his eyes sunken like those of a gambler taking a risk. The super plasma torrent was indeed drawn to the explosion of the cannonball. For a moment, the millions of electric arcs that made up its body raised their heads and stared at Li Yao like vipers that had sensed the warmth of their prey. Even the vivid blue warships outlined by the lightning aimed in Li Yao's direction. It was clear that the electric arcs were drawing in nearby meteorites and particles, burning them into deep purple and deep blue flames due to high-speed friction, making the warships even more grotesque and formidable. While the horrifying sight sent nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators into panic, Li Yao roared like a wild animal, his hair standing on end and eyes bloodshot. Come on, I am your true opponent. Show me what you can do. Show the world the most brilliant escape artist in the 10,000 years of human civilization. See how magnificent I am when I burn my life away, transcend my peak, and break my limits. Enhanced by the magical equipment, Li Yao's roars turned into sharp electric arcs, slashing brutally at the super plasma torrent. The thousands of cannonballs around him were also accelerated by his life force, with dozens of them rushing out and exploding against the super plasma torrent. The incinerator of the giant god soldier, meanwhile, emitted overwhelming spiritual flames, enlarging him into an awe-inspiring giant standing among the stars. Bluffing was Li Yao's specialty, and now that he was in the Soul Division stage, he had honed the technique to perfection. The spiritual waves he released were as powerful as those from a small fleet. The super plasma torrent was indeed fooled. After a moment of consolidation and transformation, it lunged at Li Yao like a thousand-headed lightning snake king. When the lightning, stretching thousands of kilometers, suddenly expanded above his head to thousands of miles long and hundreds of miles wide, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that every cell in Li Yao's body was about to melt. If the liquid crystal processor, Little Black, hadn't covered his body, protecting every inch of his skin, his hair and fur would have been scorched. Run! Li Yao screamed, stomping on a meteorite he had long targeted. He suddenly accelerated, dashing forward through the asteroid belt. Behind him was lightning and thunder, and ahead was a rain of meteorites. Riding the arsonist, Li Yao performed the most thrilling and magnificent escape of his life. Under his control, the 100-ton giant soldier was as light as a dry leaf, as agile as a butterfly, and as swift as a spark. It turned into a streak of red, treating the meteorites as stepping stones. With the energy from the annihilation of the meteorites, it accelerated, and accelerated. Thunder roared. The sharp claws behind him lunged time and time again, narrowly missing him. The hundreds of meteoroids were crushed, vaporized, and obliterated into mist, surrounding the plasma and adding to the thunder's unparalleled power and horror. Calculating the trajectories of the crazily incoming meteoroids and the route he would take to jump and flee using them as stepping stones consumed 120% of Li Yao's computational ability. After only 3 to 5 seconds of running, his brain felt as if it were boiling and exploding like magma. To cool down his brain, he even asked Little Black to extract some professional cooling liquids, which, though effective, left his face smeared with black charcoal. He did not dare jump out of the asteroid belt and run into space. In the empty vacuum, there was nowhere to run. The giant soldier had a speed limit and could not outrun the torrents of pure energy. Only in the extremely unstable, ancient 13's halo, the material eruption belt resembling a mudslide, could he borrow the momentum to accelerate or change direction repeatedly, or treat the gravitational field of ancient 13 as his own gravity slingshot, kicking large meteoroids into the super plasma torrent to weaken the enemy's energy. Li Yao never believed in ghosts, he only believed in objective facts and natural laws. Conservation of energy was a truth that every existence in the Pangu universe had to abide by. Whether or not the super plasma torrent was a real life form, it had to release a lot of energy when crushing and vaporizing the meteoroids. Then, it would not be long before it collapsed and perished. It was a race between life and death. Li Yao was going to kill it, using himself as bait. Hew! Hew 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 hew. Thousands of lightning bolts were released by the super plasma torrent, jamming the scanning system of the arsonist and filling Li Yao's ears with the sound of wind and screams. The meteorites in front of him suddenly became sparse. Li Yao slowed down as he had nowhere to run. The super plasma torrent appeared less than 50 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Like a giant beast that covered the entire universe, it bared thousands of crushing tusks. This was the most crucial moment. Their life and death depended on this. Li Yao's eyes bulged. Suddenly, he turned off all the units of the arsonist. Spiritual shields, magnetic fields, power units, and even the rune arrays to adjust the temperature inside the giant soldier were all turned off. Every pore on his body tightened, trying not to leak any spiritual energy. Li Yao's face was as pale as a corpse. The arsonist suddenly turned into a drifting meteoroid. In the continuous collisions with dozens of meteoroids, he staggered, walking in a strange path. Sure enough, the super plasma torrent halted its pursuit. Once again, it extended 10,000 snakeheads interwoven with lightning. However, each head was like a viper with extremely poor eyesight, able to sense its prey only by temperature. Once its prey could lower its own temperature to match its surroundings, the torrent could only turn a blind eye. The super plasma torrent flowed slowly from less than 10 kilometers away from Li Yao. Li Yao could even see that, at the center of the electric arcs, the lightning formed countless regular 3D geometric patterns, so beautiful they vanished in the blink of an eye. If Li Yao were to let go of all his pores at this moment, his sweat would probably overflow into the spiritual residence of the giant soldier. After half a minute of suffering, Li Yao finally understood what it meant to live a day like a year. It was not until long after the super plasma torrent passed and the distribution and speed of the nearby meteorites were calculated clearly that he took a deep breath. The incendiary soldier was activated again. Boom! Flames surged from the arsonist's back and condensed into a giant foot. Li Yao kicked the arsonist hard and ran away with all his strength once more. It took Li Yao only 0.5 seconds to go from absolute stillness to more than 5 times the speed of sound. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators, known for their speed, could not be faster than him. Although the super plasma torrent had sensed his existence, the distance between them was still hundreds of kilometers. Moreover, the super plasma torrent had to change direction by brute force, consuming more energy. When it bared its fangs and claws, chasing after him again with a murderous aura, Li Yao did the same as before. He turned off all the array glyphs of the giant god soldier, converged his spiritual energy so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out, and transformed himself into an ordinary meteorite. It was a subtle tactic, a competition of patience and determination. Li Yao could not sustain his spiritual energy for a long time. If so, the torrents of super plasma would certainly abandon his target and seek out the starships of the exploration fleet whose temperatures had not dropped to zero. However, he could not release his spiritual energy for long. If he did, his small, riddled boat would be wrecked in the sea of lightning at any moment. This was why Li Yao told Ding Lingdang that it was a mission only he could carry out, because no one else in the entire Pangu universe understood the giant god soldier as thoroughly or controlled spiritual energy with such precision. Come on. I'm releasing my spiritual energy again. Can you feel it? Follow me. Right now, I've retracted all my spiritual energy. Even the giant god soldier is powered down to a useless state. What can you do to me, big dummy? Come on, I'm going to jump out again. I'll shrink back. Come and hit me. Torture me ruthlessly, idiot. I'm going to jump out again. I'll shrink back. Li Yao was jumping and dancing among the meteorites, trying to attract the attention of the super plasma torrent so the enemy wouldn't have time to perceive the exploration fleet's situation. This was a protracted tug-of-war. In just a few seconds, his spiritual energy had soared from a highly concealed state to a burning one. Both his body and the giant god soldier were in excruciating pain. It was as if a metal had been heated from -100 degrees Celsius to 2000 degrees Celsius in the blink of an eye, nearly reaching its melting point, then dropped to -1000 degrees Celsius just as quickly. This process repeated dozens of times. Although it wasn't obvious on the surface, the metal elements, the spiritual energy fuel, and every cell in Li Yao's body were all covered in tiny cracks. Li Yao felt as if he had turned into a blue and white porcelain bottle. If he were hit by the meteoroid again, he would be completely shattered. But the super plasma torrent was no better. It's shrunk. Its size has decreased, its brightness has dimmed, and both its central temperature and overall temperature have dropped. Li Yao's eyes almost pierced through the arsonist's light beam. No, it wasn't an illusion. The probe magical equipment of the arsonist had clearly recorded its parameters. Its size, brightness, and central temperature were indeed much lower than before. It was now only 700 to 800 kilometers in diameter, and its main color had changed from bright purple to deep blue. Much of the lightning had withered and died during the bombardment, and the hideous snake heads had been severed by Li Yao's will. Every second, its energy was flowing and dispersing at a visible rate. Its magnetic field could no longer contain its regular form. Like an out-of-control cancer, it emitted fuzzy halos and spread outward. It was tired, hungry, and on the verge of death. By this time, 45 minutes had passed since the hunt and escape began. Li Yao knew this was the limit for the exploration fleet. After enduring such a prolonged bombardment from the meteoroid showers, all the starships were on the verge of collapse and could not hold on for another second. They had to activate their faltering spiritual shields and magnetic fields and drive out of the stone belts with the strongest possible thrust. This was the moment of the final battle. As he expected, the moment the thought crossed his mind, the arsonist noticed that nearly 100 distant light spots suddenly exploded. They shook off the powder covering their bodies and unfolded their wings like fireflies. Chapter 30:19, Lightning Life. Ding Lingdang and Li Linghai have accelerated. Li Yao smiled, mumbling to himself, "Excellent. I knew you could do it. No matter how dense and furious the meteorites are, they cannot destroy your starship. Now, go. Move at full speed and run as far away as possible. As for the wretched creature, the unparalleled electric fiend, I will stall it for you. Rest assured." The super plasma torrent hesitated. It had keenly sensed the spurting flames and the surging spiritual shields of dozens of starships in the distance. These were the most fat prey. However, Li Yao had lured it deep into the stone belts, close to the surface of Ancient 13. It was too far from the exploration fleet. The creature was uncertain whether it could catch the fleet after such a long journey, nor did it know how much energy it would consume to change its hunting plan and whether it could make up for it with the exploration fleet. Right then, Li Yao detonated all the remaining cannonballs. He also retrieved almost all the crystals from his cosmos ring and threw them into a brilliant display, adding 100,000 colorful ripples to the blossoming fireworks. Is this all you can do? Hundreds of bombs and tons of crystals exploded at the feet of the pyromaniac. The tide of destruction lifted the creature high into the sky like a devil. Li Yao raised his arm and commanded the arsonist to shoot out saber auras stretching hundreds of kilometers, challenging the powerful alien species with his own life. don't look around. The battle between us is not over yet. Today or forever, you have only one enemy, and that is me, Vulture Li Yao. The sharp aura of Arsonist pierced through the super plasma torrent like Li Yao's middle finger, if it had nostrils. The super plasma torrent was greatly infuriated. Even if it was a life form in some form, it was far from evolving intelligence or animalistic instincts. It was more like a primitive fungus controlled by commands more primitive than animalistic instincts. With its intelligence, it was still unable to understand what a trap was, nor could it have imagined such wonderful, carbon-based life in the world, or such a peculiar existence as Li Yao in carbon-based life. It immediately abandoned its target in the distance and accelerated toward Li Yao. Thousands of lightning bolts danced, making it look like a glittering octopus or a jellyfish magnified 100 times. Li Yao turned around and ran. Every cell and rune array on the giant god soldier's body had been exploited to the point of collapse. Every meteoroid the size of a fist and even the dust the size of a grain of sand had been utilized. He ran a route even more erratic than lightning. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. If he persevered, even if his flesh and blood were worn out, his cells burned out, the giant god soldier disintegrated, and every magical equipment unit was destroyed, he would still persist until the end. The longer he held on, the more energy he would drain from the super plasma torrent, allowing Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, and the others to reach a safe distance. The longer he held out, the more hope he had of capturing Lu Qingchen. He. Ha. Ho. No one can capture me. No devils can capture me. No strength can capture me. When the coolant ran out, Little Black squeaked. Thick, interconnected veins protruded from Li Yao's face. Each vein glittered and emitted a terrifying redness, as if the blood inside had been replaced by magma. The converging magma seemed to be breaking the seal of his skull, preparing for a volcanic eruption. Li Yao felt as if he were hallucinating. For a moment, he forgot where he was and where he was in the surging stone belts. He thought he was racing against lightning, thunder, devils, Lu Qingchen, the maker of the Black Wall, the Flood-Tide Legion, his own shadow, and his own creator. Run. He had to run even if his blood was torn apart, his muscles burned, and his bones turned to powder. He had to run even if his cells withered. Even if he was the only one left, even if the sky and earth turned black and white, even if there was no end to the road ahead, and even if the finish line was just a more rugged track, he had to run, and run. Because the journey of life was a never-ending and gratifying one. Sharp buzzes and screams echoed in his ears, the moans of the pyromaniacs about to be paralyzed by Li Yao's fury. Li Yao had no intention of slowing down. He was still sprinting at the highest speed, facing the enemy at a frequency of 17 to 18 times per second. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, though dense white smoke spurted out. The super plasma torrent was no longer working. Li Yao had no time to calculate the precise time, but the life and death race with the stone belts as the racetrack had lasted at least 2 hours. During this time, the super plasma torrent had to control its own magnetic field to change direction in a fixed pattern, while also crushing countless meteorites. Its life force was draining away visibly. Now, it was no longer as dazzling, enormous, and active as when it began. It was as clumsy as a beached whale and as haggard as an old wolf marching forward in the cold wind, hungry. It turned from bright purple to deep purple, then to deep blue, occasionally mixed with orange ripples. In the end, all the colors faded, leaving a lackluster gray. Its diameter had shrunk from 1,000 kilometers to just dozens of kilometers, to the point where it could be cut in half by Li Yao's saber. Of course, even if it was only a few kilometers away from self-destruction, Li Yao could not lift a finger to cut it. At the start of the chase, it had extravagantly released electric arcs. As long as there was the slightest chance, it would release thousands of arcs to form an overwhelming electric net to capture Li Yao. But now, Even at a distance within its reach, it could barely manage to release a single arc. The roles between the pursuers and the fugitives had become blurred. Perhaps they had forgotten the significance of the chase and were simply running out of habit. Suddenly, just before the super plasma torrent was about to be extinguished, the main power unit on the left side of the arsonist crystal reactor emitted a low noise and spurted out pungent black smoke, which condensed into a series of black balloons in the vacuum. Li Yao's well-trained muscles and bones were not enough to support the iron body of the giant soldier, causing them to collapse. His mind was in chaos, and his brain was almost blank. Li Yao, driven by instinct to run for his life, had no time to foresee or deal with the paralysis of the left engine. The arsonist staggered and lost control of its direction. The result of the one-sided output force was that it spun quickly in the torrent of meteorites, struck by hundreds in the blink of an eye, and pierced through by the dying super plasma in the next second. Or rather, the two exhausted lives desperate to survive clung to each other tightly. Z. 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 Every nerve in Li Yao's body was pierced by the super-electric current and indescribable pain. The electric shock made him crystal clear. Every bone, vein, and internal organ was illuminated by the electric current. More bizarre than the super-electric arcs was the influx of information that flooded his body through the arcs and into his brain. Some of it tried to penetrate his brain cells, leaving a deep impression on his soul. This was different from possession. Li Yao didn't know if he was going crazy, but he was aware that the stranger had no intention of possessing him. Instead, the stranger was merely recording Li Yao's brain and body as tools to store information, much like how humans carve information on turtle shells, stone plates, and bamboo slips with sharp knives. It made sense. If the lightning creatures considered themselves to be the only natural life forms in the universe, Li Yao's body of flesh and blood and his carbon-based life form might be nothing but a lifeless slate in their eyes. Boom. 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 Countless thunders exploded inside Li Yao's brain, as if ancient humans were chiseling the slate with stone hammers and spears, carving out the brand of civilization. He had seen it. He had seen the origin of the super plasma torrent, a magnificent and soul-stirring epic, an endless journey of struggling and exploring in darkness, just like the civilization of mankind. His initial assumption was correct. The super plasma torrent, including the one that tried to attack Iron Fist earlier, was indeed a special life form born and raised in the atmosphere of the ancient giants. The atmosphere of the ancient giants had thousands of times more gravity than that of Imperial Terminus. It was full of fatal elements such as liquid hydrogen and methane. The superstorms that swept over the planet for years had permanently altered its appearance, turning the surface into parallel giant ribbons. In the places where the wind congregated, enormous cyclones more than 10,000 kilometers in diameter formed, each lasting hundreds of years. In this extremely harsh environment, no carbon-based life forms, not even the archaea that could survive in undersea craters, could be born or live here. However, life always finds the most suitable form and stubbornly breaks out of the soil. In the Thunder Ocean, where even anaerobic fungi could not survive, a new life form entirely different from the carbon-based life form appeared, with lightning as its carrier. No one knew exactly how the lightning life forms appeared, just as no one knew how organic molecules, such as the original amino acids, arose from the chaotic collisions and intense reactions of inorganic materials. In short, over billions of years, in the atmosphere of the ancient giants, intense energy waves were frequently released and discharged in the form of lightning. By incredible coincidences, these lightning strikes captured unusual particles, rare elements from the depths of the ancient giants or from outer space, such as helium. When powerful lightning pierced the core of thallium, it was instantly vaporized by the high temperature into translucent, pristine plasma balls. Free electrons, carrying a negative charge, formed the outer layer, while the positively charged ions formed the inner layer. The inner and outer layers created a clear boundary but also allowed energy to circulate and transform, similar to the membrane and wall of a biological cell, a great yin-yang that could connect with heaven and earth. In other words, countless lightning strikes had created a miracle of life, a gaseous, pure energy, plasma-like cell. These plasma cells were different from the carbon-based cells, as they lacked any genetic material. However, life forms are diverse, and genetic information doesn't necessarily require genes to transmit. The 5 criteria of cells, the ability to self-replicate, the ability to transmit information, the ability to metabolize, the ability to grow independently, and a clear boundary separating them from the external world, were all fulfilled by the plasma cells. Although their life could only be sustained for a short period initially, during their brief and glorious existence, they could absorb energy from the outside world and expand or even divide. It could extend its lightning tentacles and absorb nearby neutral elements, such as lanthanum, methane, and ethane. It could enhance its energy reactions, emitting colorful brilliance. It could even split into 2 plasma cells, each with the same electromagnetic features. It could transmit information by radiating electromagnetic waves to other plasma cells, synchronizing the frequencies of the atoms within. If it was not a cell and not a life, what was the significance of defining life? Li Yao noticed that such a marvelous lightning entity had not existed for long, much less than the 100,000-year history of human civilization. It was even less impressive than the Pangu civilization or the black wall manufacturing from billions of years ago. Their history was only 2,000 to 3,000 years old. 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, the 2 high-mass stars near the ancient giants entered their final years, beginning to violently blossom and show signs of supernova explosions. Perhaps it was the intense release of materials and energy before the stars' deaths that injected new vitality into the atmosphere of the ancient giants, leading to the birth of the lightning elves. They were true children of the sun. Although only 3,000 years have passed, their journey took billions of years to complete. Their lives are short, each lightning bolt piercing the sky of the ancient giants lasts only a few seconds to 10 seconds at most. In those 10 seconds, billions of plasma cells are born within the lightning. The lightning is their river of life and their eternal home. To prolong their existence and the lightning, they must absorb various elements in the atmosphere and experiment with new discharge structures and electromagnetic fields. If they failed to do so, they would divide and proliferate crazily, trying to jump to another lightning that had just been born before the first one was annihilated. Survival, survival, survival. Li Yao seemed to hear the newborn plasma cells roaring in endless desire amid the spluttering electric arcs. It was true that the meaning of life was much more than survival. But if one couldn't survive in the beginning, they wouldn't find any meaning, no matter how hard they tried. At the origin of any life, especially in such a harsh and cruel place, survival itself was the only meaning. Every one of Li Yao's brain cells was wreathed in lightning. He appreciated the poem of life that had lasted for hundreds of years. He saw countless plasma cells absorbing the elements around them, trying to build the foundation of their life with the vibration frequencies of various elements and atoms. 99.99% of the attempts ended in failure. The plasma cells that absorbed the wrong elements and used the wrong vibration frequency were instantly annihilated, leaving not even a ripple. In exchange, 0.001% of the lucky ones managed to extend their life by 0.001 microseconds. Before they were annihilated, the lucky ones immediately transmitted the new elements, vibration frequency, and other information to their compatriots inside the lightning. Meanwhile, the compatriots were either splitting crazily and increasing the number of lightning balls exponentially, or jumping out of the lightning, trying to find another newborn lightning in the ocean of methane and helium so that the entire species could have a few more seconds. In such a crazy attempt, tens of thousands of generations of people struggled and sacrificed themselves in less than 20 seconds. Gradually, the survival time of the plasma balls improved from a few seconds to almost 1 second. The lightning they generated was modified to be different from ordinary lightning, capable of lasting for several minutes, dozens of minutes, or even longer. They managed to attract a few lightning bolts together, weaving them into a stunning 3D geometry in remarkable ways. Their efforts were aimed at enhancing the survival time of the lightning in the atmosphere and its long-distance transmission capabilities. They were constructing their own space warships and spaceships. They were refining the lightning into their own starships. Li Yao saw that the plasma cells, which upgraded the lightning into battleships, gradually developed self-organizing abilities in the intense battlefield of life. Their exploration of the entire planet was no longer confined to areas with the highest lightning intensity. Instead, they harnessed the lightning to move through the magnetic field, spreading to every corner of the ancient star. There, they discovered a place where life could leap forward and evolve into a civilization, the most prominent red spot on the ancient giants. The Great Red Spot is a super cyclone over 1,000 kilometers in diameter that can last more than 100 years. Within this supercyclone, the intense changes in air pressure make the electric reactions of the lightning more violent, faster, and more likely. The supercyclones stir nearby materials, causing a surge of substances absorbed by the ancient giants. These materials, erupting like a volcano in a primitive ocean, bring abundant energy in materials from the planet's core, becoming the cradle of life. They also provide more diverse elements to the plasma cells. Red phosphorus, a special material constituting the red spot, can release dazzling, unpredictable flames in the high-speed friction of lightning. It serves as the carrier of civilization. It was true that every fire of red phosphorescence could only last several minutes to a few hours at most. On the human timescale, this was but a blink of an eye. However, for the plasma cells, which could pass on their knowledge to the next generation in just a few seconds, the duration of a single flame was long enough. It could be used to create books and preserve their wisdom, like paper that would not decay for decades. Thus, the plasma cells, riding the lightning, sought out the Great Red Spot one by one, thriving and establishing a true lightning civilization. Of course, their civilization was entirely different from that of the intelligent carbon-based life forms. At least 99% of the information Li Yao read was incomprehensible. He had no idea what the plasma cells were doing, what they were building, or what they were pursuing. Conversely, if the lightning civilization could observe human debauchery, love, and hate, the rise and fall of nations, heroes, and epics, they too might not understand what the highly self-organized carbon constituents were doing. However, there were some aspects shared by all civilizations. Li Yao saw that the plasma cells had ignited red phosphorus flames one after another in the depths of the red spot, recording specific information with these flickering flames. Perhaps these were the results of their major research, their understanding of the universe, their secret arts for passing on life, or the method for constructing an even stronger lightning warship. It was also possible that the poems they chanted about belief and love were merely dazzling, yet useless displays, or even spells rooted in the sun's superstitions. Just like the lightning they had tried to modify in the past, they were now modifying the super tornadoes they were in. They controlled the electric current, charge, and voltage precisely, the helium and methane clouds, and the speed and angle of the storm, to make the big red spot they were in larger, more stable, and longer lasting. They could also absorb more elements from the depths of the ancient giants and carry the more vibrant red phosphorus. While the natural big red spot could only last 100 years, their modifications extended its lifespan to 300 to 500 years. For the lightning civilization, this was almost eternal. Then came the war. Wars, especially civil wars, are an integral part of any civilization's growth. The conflict between the two large red spots, involving billions of lightning bolts and immeasurable plasma cells, had begun. It was a war that no human being, or any carbon-based intelligent life, could imagine. In the cruel battlefield, where the standard gravity of the ancient star was thousands of times higher, two super-cyclones, each more than 1,000 kilometers in diameter and even more furious than level 13 hurricanes on ordinary planets, collided brutally. At the edge where the two swirls touched, billions of lightning bolts pierced into each other's bodies like spears, forming a bridge of death leading to doom. Countless plasma cells lunged at the enemy through this bridge of lightning. They burned their life force, which lasted only several seconds, and released the most intense electromagnetic radiation, bombarding the enemy with their own vibration frequency. If the plasma cells on the other side could not withstand the explosive bombardment of the attackers and unknowingly changed the frequency of their atomic oscillations to match, they would be infected and transformed into part of the attacking force. In this way, the two clusters of plasma cells engaged in a short-range battle, swallowing and transforming each other or being evenly matched. Neither could transform the other, and once all the electromagnetic radiation was exhausted, they perished together in a flash. It was a slaughterhouse of melee combat. On a larger scale, many plasma cells did not participate directly in the battle. Instead, they worked to increase the wind pressure and speed of the red spot they inhabited, trying to shatter the enemy's red spot and consume the supercyclone. Such wars could often last days and nights. On the time scale of the plasma cells, it was an epic war lasting hundreds of years. In such a protracted war, the red phosphorus flames on both sides burned furiously, increasing the brightness of the two red spots. Perhaps, they were the poets, singers, and historians of the lightning civilization, singing, lamenting, and recording the brilliant, cruel, sad, touching, magnificent, lamentable, and meaningless war. In the end, one side was defeated, and all the lightning was extinguished. The red phosphorus fire dimmed, and the vibration frequency of all plasma cells changed to that of the victors. Even the red spot where they lived was shattered and swallowed by the other red spot, forming a super red spot over 5,000 kilometers in diameter. The strong preyed on the weak, and survival of the fittest was a natural law in the world of energy life. The war between the two great red spots lasted 1,000 years. Countless civilizations within the great red spot were wiped out, while new ones emerged in the newly formed great red spot. The Lightning Empire, which had flourished for a long time, had reached its limits. However, the Great Red Spot, which had thrived for ages, had reached the end of its life and was on the verge of collapse, leading to the destruction of a civilization that had lasted for billions of generations. By the time Qingchen, Li Yao, and the human exploration fleet reached the periphery of the ancient star, the lightning civilization had developed into an unprecedentedly prosperous one. The lightning creatures were already capable of condensing and controlling numerous plasma cells to construct intricate and complex structures. They had also explored nearly all the large red spots in the ancient giant's atmosphere and occupied every fertile land suitable for civilization. They boasted the preliminary ability to sail through the Sea of Stars. They could build lightning warships nearly 1,000 kilometers long, escape the gravitational pull of the ancient giants, and hover briefly near them. These were the glorious and terrifying forms that Li Yao had witnessed. However, that was their limit. The world they were born into played a cruel joke on them. Their civilization had just begun, 2,000 years was but a moment in the universe, and they were about to face their doom. In fact, from the moment the first plasma cell awoke from ignorance and struggled to survive, they were sealed by a destiny of despair. The omen of a supernova explosion brought rare elements and special radiation to the ancient giants, which led to the creation and evolution of this miraculous life form and its unique civilization. However, the complete supernova explosion would severely impact the ancient giants and destroy the world they depended on. They were creatures that lived in lightning, which required energy, a magnetic field, and an atmosphere to form. The loss of the atmosphere and magnetic field was already a catastrophe they could not endure, let alone the collapse of the ancient giants. Decades ago, the lightning life forms keenly sensed changes in the ancient giants' magnetic field. A few months prior, the appearance of the Gold Saint, Heaven's Horizon, drastically altered the gravity and magnetic field of the ancient giants and their satellite systems, worsening the living conditions of the lightning creatures. For them, a few months were like thousands of generations for humans. Of course, they were striving to save themselves, survive, and resist the apocalypse. However, no matter how they changed themselves or the forms of the lightning and the Great Red Spot, they could not prevent the collapse of the ancient giants or the annihilation of the magnetic field, much less the explosion of the two supernovas. In a sense, the lightning creatures were micro-level beings. How could they stop supernova explosions and the destruction of planets on a macro level? There was only one way: run away. Run away, without caring about anything else. Run away from the ancient giants and transform from planetary creatures into cosmic creatures, just as carbon-based intelligent beings like humans had attempted before. Planets were merely the cradles of life, the sea of stars was the home of life. The lightning lifeform spent about a month experimenting with various plans to save the ancient planet and concluded that it was impossible. Then, it spent another month and countless generations of people exploring different methods of traversing the sea of stars. Unfortunately, their lives were too short. Countless generations of people could not find a macroscopic solution. It was nearly impossible for them to cross the resource-scarce zones that were hundreds of light-years away with pure energy alone. They would collapse, dissipate, and be obliterated within a few 100 million kilometers. The mass of the ancient giants was too large, and their gravity was too strong, making it impossible to refine various materials into solid shells that could carry extremely active energy. It was an unsolvable problem. However, the lightning creature had no other choice but to try again and again, driven by its survival instincts. The appearance of Qingchen, Li Yao, and the human exploration fleet gave them a slim chance of survival. It was beyond Li Yao's expectations that his initial assumption was incorrect. The lightning creature's attack on the exploration fleet was not hunting, or rather, it was exploration on a different level. It made sense now that he thought about it. Endless energy was still stored within the ancient giants at this moment. If it were merely for temporary survival, the lightning lifeforms would not have needed to leave the atmosphere and gravity, flying millions of kilometers away to swallow the exploration fleet. If the ancient giants were in a stable state, the lightning creatures would not have been interested in humans at all, just like humans are not interested in cold rocks. But now, it was different. The ancient giants were about to be destroyed. The lightning-like creatures, with nowhere else to go, were not willing to let go of any chance of escape. The star ships, crystal suits, and giant soldiers of humans represented a brand new, stable, special magnetic field and spiritual energy circulation structure capable of crossing the sea of stars. The model of such a special magnetic field and the algorithm for the operation of spiritual energy were both unprecedented in the billions of generations of genetic mutations of the lightning creatures. Thus, the fleet of the lightning creatures sent out their own exploration fleet, namely, 2 superplasma_torrents. They were not malicious at all, nor did they feel they were attacking or destroying, as they did not realize the exploration fleet of humans was a form of life. In fact, if they had a certain primitive and obscure religion, they might have considered the human exploration fleet a blessing bestowed upon them by God. God would teach them a brand new structure to escape their home and venture into the sea of stars, and the ark that could save them from their suffering. Therefore, when the torrents of superplasma passed by dozens of starships after crushing the 2 supreme fortresses, they would take on the appearance of the supreme fortresses and the starships. They were indeed learning and mimicking, hoping to find a way to maintain or store the lightning for a longer time. Li Yao and the exploration fleet, on the other hand, repeatedly turned off the power source and the spiritual shield, triggering the most intense spiritual flames. Such a clumsy tactic worked because, in the eyes of the lightning lifeforms, it was perfectly justified and natural. Naturally, the powerful energy would be extinguished after a brief outburst, signifying that death was no longer worth exploring. How the energy of death could be resurrected was far beyond their understanding. Even now, as all the plasma cells inside the super lightning torrent were about to be drained and annihilated, it was still carrying out its mission dutifully, exploring and learning how the neural bioelectricity inside Li Yao's body worked, and condensing into a human figure. It did not realize that the magnetic field and energy were insufficient for it to transition from the microscopic to the macroscopic level. It was like a stubborn but foolish student who, having put in 100 times more effort, was constantly trying, struggling, and failing in the wrong direction. This was the story of the lightning life forms born from ancient giants, perhaps the last words of a civilization, or at least a species, before it perished. Chapter 30-22, The Great Expedition of 1,000 Generations. Such a brief and brilliant civilization made Li Yao sigh with mixed feelings. Although he knew that a plasma cell-based life form could not have the social structure, emotional depth, or thinking patterns of a carbon-based intelligent life form, he couldn't help but imagine the attitude and resistance of the lightning life form when faced with the apocalyptic end, in a rather whimsical way. Did the lightning creatures have scholars, too? Did they have astronomers and energy scientists? Yes, even if they couldn't grasp the concepts of astronomy, they must have understood energy science, and they were likely 100 times more proficient than carbon-based intelligent beings. Then, decades or even 100 years ago, on the time scale of the lightning, did the scholars sense their doom through the subtle changes in radiation and magnetic fields? Did they hesitate, despair, and work tirelessly to calculate every possible escape route and 1/1000th chance of survival? Did the life of lightning have priests as well? When all the scholars failed to save them, would the priests pray to the stars more earnestly, or would they discover in horror that their stars could barely protect themselves and might have been destroyed by violent outbursts long before they were born? It was even possible that they would realize they were the products of a supernova explosion, the souls of a star, not children of the sun, but children of the demons who destroyed the sun. When the mission of destruction was complete, they too would be destroyed. With such a cruel realization, could the priests still firmly believe in their beginnings, or would they transform and degenerate into believers of darkness, just like the strongest humans who, unable to accept the dark truths of the universe, walked into the abyss? Will the lightning-type creatures have warriors, too? For the sake of their home and their compatriots, for the survival of their race and civilization, the warriors of the lightning-type creatures will sacrifice themselves without hesitation. Yes, there will be. Their lives will only last a few seconds. They are destined to be a species that, for a moment, is more resolute, cruel, and desperate than the intelligent carbon-based creatures. To achieve their greatest goal, survival, the warriors of the lightning-type creatures will even fly toward a failing neutron star in enormous lightning-type starships, using their lives as fuel to ignite the dying sun and restore the stability of the entire galaxy. Li Yao couldn't help but imagine such a scene, countless lightning bolts launched from the ancient giants across long distances and chaotic radiation belts toward the pale neutron stars. Even as the neutron stars were quickly collapsing and cooling, they did not hesitate. They crashed, shattered, and perished time and again, like moths darting into flames, but they could not give up. Then, over decades, indeed, billions of generations, how would the lightning-like creatures face their doom? Were they divided into homers and spacers like the human beings of the flying star sector in the old days? Had they tried countless times to condense a large-scale material starship from the materials of the ancient giants and escape the enormous gravitational force? Did they have a clear understanding of the vastness and barrenness of the sea of stars? Had they engaged in countless debates and explorations? How many heroic and touching stories emerged from these debates and explorations? Finally, before Li Yao was the super plasma torrent. No, it was not it, but them. It was not just one lightning creature, not even a bunch, but a combination of countless generations of lightning creatures, an expedition team, and an expedition army. Li Yao and the Super Plasma Torrent spent at least 2 to 3 hours both inside and outside the gravity field of Ancient 13. If each plasma cell could survive for 10 seconds, it would be 1,000 generations of people. A grand expedition spanning 1,000 generations. Li Yao could vividly imagine the ecstasy and excitement of the lightning creatures as Lu Qingchen pushed the Fortress of Withering Wood into the red spot of the ancient star, detonating the Fortress of Sharp Gold and the Fortress of Phantom Ocean in the Sea of Stars. This allowed the lightning creatures to perceive everything clearly. They must have thought it was a sign from the gods. However, enlightenment required boundless courage and sacrifice. An army composed of the best warriors, fearless in the face of death, swiftly assembled. The entire race forged a colossal lightning warship, thousands of kilometers long, powered by the purest and most furious energy. The warriors did not have the chance to bid farewell to their families or the plasma cells that shared the same frequency of atomic oscillation before embarking on a journey with no return. For a single plasma cell, the ancient giants were far too distant from the human exploration fleet. The first generation, the second generation, and even the 10th generation of the expedition army's soldiers were annihilated in the few minutes as the lightning surged out. But in those few minutes, they split and created new warriors from the 11th to the 100th generation, instantly passing on their mission through electromagnetic radiation. After hundreds of generations of plasma cells, they finally reached the exploration fleet, only to fall into Li Yao's trap and be drawn in the wrong direction. Locked in the microscopic blind spot, they were doomed to fail to see through the traps and plans of human beings. They fell deeper and deeper into the mud. The speed of their annihilation increased while the speed of their division decreased. The ubiquitous radiation in the Sea of Stars had seriously interfered with the transmission of electromagnetic radiation. The vibration frequency of the atoms inside their bodies became more and more inconsistent. Some of the plasma cells gradually forgot their mission and even lost their wisdom. They fell into ignorance and turned into ordinary, lifeless sparks. However, even though thousands of generations had passed, countless warriors had perished, their mission and wisdom had been forgotten, and they were getting further from their home. They might lose the chance to return to their homeland and rescue their compatriots forever. Despite the frequency of their atomic oscillations becoming more chaotic, and more information decaying and dispersing in the vast space, the last batch of warriors still remembered their mission and completed the impossible task. They poured all their energy into Li Yao's life magnetic field. At this moment, Li Yao's vitality magnetic field and the frequency of the lightning began to converge and resonate. Li Yao understood their tragic fate and was deeply immersed in the magnificent journey, unable to free himself. His eyes, filled with tears, were instantly vaporized by the electric current, making the lightning even more dazzling. Countless plasma cells revolved, groped, and simulated his limbs and nerves, which were the coil of his life magnetic field. Soon, they crawled out of Li Yao's pores and formed a small, haggard, shivering human figure in front of him, especially detailed in the brain. Billions of plasma cells rushed to the brain, divided, and perished, condensing into a marvelous energy brain. Li Yao was very clear that it was meaningless. The brain and the body of flesh and blood of human beings were the most suitable carriers for the intelligent creatures based on carbon. However, this did not mean that energy creatures could possess the same abilities as humans simply by simulating human forms. Moreover, even super experts among humans, like himself, had to rely on the protection of starships to travel through four-dimensional space. As an enormous gas-liquid hybrid planet, the strong gravitational force and overly thin materials made it impossible to refine a true warship on its surface. Most materials would be flattened upon reaching the surface of the ancient giant, so how could they be refined? Li Yao did not know what the lightning creature was planning to do to break its destiny and escape. In his eyes, the poor imitation of the lightning creature was merely a waste of precious energy and a step closer to the abyss of death. This conclusion made the lightning creature's movements even more tragic. Li Yao could not help but extend his hand toward the lightning creature, unsure of what he intended to do. The lightning creature, sensing the subtle changes in the magnetic field within its body, extended its arms, which were wreathed in electric arcs. The fingertips of the carbon-based life and the energy-based life touched softly, producing indescribable sparks. Complex and intense feelings surged inside Li Yao's brain. These were not his own emotions, but the feelings the lightning creature elicited in his brain cells. It was sorrow, jealousy, anger, desperation, envy, confusion, and all kinds of other feelings. Perhaps they had read it in a certain way, too. At the very least, they had vaguely perceived the information inside Li Yao's brain, recognized the vastness and cruelty of the universe, and learned the truth of the supernova outbreak and the fate of the ancient planet. Perhaps it was the long journey across 1,000 generations that made them realize their own insignificance and fragility, and that even the path of escape did not exist. They were desperate about the end of their civilization, envious and jealous of carbon-based intelligent creatures like humans, furious about the natural laws that created and were about to destroy them, and confused about the existence of these laws. What was the truth of the universe? Did the heavenly Tao really exist? Were they some kind of conscious products, at least slaves, toys, or test subjects, or were they just insignificant coincidences? They wanted to survive. They released the strongest malice toward Li Yao, hoping to annihilate Li Yao, humans, and all other intelligent carbon-based creatures to ensure their survival. But in the very next second, they sent the most pitiful prayers and the purest kindness to Li Yao, praying that intelligent carbon-based creatures like Li Yao could help them survive, or at least remember their life form, the frequency of their atomic oscillations, and their history, species, and civilization. Watching the lightning life form struggling silently, Li Yao felt almost ashamed. He used to think that the universe was so unfair to humans that, if there was a heavenly law, humans would only be the slaves and toys of it. The world in which humans lived was so cruel that the resources of the Pangu universe were always scarce, forcing humanity to walk the path of self-destruction or suicide. But right now, from the lightning-like life form of the ancient star, he finally understood what cruel truly meant. Humans, or most carbon-based intelligent beings, were lucky. They lived on 2 stable planets, which were everywhere on the scale of the universe. The natural advantage of carbon-based life meant that each had a relatively long lifespan. They could also withstand the storms passing through 4-dimensional space and the pain of separation and consolidation, making it possible to sail through the sea of stars. When these advantages combined, the fire of life on carbon-based intelligent beings spread across the entire universe, burning fiercely. It became very convenient for intelligent beings in various space zones and even different universes to communicate with each other. Communication, even in the cruelest forms of war, slavery, and slaughter, would drive the advancement of a civilization. Just like human civilization today, they once had many brothers and sisters, and they had marched forward through internal strife with their kin. They had also found their fathers, the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, who were also carbon-based life forms and the creators of the Black Wall. They had begun to create the next generation of information life forms, carefully and gradually shedding their carbon-based shells. How happy and fortunate a civilization with parents, brothers, and children was, and how generous and extravagant the universe was with carbon-based life. But what about the lightning civilization? The planets they were born on were the fewest among the planetary families. Moreover, not every planet had an atmosphere, and not every planet's atmosphere could produce plasma cells. It would require 2 neighboring supernovae to explode almost simultaneously, sweeping countless kinds of matter and radiation into the planet's atmosphere. The radiation's intensity had to be strong enough to avoid swallowing the planet, a miracle that could be achieved under such conditions. With such harsh requirements, not only in the Pangu universe, but in countless multiverses, Li Yao believed that the ancient giant lightning lifeforms were unique. This meant they were destined to be alone, natural-born orphans, unable to receive the help and enlightenment of their predecessors, and almost incapable of communicating with the outside world. They could only grope in the darkness until they fell into the abyss. Additionally, the heavenly path left them too little time. Too little time. They were like children infected with a fatal virus while still in the womb, sentenced to death the moment they were born. Even 2,000 to 3,000 years later, though their development and mutation speed far exceeded the limits of carbon-based intelligent creatures, it was still insufficient for these feeble beings to defeat a giant planet, 2 supernovae, and the desolate, barren universe. Thus, the struggle of the lightning creatures was destined to be 100 times more difficult, 100 times more tragic, and 100 times more splendid than the struggle of human civilization. They were still fighting. After only a few minutes, the lightning that formed the shape of a human dimmed and shrank. They were still wandering around Li Yao, trying to crack the secrets of his vitality, magnetic field and brainwaves. However, humans had been studying this mystery for 100,000 years and still failed to unravel it. How could the lightning lifeforms accomplish this in just a few minutes? Sensing the electric currents passing through his brain cells, Li Yao found himself caught in a dilemma. Having recognized the magnificent civilization of the lightning creatures and their valiant struggle against destiny, his first instinct was naturally to help them. Yet, his rationality reminded him that when encountering an unknown civilization, it was crucial to assume potential hostility. The previous 2 attacks had paralyzed many starships of the human exploration fleet and even cost the lives of numerous crew members. Just moments ago, the lightning lifeform had openly displayed hostility toward him, clumsily attempting to possess him. The lightning lifeform was like an innocent child, entirely transparent in its intentions, manifesting the purest, ultimate, evil thought. Li Yao had no doubt that if destroying humans could save their civilization, the warriors of the lightning civilization would not hesitate for a second. Should he annihilate them, then? But in the depths of the Pangu universe, in the multiverse where infinite possibilities unfolded, how many life forms could be as remarkable and splendid as the lightning creatures? Would human civilization cleanse the entire universe, transforming it into a barren wasteland, adhering to the belief that those not of our kind will be disloyal? Could the so-called flood be a coalition of super-civilizations convinced that those not of our kind must have a different mind and strike first to seize the advantage? All unknown civilizations were hostile, while only the destructive civilizations were considered friendly. Was the ultimate goal of humanity's voyage into the Sea of Stars to become a second flood, or to stand against the flood and fight alongside countless brilliant species? To save or not to save? If he had to save them, how could he do so? If he had to destroy them, how would he manage it? The ripples under Li Yao's eyes began to tremble violently. At that moment, he suddenly felt several thin strands of lightning crawl into the depths of his brain, binding his soul and merging with it. Some of the plasma cells also crawled into the fuel tanks and crystal reactors of the arsonists, vanishing as well. Li Yao's pupils constricted sharply. He was uncertain if this was another failed attempt by the lightning creatures, or if they had uncovered secrets he did not know through generations of arduous exploration, transforming his body, soul, and even the giant soldier into a brand new starship. Li Yao was dazed for a long time. Then he smiled. The muscles that had cramped from the electric arcs relaxed. He took a long, relieved breath and mumbled to himself, "Yes. I was too arrogant to think I could be your savior or destroyer. Compared to the supernova explosions and galactic collapses that threaten you, my strength is nothing. After fighting such a cruel universe and fate for so long, you have become the strongest warriors. You don't need anyone's help to save yourselves. And how could I destroy you? Even the explosions of 2 supernovas, the supergiant storms, the extreme gravity, and the laws of the universe could not destroy you. How could I possibly do it? Then, let's do it. Let's continue fighting with everything we've got. Perhaps this is the most efficient way of communication and mutual salvation between 2 different civilizations." Or, maybe, this is the greatest respect that a warrior, struggling on the road of survival and resistance, can offer to another warrior in the same trade. At this moment, Li Yao closed his eyes and burned his life, trying to drive out the lightning-like creatures that had invaded his body. However, it was also possible that he was not expelling them but releasing all the information about human beings, the Pangu clan, black wall manufacturing, and other carbon-based intelligent creatures. He was also sending his precious energy into the body of the lightning-like creature to prolong its life. The boundary between destruction and salvation was hard to define. Similarly, the lightning life was shaking violently inside Li Yao's brain, carving and imprinting. It was perhaps malicious, trying to erase all the mace. Li's nose and chest were blocked by something sour again. With the last bit of his strength, he extended his trembling hand, controlling the arm of the steel giant to bid farewell to the withering lightning. Goodbye, my friend. Although there is not even a billionth of a chance, I still hope that part of you, or at least one plasma cell, can return to the ancient planet and spread the story of our wonderful encounter. I should have saved you or destroyed you, but I was struggling for my own survival as well. I was going to a more mysterious and dangerous place to find my origin, my destiny, and my answer. Therefore, let's part ways here and look forward to meeting again in the future. After all, today's encounter was too hasty and embarrassing. I really look forward to the day when we or our descendants can connect in a more dignified, calm, and wise way. Or maybe, we can put on an even more spectacular and splendid war. Anyway. Goodbye. Goodbye. The lightning life was getting smaller and smaller in Li Yao's vision, gradually melting into the enormous shadow of the ancient star and fading from sight. Li Yao had exhausted his spiritual energy during the life-and-death battle and the communication that followed. He didn't even have the strength to move his little finger. Fatigue and sleepiness gradually flooded his brain like a black, thick tide, consuming every brain cell. Before he passed out, he managed to activate the automatic navigation system of the giant god soldier with the movement of his eyeballs and the release of his brainwaves. This would allow the arsonists to search for the signs left by Li Linghai, Ding Lingdang, and the rest of the team, and catch up with the main group at the entrance to the tomb. Li did not know if the broken, paralyzed giant soldier could complete the task. Just like the lightning creatures, he faced both desperation and hope. Li Yao slept for a long time. His dreams were filled with lightning, thunder, and endless energy models. When he gradually woke up, his condition was no better than before. He was still tired, sleepy, and hungry. Every cell in his body was screaming. A lot of high nutrition drugs had been stored inside the giant god soldier. Little Black should have injected and treated him with them in time. However, the high nutrition drugs had been electrolyzed and vaporized by the lightning-like life form. There was barely any nutrition left. Li Yao checked the navigation log of the mainframe crystal processor and was surprised to find that he had slept for 7 days. Such a long period of unconsciousness was rare in his entire training career. Thankfully, according to the log, the giant god soldier had carried out his instructions dutifully while he was in the coma. Additionally, the signs left by Li Linghai and Ding Lingdang were clear enough, bringing him closer to the entrance of the Supreme Emperor's tomb. Given the damage to the giant god soldier and the remaining fuel, it was nothing short of a miracle. Is it, you? Li Yao rubbed his aching head, feeling as though lightning was still dancing inside. He did not know if the lightning-like life form had crawled into the fuel tank of the giant god soldier and altered the structure and constituents of the crystal fuel, squeezing out more energy in a way the carbon-based intelligent life could not understand. He also did not know if the flashing nerves deep inside his brain carried the features of a lightning-like life. However cruel the universe might be, life always finds a way, doesn't it? Li Yao laughed. Looking at the ancient giants drifting behind him for 7 days and 7 nights and the giant planet as brilliant as the sun, Li Yao suddenly felt that the desolate and lonely universe had become livelier. Who said that human beings were lonely? Perhaps countless wonderful and splendid creatures lived on different levels of the universe. Human beings simply needed to rub their eyes to find them. It was like a lush forest. On different levels, there were towering trees, shrubs, and grass, as well as wolves, tigers, leopards, antelopes, and deer. There were also reptiles and insects, and even fungi and bacteria. It was possible that the wolves, tigers, and leopards had never realized that countless well-organized ant nests and ants existed in the soil beneath their feet. The wars between ants were as solemn and magnificent as the battles between ferocious beasts, even though they hunted and killed blindly. But human beings were not predators, nor should they be. Never. Li Yao suddenly felt that the term dark forest was contradictory and groundless. Most plants require sunlight for photosynthesis, so the existence of the forest itself means the presence of light. No matter how dark the forest appears, there will always be light outside it. Even in an absolutely dark environment, creatures born there would never evolve light-sensitive organs like eyes. What significance would darkness have for them, and what trouble would it cause? Even if they haven't evolved eyes, they must have ways to perceive their surroundings and communicate with their companions or other species. Whether they are aware of it or not, these interactions are the best, if not the only, drivers of their evolution. As long as we can communicate with each other, light is destined to be born in darkness, no matter how dark it is. The civilization of mankind is a product of light, first and foremost. Right now, we only need to spread the light and pass it on. Li Yao extended one of his fingers. Crack! Crack! An insignificant ball of lightning appeared on his fingertip, no more than 5 millimeters in diameter, but it changed into all kinds of delicate forms and hundreds of complicated 3D structures. It blossomed like a flower and danced like a butterfly, inadvertently displaying Li Yao's energy structure and manipulation abilities that surpassed those of all intelligent carbon-based creatures, such as humans and the Pangu clan. It was a gift from the lightning creatures, just as he had given them the ability to smelt metals and manipulate materials. If the lightning life forms, whose history is only 2,000 years and whose individual lifespan is less than 10 seconds, have never given up hope in the face of a supernova explosion and the catastrophe of the collapse of galaxies, what reason do we, humans, have to give up hope when we are faced with a flood? Li Yao smiled. He pulled the lightning back to his palm and charged forward on the giant god soldier. An hour later, the pearl floating quietly in the sea of stars at the entrance of the Supreme Emperor's tomb appeared in his vision again. He had also received Ding Lingdang's message from a crystal processor floating near the tomb's entrance. Li Yao, it will be great if you can see this message. Inside the light beam, Ding Lingdang was exhausted. The cockpit behind her was burning and filled with smoke. The meteoroid storm and the electromagnetic interference were too severe. Our fleet suffered tremendous losses. Many starships lost the ability to sail or fight. Worse still, the navigation and communication systems of many starships have been completely wrecked, causing them to drift off to who knows where. So far, we have only found a dozen starships. The others won't arrive until they repair themselves. Time is of the essence. We can no longer wait. We must enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor to capture Qingchen. Therefore, we have set up an information node here. If there are any abnormal changes inside the tomb, we will send out the information as soon as possible. If there are no anomalies, it means we are still in the process of capture. Li Yao, or anyone else who has read this message, please enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor immediately to reinforce us. The message was sent 5 days ago. After that, there were scattered, messy messages, squeaking and hissing, suggesting that Ding Lingdang and the others were seriously jammed inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, and their messages were being sabotaged. 5 days ago, Ding Lingdang and the others entered the tomb and haven't come out. Did they fail to capture Qingchen, or? Li Yao did not dare to think any further. He accelerated toward the tomb's entrance. The sphere of mercury and pearls had entirely different characteristics from the ancient planet. If the ancient giants symbolized primitiveness, nature, wildness, and brutality, then this sphere was a symbol of absolute precision and control, a product of super-civilizations. The arsonist was less than 100 meters from the tomb of the Supreme Emperor's entrance. Even at such a close distance, Li Yao could still detect no flaws or bumps on its surface. On a surface more than several kilometers in diameter, there wasn't even a fluctuation of 0.001 micrometers. With Li Yao's knowledge of materials science and metal processing, crafting solid metal into such a precise sphere was absolutely impossible. Moreover, it wasn't a solid at all, but an unknown material that looked like liquid metal, yet was hundreds of times more remarkable. It was an entrance that could be freely passed through. It was quiet, indifferent, and aloof from the world, blossoming with its own brilliance, displaying its strength and making all latecomers feel as if they were looking up at a high mountain. No longer could it be called the entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Li Yao was certain that even the Supreme Emperor of human civilization lacked the ability to build such an entrance. Furthermore, based on the relics of the Pangu clan and the warships of the Nuwa clan, their metal refinement and processing capabilities were far inferior. Li Linghai was right. The relic was neither the work of the Supreme Emperor or the Pangu civilization. It could only be a product of the Black Wall, the work of the super-civilization that blocked billions of stars and sealed the Pangu universe. Li Yao carefully scanned the surface of the ancient tomb's entrance but found nothing except his own clear reflection. Just like Li Linghai, he did not know what the so-called entrance was. Was it a man-made celestial body, a super-teleportation array, or had the Black Wall maker captured 1 or 100 wormholes and condensed them together? Li Yao's attention was completely occupied by the tomb's entrance. He couldn't help but manipulate the giant god soldier to touch the mercury-like surface. Ripples spread out on the tomb's entrance, as if it were a tunnel leading to the unknown. Before Li Yao was ready, an inexplicable attraction pulled him and the arsonist in. It wasn't a simple absorption. A lot of mercury, seemingly alive, surged out, enveloped, and melted the giant god soldier. The sensation was similar to a space jump, a three-dimensional breakdown of the jumpers. But compared to the simple and crude technology of space jumps, with their significant side effects, the technology used by the Black Wall makers was far more advanced. The entire process was very warm, gentle, and comfortable. The warm mercury enveloped not only the giant god soldier but also Li Yao's skin and every cell in his body, offering maximum protection. Without his awareness, he had passed through the barrier of time and space and arrived. Li Yao felt he was falling rapidly, appearing out of thin air among the blue sky and white clouds, plummeting towards the lush land. Pooh! Pooh pu pu pu. The power spurts of the giant god soldier emitted an ugly noise. The intensity of the power unit, the metal fatigue of the overall structure, and the fuel consumption had all reached their limits. Li Yao could not even activate the anti-gravity unit. He could only spurt out a few feeble flames. Combined with his own gravity manipulation technique, he managed to help the giant god soldier decelerate. In the end, he fell to the ground with a bang, bang, and landed flat, creating a human-shaped crater. Thankfully, the ground was not hard metal or concrete but soft soil, which reduced the impact by more than 90%. Chi. The protective cover of the spiritual residence opened automatically. Li Yao crawled out on all fours. Little Black, who had accompanied him since childhood, had condensed into a form suitable for high-speed movement and exploration. It looked like a fat ball of black sesame seeds and sticky rice, flapping its short wings and circling around Li Yao's head. Is this the legendary tomb of the Supreme Emperor, the Gold Throne, and the Firmament Sector? Li Yao scratched his messy hair and tried to open his swollen eyes. He sniffed the air and sensed that something was wrong. This was a somewhat successful landing. Although the giant god soldier's appearance was terrible, at least its main structure was not damaged. With the right materials and fuel, Li Yao could restore more than 70% of its fighter jet energy. The gravity inside the ancient tomb was somewhere between that of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Empyrean Terminus sector, making it the most suitable for the survival of 2-meter-long, carbon-based intelligent life forms. While the air was filled with an unpleasant sulfur smell, the concentration of sulfur dioxide and other toxic gases was still within the short-term tolerance of ordinary people. There were no earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, or tornadoes. The air's humidity made Li Yao believe that there should be lakes, oceans, or water systems nearby. Generally speaking, this place could be called a paradise for carbon-based intelligent life. It wouldn't be strange to say that the first carbon-based intelligent life originated here. And that was exactly what happened. This place was full of vitality. No, the word lively was not enough to describe the abundance of creatures here. A great explosion of life had just taken place. As far as one's eyes could see, primitive forests stretched everywhere. Plants dozens of meters tall were entwined by vines and woven into a complex three-dimensional ecological network. From the depths of the forest came the howls of various animals and the cries of birds. Even in the transition zone between the forests, where Li Yao landed, there were vast areas of grassland. The grass here was unlike any other plant Li Yao had seen on any planet. Its moisture content was shockingly high. With a light step, it would spurt out thick, dense sap, filling the air with a fresh, sweet smell. The grass would even grow at a visible speed, quickly recovering to its original state and becoming even more robust. Even though the giant god soldier had fallen from the sky and burnt a large area of the prairie just 5 minutes ago, more grass was now wriggling to cover the giant god soldier. Good heavens! They were even extending their roots from the wet soil, climbing onto the body of the giant god soldier and attempting to drown it. How did this happen? Li Yao couldn't figure it out at all. He flew into the sky with Little Black and looked down at the land from a height of about 200 meters. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but a colorful, lush green expanse, covered by primitive jungles and endless grasslands. Even to the end of the horizon, it was the same. But it was impossible. Li Linghai had clearly told Li Yao and everyone else that, although the environment inside the Supreme Emperor's tomb was suitable for human survival, it was definitely not as vigorous, primitive, and natural as this place. Instead, it was full of man-made traces. According to Li Linghai's speculation, 10,000 years ago, at the peak of the Star Ocean Imperium, the Supreme Emperor had intended to gather the entire civilization's strength to explore this ancient tomb. Therefore, the Supreme Emperor spared no expense and transported a large number of warships, carriers, shield machines, mobile laboratories, military camps, and even metal smelting bases and fully automatic puppet production lines, turning this place into a heavily fortified forward base. When the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God suffered heavy losses and he was preparing to hibernate deep within the ancient tomb, he must have brought many people with him. It wasn't as if he had only one commander. Li Linghai should not have lied about this matter. Even if she wanted to sabotage Li Yao, it was unlikely she would also sabotage her own son, Li Jialing. Moreover, both Li Yao and Li Jialing had inherited part of Wu Yingqi's remaining soul, which had wandered in the Supreme Emperor's tomb for hundreds of years. Thus, both Li Yao and Li Jialing had vague memory fragments and flashbacks, which proved that Li Linghai was not lying. Li Linghai had excavated many treasures from the Supreme Emperor's tomb, such as the Emperor Flame beads. In fact, they were all retrieved from the forward operating base and were made of pure gold, which could not be faked. But right now, right in front of Li Yao's eyes, the forward base of the Supreme Emperor era, as well as the forward base that Li Linghai established to explore the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, were all gone. It had been swallowed by the primitive forest. The sky was clear blue with white clouds, yet Li Yao felt gloomy and miserable. Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, Boss Bai, Long Yangjun. Li Yao screamed hysterically into the communication channel. However, noise echoed non-stop, the interference was too severe. The magnetic field here was in an extremely disordered state, and the electromagnetic frequency was fluctuating. It did not seem natural at all. Not only was electromagnetic communication almost impossible, but manipulating spiritual energy and triggering spiritual flames was also hundreds of times more difficult. In other words, any expert who came to this place would be significantly weakened. It doesn't make sense. It's been less than 30 years since Li Linghai last visited the tomb. How could such drastic changes have taken place in such a short time? Li Yao pondered for a long time before turning to Black Wing and asking, "Little Black, if you were taken out of this place by foster father 100 years ago, do you still remember what this place was like? Was it also lush, verdant, primitive, and boundless?" Black Wing flapped its wings desperately, and a crooked 8 flew out. Li Yao and Black Wing had known each other for a long time. He immediately understood that Little Black was saying no. No. In other words, Li Linghai was not lying. There were indeed many man-made traces inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. There aren't so many animals and plants left in the forward operating base set up by the Supreme Emperor. This time, Little Black drew a giant circle to affirm. But then, what's going on? Where did Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, Boss Bai, and Long Yangjun go? Those are all seasoned warriors. They can't have been swallowed by the forest without leaving any trace. What about their starships? Li Linghai said the tomb's entrance could fit warships several kilometers long. There were no signs of starships outside, either. So they must have driven dozens of starships in. Where are they hiding? Tens of thousands of question marks popped up in Li Yao's head. His first thought was that Qingchen had set a trap inside the tomb and killed Ding Lingdang and Li Linghai. But Qingchen had left the 5 supreme battle fortresses outside. Li Yao didn't believe he had the capability to wipe out the formidable lineup of Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, Li Jialing, Yan Liren, Boss Bai, and Long Yangjun without alarming anyone. Even if a fierce battle had taken place, the rapidly growing plants would have swallowed any traces. So, Li Yao sighed, looking at the world in confusion. Then, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Li Yao discovered something. Something terrible, serious, and strange. The tomb's entrance was gone. It was not entirely accurate to say that he did not see it, as Li Yao had been disoriented since he fell from the sky, and did not clearly see the inside of the entrance. However, based on Li Linghai's experience in the memory fragments of Black Star Emperor Wuingqi, there should have been a near-perfect sphere of mercury inside the Supreme Emperor's tomb, floating in the sky like an eternal moon. The Supreme Emperor had established a forward base around the entrance, and so had Li Linghai, who had stationed his camp right below it. Therefore, Li Yao should have been able to see its coordinates when he entered the tomb. Of course, the precise coordinates of the Supreme Emperor's tomb were deep within the four-dimensional universe. Amid the raging tides, its entrance appeared and disappeared in the three-dimensional universe. It was possible that it had already disappeared from the three-dimensional universe. However, the likelihood was slim. According to Li Linghai, the harsher the external astronomical conditions, the larger the crack in the three-dimensional universe would be, and the more stable the tomb's entrance would become. This time, they had calculated the coordinates of the entrance and arrived before the tomb opened. How could it close so quickly? What is going on? Why is everything different from the exploration experiences of Li Linghai and Wuingqi? If there is no exit, will I and the entire exploration fleet be trapped in this forsaken place for decades, or even centuries, until the next exit appears in the three-dimensional universe? Li Yao was drenched in sweat. Even though the environment here was very suitable for human survival and the experts present had the capability to survive for decades, the thought was still overwhelming. However, the idea that all the elites of the Pangu universe would be sealed here for decades was still too absurd. There must be a way out. Let's see what this place is exactly. Li Yao made up his mind, put the broken giant god soldier back into his cosmos ring, and leapt into the air. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. Although Little Black had a round head and a cute appearance, it had been in the form of the black wing sword for decades. It was one of the fastest flying swords in the Star Glory Federation. Naturally, flying in the air was no problem for it. It turned into a streak of blackness, enveloped Li Yao, and accelerated him to the maximum. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Li Yao accelerated. The land below his feet gradually blurred. The green forest, the blue ocean, and the red mountains were as distinct as chessboards. Li Yao was eager to know whether he would break through the atmosphere or even the clouds if he kept accelerating toward the sky, so he could get a clear view of the tomb. Or perhaps, he would touch an invisible barrier, like most world fragments. But what happened next was beyond his expectation. When the earth and the ocean below his feet were covered by clouds that looked like thick fog, and a brilliant starry sky was about to appear above his head, he suddenly felt the magnetic field of the world flip over. His head felt heavy, and his feet light. Though he was jumping upward, he began to fall at an accelerated speed. What the hell? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. The clouds above his head parted, revealing a land that was exactly the same as the one below his feet a moment ago. Yes. He remembered the demarcation line of the seashore, the wilderness, the jungle, and the mountains very clearly. Judging from the shape of the demarcation line, it was exactly the land he had just set off from. How? How was this possible? He was supposed to be jumping upward. How did he end up falling down? How did he end up in this place when he had started from the same place? Floating in midair, Li Yao stared at the ground more than 1,000 meters below his feet, in a trance. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he changed his direction and flew toward the sky again, heading back the way he came. As it turned out, after flying for about half a minute, he experienced another reversal of the magnetic field. The attraction force below his feet suddenly turned into a force above his head. He went from rising into the sky to falling from the sky, and the land that should be below was still the familiar land. Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He flew to the horizon at the highest speed while observing the land and drawing a map of the place. If the tomb of the Supreme Emperor was really a planet, judging from the gravity and the natural environment, its mass and radius should be similar to those of Empyrean Terminus and Heaven's origin. It should be no larger than twice the size of Empyrean Terminus and Heaven's origin. With Li Yao's current cultivation, it was not difficult for him to circle around such a planet. However, weird things happened again. Li Yao noticed that the land and the ocean here were both slightly curved, like the surface of a planet. But when he set off from the east coast of the continent, crossed the wilderness and a vast ocean, he returned to the starting point without even circling the planet once or even a quarter of the way. The magnetic field here was too chaotic for him to distinguish between east, west, south, and north. However, assuming the journey was in the east-west direction, the situation in the north-south direction was the same. Li Yao had planned to look for the Antarctic and the Arctic, but after a moment of dizziness, he returned to the starting point. Alright. If the magnetic field's interference wasn't so intense that it jammed my brain, my crystal suit, and Little Black's navigation system at the same time, it would have been the legendary Ghost Hits Wall, Li Yao pondered for a moment and said. Or, to put it more sophisticatedly, the concepts of space folding and space distortion might have been intentionally disrupted by someone who set up a maze that no one could get out of. It's not unusual that the maze was used as a shield for the Black Wall Control Hub. The problem is, the last time Li Linghai and Wu Yingqi explored this place, it was not like this. At that time, the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor was no different from ordinary world fragments. It had a fuzzy boundary, and its structure was very stable. It seemed harmless and honest. Could it be that something, or even someone, had activated a certain system or defense measure deep inside the tomb? Whatever it was, it gave Li Yao an ominous feeling. No wonder Ding Ling Dang and the others didn't return to the outside to look for me. It's because the space here has been distorted, and they can't find a way out, Li Yao continued to ponder. However, could space be the only thing that has been twisted? While exploring north, south, east, and west, Li Yao took high-resolution photos and gathered a lot of climate and environmental data. The gift he had received from the lightning life form not long ago gave him a sensitivity thousands of times higher than that of a pigeon. His perception and understanding of the magnetic field allowed him to infer a lot from the traces of the anomaly. Li Yao noticed that, in this small, enclosed world, there were not just one but dozens of entirely different environments. The place where he landed was indeed peaceful and pleasant. However, some other areas were covered in snow and ice, and in other places, including the depths of the ocean, volcanoes were erupting. The plate movement was extremely intense. What was strange was that, no matter how intense the climate and geological changes were, they did not affect the neighboring areas at all. Even though they were only 100 meters apart, with a volcano erupting on one side, the earth was shaking and the mountains were trembling, while on the other side, the snow-covered area remained peaceful and the icebergs were absolutely still. That's impossible, Li Yao said to himself. He inputted all the climate data he had collected into his brain and made a complicated calculation. Then he came to a very absurd conclusion. The environment of this world is just like the different stages after the birth of a planet. The most obvious is the content of various constituents in the air. Some areas are like the stages when a planet has just been born, filled with lethal poisonous gases. Some places have too much oxygen, like the early years of the primeval era when plants first appeared. Some areas have relatively normal air, which is the ideal stage for a habitable planet. However, isn't the flow of air the strongest? The atmosphere here shows clear signs of convection. How can the air on one side belong to a primitive planet, the air on another to a desolate planet, and the air on yet another to a modern planet? It doesn't make any sense. Li Yao couldn't figure it out at all. He made bold assumptions and verified them carefully. At first, he imagined an invisible barrier in the air that blocked the air in different areas, creating different labs. But what about the abrupt changes in the magnetic field and the discontinuity of crustal movements? What kind of barrier could make the Earth shake 100 meters away and then everything calm down? Besides, such an assumption was too simple and crude. It seemed completely inconsistent with the exquisiteness, perfection, and shock that the Black Wall Maker had established at the entrance. It was the approach of humans, not a super-civilization that could build a black wall. What kind of place is this exactly? I feel like I'm on a different planet every minute. Li Yao mumbled to himself. Then, his body stiffened, and he shivered coldly. Yes. Different planets. The immaculate world in front of his eyes seemed to be made up of fragments from hundreds of different planets. Is it possible? Li Yao asked himself softly. Could the space from hundreds of different planets be cut like a cake and put back together without leaving any traces of the joints? Let's put it more simply. Could the so-called tomb of the Supreme Emperor, Gold Holy Sea, Heaven's Horizon, not be a world fragment but a collection of hundreds of other world fragments? Li Yao was shocked by his wild speculation. The idea of splitting a piece of space from hundreds of worlds, seamlessly combining them, maintaining the stability of the space and the circulation of air, and producing normal animals and plants sounded like a tale from legend. However, given that super-civilizations had reached their peak, the techniques capable of moving mountains and seas were the foundation of these myths. Wasn't the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization, worshipped by humans in the future, also part of this? The Pangu civilization had already mastered the efficient use of star and neutron star energy. The black wall manufacturing would only be even more wondrous and unbelievable. Then, Li Yao examined the animals and plants. Abundant evidence supported his speculation that he was not in a world fragment but had instead passed through hundreds of worlds to enter segments of habitable planets. Though Li Yao was not a zoologist or a botanist, he could still recognize that many of the plants appeared to have originated in the primeval era. They were early spore plants and ancient ferns. In other places, the plant forms and photosynthesis methods were closer to modern times. Often, plants that were hundreds of millions of years old grew less than 100 meters apart. Some ferns that should have gone extinct long ago thrived alongside their later species in perfect harmony. No, it was incorrect to call it harmonious and orderly. When a plant rooted and expanded its territory, it was inevitable that it would step out of its native space and invade a completely different environment. An environment it could never adapt to. Often, it would wither and rot at a visible speed. Under the influence of fungi and bacteria, it would turn into humus, providing endless nutrients for the growth of new plants. Therefore, this is not a primordial forest, but a museum of a certain plant where all the plants that appeared during billions of years of a habitable planet's evolution were displayed and annihilated. Li Yao mumbled to himself. From the rise and fall of the plants, he sensed an abundant, even intimidating, vitality. The flow of time here seemed to have been accelerated by thousands of times. Everything was growing and dying wildly. This applied to both plants and animals. Li Yao discovered a very ancient fish in a swamp. These fish were pioneers in the march of animals from the ocean to the land and had appeared billions of years ago. In the depths of the forest, he also found spiders the size of basins and centipedes as large as boas. In the distant past, almost every habitable planet experienced a plant explosion. As a result, the air was filled with too much oxygen. The higher the oxygen content, the larger the size of living creatures. It was quite common for arthropods and crustaceans to grow to 2 to 3 meters. Ancient animals such as saber-toothed tigers, marsupials, giant boars, and even mammoths, which had been extinct for a long time, were everywhere. Their presence was not unusual. The appearance of these ancient creatures was not strange enough. If human biochemical technology could achieve such a feat, the creatures Li Yao saw could almost be called legends. One was a tall, muscular elk, or rather, a creature resembling an elk. It had dazzling bright gold fur and radioactive sun stripes on its body. On both sides of its head were helical horns, like those of a lamb, with colorful flowers blooming on them. Li Yao could see clearly that the flowers were not climbing on its horns like creepers but growing out of them directly, as if it were a combination of plants and animals. Li Yao stared at the golden moose for a long time. The beautiful creature seemed to have never seen a human before. It stared at Li Yao with curiosity for a long time, until countless butterflies danced on its horns. Then, it leaped into the forest with agility. If Li Yao hadn't undergone the training 3,000 mortal dusts, external incarnation, and was still in the divinity transformation stage, he would have doubted whether he had fallen into a dream again, and if everything around him was imaginary. However, he had now reached the soul division stage. His soul had experienced 3,000 reincarnations in the mortal world and had been tempered by the lightning-like life form, making it sharper than before. He should be able to distinguish between the virtual and reality. Moreover, if there was a certain existence capable of creating such a vivid illusion that it could completely fool even division experts, the technology and resources behind it would be no less than those required to build such an ancient tomb. At Li Yao's level, the boundary between reality and illusion was gradually blurring. If an illusion could deceive him, it would be real, in a certain sense. For the rest of the day, Li Yao explored almost every different space and analyzed the plants and animals there, including the undersea volcanoes thousands of meters deep. As more data was collected, the seemingly random and twisted maze gradually revealed its full appearance. Li Yao discovered that there was a pattern to the arrangement of most spaces, appearing to be arranged in concentric rings, as if there was a specific center or origin. The further away from the center of the circle or the origin, the more ancient the air constituents, crustal features, and animal and plant forms would be. The closer to the center of the circle or origin, the higher the level of evolution and the more colorful and explosive life would be. The center or origin was at the heart of the continent beneath his feet. Li Yao retrieved all the strengthening and nutrition drugs from his cosmos ring. Regardless of whether they were affected by the lightning life force, he swallowed them all. Then, he captured a few giant octopuses over 20 meters long and creatures resembling whales. After confirming they were harmless, he devoured them. He found an open beach with no obstacles and set up a cordon. Using deep meditation, he absorbed all the nutrients, nourishing his dry cells, nerves, and veins. 3 hours later, hot streams were once again emitted from his pores. After countless simulations and calculations, the vitality magnetic field had been fine-tuned for the chaotic space. Li Yao suddenly rose and marched toward the origin of the chaotic space. As he neared the origin, the magnetic field grew more chaotic. Flying in the sky was too dangerous, and he wanted to observe the world up close. He chose to walk through the dense forest. The closer he got to the origin, the more vibrantly colorful the life forms became. Countless weeds, bushes, vines, and trees grew rapidly. Fungi wriggled, expanded, and rotted at a visible pace, like living carpets. There were also animals, strange, nightmare-like creatures that fought fiercely in the forest, which was growing and dying chaotically. The instincts etched deep within their genes were burning, bringing a strong scent of blood to the forest. There was no road ahead of him at all. Li Yao had to clear the way with his flaming saber. Occasionally, when he entered an area with too much oxygen, a small spark would ignite furiously, burning down the entire forest. But he didn't care much about it, because new plants would sprout in a few minutes, or at most half an hour, covering the yet-to-be fully burned rotten wood. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps suddenly echoed ahead of him, as if thunder had risen from the ground. For the first time, Li Yao had a premonition of danger. Something big seemed to be approaching. He quickly suppressed his combat aura and instincts, rolled on the ground, covered himself in mud and humus, and crouched beneath a giant tree. He even let the vines hanging from the trunk wrap around his body for added concealment. Crack! Crack! Boom! The moment he finished his disguise, the giant tree in front of him collapsed. A figure that resembled a gray iron tower loomed before him, solemn, magnificent, barbaric, and a symbol of ferocity and violence. It was a giant reptile that looked like a tyrannosaur. So beautiful. Despite his combat prowess, Li Yao was not afraid of any giant reptile. Even if 30 to 50 real tyrannosaurs attacked him together, it wouldn't matter. However, the ancestral memories buried deep within his cells still made him admire the ancient tyrant before him. In Li Yao's era, almost all the habitable planets in the 3,000 sectors had been occupied and modified by humans to suit the survival of primates. Ancient reptiles such as dinosaurs could not exist naturally. While it is true that the biochemical experts of the Blood Demon sector had developed some enormous, brutal biochemical beasts using dinosaur genes, no matter how large and fierce these beasts were, they could not have been more intimidating than the natural tyrant in front of them. The body of the tyrannosaur-like beast was covered in lumps, as if it were wearing a solid armor. Bright purple stripes adorned its body, either natural colors or feathers. However, it seemed to have reached the end of its road and was on the verge of death. After a few agonized roars, its heavy feet staggered, and it suddenly lost its balance, crashing into a giant rock covered in vines and moss. With an ear-splitting explosion, the rock was dented, and it fell to the ground. Li Yao blinked and immediately understood. Due to their enormous size and relatively primitive structure, dinosaurs had a high demand for oxygen. They could only survive in environments with a specific oxygen saturation, and even a few percentage points lower could be fatal. This is also one of the reasons why many giant, dinosaur-like beasts have gone extinct on countless habitable planets. The ferocious beast, resembling a tyrannosaur, must have been born in a space far from the origin, in an even more ancient geological era and ecological environment. But it had left its home by chance and entered a space with lower oxygen content, suffocating to death. It lay on the ground like a hill that had collapsed in an earthquake. The rise and fall of its stomach had not yet calmed. Its red eyes were now covered in a layer of gray-brown haze. The scent of life was pouring out like sand from a broken hourglass. Li Yao slowly rose from his hiding place and quietly approached. He observed the untimely prehistoric beast. Perhaps even in death, it would not understand what had happened or why the surrounding world had become so terrifying. Before it was completely dead, many vines and creepers were already crawling on its body like hungry insects. The lumps on its surface were shivering oddly, like plump fruits ready to explode. They burst, releasing clusters of bright purple and dark gold butterflies. The butterflies flew into the sky, while gold and purple smoke rose from the prehistoric beast's corpse. Li Yao was dumbfounded by the scene and could not calm himself for a long time. He extended his fingers, trying to catch a butterfly that emerged from the dead dinosaur's body. But his fingertips felt numb, and every cell itched as if the genetic strands deep inside were being broken, minced, and reassembled into different forms. Li Yao felt as if countless butterflies were hidden within his fingers, ready to burst and soar into the sky. Moreover, his entire body seemed to be made of billions of butterflies, as if it could collapse at any moment. Li Yao was greatly shocked. He hurriedly suppressed the feeling with his spiritual energy, managing to stop it from spreading. Is this some kind of virus? No, it's not a virus. It's a kind of special radiation, rarely seen in nature or even in the entire universe. It can trigger the division, collapse, reorganization, and mutation of genes, allowing the vast majority of cells to break through their limits. In a short span of a few days, hours, or even minutes, they become completely unrecognizable. They can even combine the genes of different species, creating all kinds of strange new species. No wonder the life in this world is growing and changing so crazily. It's like the brakes have been lost, and they are rushing forward, evolving toward the abyss of destruction. What should I call this special radiation, light of life? Perhaps it was the intense radiation that accelerated the growth of creatures, turning the tomb of the Supreme Emperor into an endless expanse in just a few days. But the acceleration is too fast. While Li Yao was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed a reflection from the corner of his eye. It did not seem natural but more like the reflection of plate armor. Slightly dazed, Li Yao was overjoyed. He stepped over the rapidly decomposing body of the tyrannosaur and looked at what he thought was a giant rock. As expected, under the cover of moss, vines, and creepers, he discovered a large piece of starship armor. What stood on his left side was not a mountain rock at all but the remains of a starship. The starship had crashed not long ago and had been covered by various plants and fungi, leaving not even a gap the size of a needle. Additionally, the magnetic field interference here was too intense for even metal detectors to work. No wonder Li Yao did not notice it earlier. The tyrannosaur had staggered close and crashed into the debris of the starship, denting the broken shell and wiping off a large part of the creep and moss, allowing it to see the light of day again. In his crystal suit, Li Yao wielded the heated axe and the flaming saber, burning away the weeds, vines, and creepers that covered the debris of the starship. Finally, it was revealed that the starship had been crushed into a heap. Judging from the number and emblem on its sides, the fast assault starship was named Crystal Light. It was Long Yangjun's ride. Its surface was marred by shocking, enormous tears, and its turret had been blown off. There were also signs of an inward collapse from a blast. The damage was so severe that it seemed as if the ship had been savaged by an ancient star. Li Yao found meteorite fragments in some of the giant cracks, but in others, he discovered traces of blood and biological tissue. This indicated that crystal light had not only been attacked by the meteoroid shower while escaping the lightning creatures, but also engaged in a battle after entering the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. The latter battle was the main reason for its crash here. Were they giant reptiles similar to tyrannosaurs? Li Yao shook his head. What a joke. If the strongest warship of human civilization could not handle dinosaurs, what was the point of exploring the universe? Was it Qingchen? That didn't seem likely, either. The damage to the starship's hull didn't suggest an attack by a giant soldier. Instead, it seemed to be the work of something more primitive, brutal, and furious. Shwa. 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 On Li Yao's retina, all the aggressive magical equipment inside his crystal suit and cosmos ring appeared in list form, ensuring that each piece of equipment could be retrieved within 0.01 seconds and activated in the obliteration state. Yangjun. Yangjun. Li Yao activated the communication system again, but there was still no response. He entered the starship carefully through a giant tear that almost cut crystal at the speed of light in half. The interior of the starship was packed with various vines, moss, and creepers, as well as a lot of bizarre, colorful snakes, insects, and rats. One of the rodents looked like a hybrid of mice and sandworms. It had a circle of mouthparts that resembled a rock crusher and could spurt corrosive acids. No metal could withstand its bite. Such animals had gnawed on the debris of the starship, leaving nothing of value behind. Thankfully, Li Yao did not find the crystal suits or bodies of the crew members, especially those of important figures like Yangjun. It seemed they had escaped before the starship crashed. He hoped Ding Lingdong's starship had fared the same. Although he had little hope, Li Yao still made his way to the cockpit. It turned out that the mainframe crystal processor was beyond recognition, too, with nest after nest of super mice crawling over it. Li Yao searched for a long time before finally finding a few memory chips with burnt surfaces. Holding his breath, Li Yao used super microgrinding and engraving techniques to polish the lines of the storage chips. After connecting them to his crystal processor and sifting through the garbage data for a long time, Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief, finally finding a message from Yangjun. Fortunately, it was a message for him. Unfortunately, the memory chip was too corrupted to recover 2/3 of the information. The remaining 1/3 was mottled and intermittent. The legends. The legends are true. Indeed, there is a certain method to freeze time deep inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. In the picture, Yangjun was in a trance and shouted, "Time and space are like a frozen river. This place has been frozen for too long. Right now, the upstream is gradually thawing, but the downstream is still blocked. It's like a flood that is unstoppable." Li Yao did not understand what he meant. Time freeze? Time thaw? What kind of nonsense was that? The critical explanation that followed was swallowed by the unrecoverable noise. When the picture cleared again, Yangjun's face looked even weirder. The camera was shaking violently, and the sounds of cannon fire and fighting echoed in the background. "It is alive," Yangjun said mysteriously. "It has woken up after hundreds of thousands, no, billions of years of hibernation." What did this mean? Li Yao could hardly wait to punch the light beam into pieces. Then, the picture shifted, becoming even blurrier and gloomier. Yangjun was more anxious than ever before. "Listen, Li Yao. We were all wrong. We were all wrong. About my hometown, the ancient sacred world, and the Nuwa battleship and the Pangu underground palace, which have puzzled me for half of my life. We always thought that a cutting-edge biochemical research center is where the Pangu clan studied how to pass on their civilization, right? Meng Qingchen and Wu Suiyun, two experts in the divinity transformation stage, were attacked by the monsters inside the underground palace while exploring the Pangu underground palace. Their bodies of flesh and blood kept expanding, and they almost turned into the new Pangu clan, didn't they? Hee. No, that's not right at all. We have completely misunderstood the purpose of this cutting-edge biochemical research institute. Do you remember how Meng Qingchen and Wu Suiyun described their feelings when they were injected with the biochemical drugs by the monsters? They felt their minds melting and disintegrating, their emotions stripped away layer by layer. In the end, they were almost turned into killing machines. If this is how the Pangu clan preserved their legacy, what can these biochemical drugs do, even if they can produce countless killing machines resembling the Pangu clan over hundreds of thousands of years? The Pangu clan is not composed of natural-born killers. They are civilized people with a high level of rationality and social consciousness. Their goal is to pass on their spirit, will, wisdom, and way of thinking. They certainly are not creating a bunch of soulless entities with nothing but skin. No, what is being conducted in the underground palace of the Pangu clan is not an inheritance experiment at all, but an experiment of destruction. It is something that can obliterate the primeval civilization. It is far too dangerous and can only be tested in the ancient saint world, which is shrouded in mystery. In the end, the Pangu clan's experiment was successful. The horrific biochemical drugs or genetic viruses destroyed the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and all prehistoric species. Only humans survived and began a new chapter. But right now, right now. Chapter 3029, The Living Pangu Clan. Long Yangjun was about to continue when an intense fire exploded behind her. The heat wave and blast destroyed the entire scene. But deep within the fire, a raging black shadow was dancing wildly. This was the only useful information Long Yangjun had left for Li Yao. Li Yao took a deep breath and calmed himself. He combined all the information he had gathered in the past into a glittering necklace. First, the legends were true. There was indeed a technique or magical equipment deep inside the tomb that could freeze time. Perhaps it was something 100 times more sophisticated than the hibernation system of the Pangu clan seen in the Kunlun mysterious realm, a sort of super hibernation system. This was possible. Very possible. After all, the hibernation system in the Kunlun mysterious realm had only been built by the Pangu civilization. The hibernation system deep inside the Supreme Emperor's tomb was most likely constructed by the Black Wall Maker, a super civilization from the primeval era. It was even possible that a living Black Wall Maker had been frozen. That's right. Assuming this is really the Black Wall hub that controls the brightness of billions of stars, it's quite reasonable to assign a few of our compatriots to control the switches. What better way to monitor the Black Wall's functioning than through prolonged hibernation? Li Yao pondered. The logic was sound. According to the legends, the Supreme Emperor entered the depths of the ancient tomb when he was heavily wounded and on the verge of death, seeking a way to freeze time to place himself in a non-living, non-death superimposed state to save his life. This could indirectly support Li Yao's speculation. Then, there was the light of life, a strange radiation that could accelerate cell activity and gene division. Li Yao estimated it was meant for freezing time. The reasoning was simple: if a piece of meat was frozen into a hard rock for a long time, how could it be thawed quickly? Naturally, it would have to be set on fire. The hibernation technology used by the Pangu and human civilizations involved injecting stimulating substances into the hibernation drugs when a person needed to be woken after a long sleep. These substances accelerated metabolism, circulation, and brain oxygenation, allowing the hibernator to wake up gradually. If something had been frozen in the depths of the ancient tomb for billions of years, what could provide better stimulation and thawing than the strange radiation, such as the light of life? However, once the radiation spread, it was not as friendly to creatures that weren't in long-term hibernation. From what Li Yao could see, all the creatures were growing, splitting, mutating, and dying rapidly on a genetic level, which explained the terrifying forest. Finally, Yangjun mentioned the virus. The Pangu underground palace in the ancient sacred world's North Pole was where the Pangu civilization developed its most advanced biochemical weapons. It made sense. Li Yao initially thought it was too simple and crude to pass on such a terrible virus. Since humans were the brand new, perfect carbon-based carriers created by the Pangu clan to pass on their civilization, there was no need to transform them into tall, clumsy giants with high energy consumption. Instead, it would make sense if he was studying a biochemical weapon that could attack genes directly. When Li Yao was fighting against Fushi on Ultimate Rescue, the latter mentioned that the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and all other intelligent species of the primeval era had been destroyed by biochemical weapons. The virus intended to attack the enemy had undergone unexpected mutations after countless releases and disseminations. It evolved into an apocalyptic weapon that could annihilate most creatures and the entire primeval era. Only a few humans were immune to the virus and survived the disaster. Currently, there were only two questions. Firstly, if humans were immune to the virus, how did Meng Qixin become infected? Was the virus unstable at the beginning, or had humans not developed immunity yet? This was a critical question because it would determine whether Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, Li Jialing, Li Linghai, and all the exploration teammates who entered the ancient tomb would be infected by the same virus. Secondly, and more importantly, shouldn't the depths of the Supreme Emperor's tomb be a shelter for the Pangu civilization? Why was there a virus in this place, guarded by the other half of the Fushi civilization? Li Yao was confused but finally began to see the light. He could only hope that he would find more evidence and traces to piece together the truth. After leaving the cockpit, he searched the starship's debris from top to bottom and found some uncorrupted high-nutrition drugs and components. At the rear of the starship, there was a massive hole near the engine compartment, indicating that the power unit had functioned fully and exploded, blowing up the rear of the starship. Li Yao walked out of the hole, attempting to search for traces of the crew members. In the forest outside, he saw three figures. The blood all over Li Yao's body was about to freeze, but it boiled in the next second and rushed to his brain like magma. He crouched, unsheathed his saber, and released Little Black, which flew to the top of the three figures with a few monitoring crystal cameras. The three figures drew closer from above, yet they remained absolutely still. Upon closer inspection, Li Yao discovered that they were not human but three broken crystal suits. There was no flesh and blood inside the crystal suits, instead, they were filled with wriggling weeds, vines, and fungi. Amplified 100-fold by vitality, these objects resembled internal organs exposed to the air, hissing and trying to grow colorful flowers through the cracks of the crystal suits. This strange appearance gave Li Yao a sour feeling, neither disgusting nor mushy. Compared to real horror, he hated the inexplicable strangeness more. Right then, heavy footsteps echoed in front of the starship again. All the animals in the forest fled. Even the plants inside the crystal suits writhed faster, trying to drag the heavy suits away from the area. Another dinosaur isn't coming, is it? Li Yao frowned slightly. But it was quite possible. If there were no even more ferocious beasts chasing it, how could the first dinosaur have fled its territory in panic? Moreover, if it hadn't been chasing and fleeing for a long time, the first dinosaur wouldn't have run out of oxygen so quickly and suffocated itself. Li Yao entered a deep slumber state again. He crept around the debris of the starship and looked ahead. He saw someone. A giant, about 15 meters tall, was holding the neck of the dinosaur carcass with his knee and digging out its internal organs. His skin was gray and brown, with wrinkles and stripes all over. If it weren't for the clear facial features on his round head, he would have looked no different from the dinosaurs below his knees. His figure was slightly hunched, and he was completely naked. Crack. 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 Without using any tools, he broke the dinosaur's bones one by one with his incredible brute force and dug out their abundant internal organs. He wolfed down the food without a second thought. Pangu clan? Li Yao couldn't believe his eyes. The blood that had been boiling a moment ago turned cold. He never expected to encounter a living Pangu clan member under these circumstances. Although the appearance of the Pangu clan had subtly changed according to their living environment after they occupied the 3,000 sectors, and despite their current feast on raw meat and blood, which didn't make them appear highly civilized, Li Yao was still sure of their identity. The key was the organ in their lower body. Like humans, the Pangu clan reproduced sexually, and there was a difference between males and females. However, a long time ago, they had awakened the ability to communicate directly through brainwaves. They were skilled in large-scale spiritual communication and derived great pleasure from collective telepathy. As a result, they focused on training their brain cells and mental strength, becoming less interested in matters between men and women. After the Pangu clan's expedition army returned from the multiverse in defeat and discovered the horror of the Black Wall Makers or the flooding tides, they also followed Fushi's advice and sealed their own emotions. Naturally, they could not allow the so-called romantic feelings to disturb the survival of the entire civilization. Therefore, in the later years of the Pangu civilization, the organs below the Pangu clan gradually shrank and degenerated, retaining only the most basic functions necessary for producing life seeds. Li Yao had seen many corpses of the Pangu clan in the Kunlun mysterious land and the Pangu underground palace. Although most would be obliterated upon contact with the air, some precious pictures and files could still be preserved. Thus, he knew the body structure of the Pangu clan very clearly. The giant's body shape, the wrinkles on his skin, and the disproportionately small organ below all proved he was a member of the Pangu clan or from the era when emotions were completely sealed under the influence of the Fushi clan. How did this happen? Li Yao felt that time and space were in chaos. To make matters worse, his incendiary soldier had not been repaired yet. Now, riddled with holes and running out of fuel, it could not be activated at all. How could a crystal suit deal with a living member of the Pangu clan? Li Yao's heart skipped a beat. Although the Pangu clan member was naked and looked like a savage, his keen senses were undiminished. He immediately sensed the changes in Li Yao's heartbeat and brain waves. Holding the internal organs of a tyrannosaur, he turned around and stared at Li Yao warily. Li immediately felt as if an invisible chisel had pierced through his brain, turning his neural network into a torrent of interweaving magma. He had been discovered and locked onto by the Pangu clan. The indifference on the Pangu clan member's face immediately collapsed, replaced by wariness, excitement, and brutality, as if he were a human-shaped tyrannosaur. Li Yao noticed subtle changes and thought of something. The Pangu clan should not have such obvious and intense expressions on their faces. Were their emotions not sealed? It was just like the Pangu clan member who had fought him in the Kunlun mysterious realm. Even at the most intense moment of the battle, the anger on his face was only fleeting, as if he was afraid of being triggered. But the Pangu clan member in front of him was completely unrestrained, releasing primitive and animal-like emotions to his heart's content. Had his seal been broken? Had he regained his emotions? Before Li Yao could figure out the answer, he already felt a brutal, stinky wind blowing at him. Good heavens! The powerful Pangu clan expert had grabbed the hind leg of the tyrannosaur, picked up the enormous beast that weighed dozens of tons, and smashed it at Li Yao. Li Yao's pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. He turned into a streak of light and dashed almost 100 meters away. Boom! The body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was smashed into the spot where he had been standing a moment ago, creating a blast that seemed real. Mud splashed more than 10 meters high. Ho! The Pangu clan roared in fury when their attack missed. They jumped up and down like gorillas, bashing their chests in anger. What the hell? So barbaric? Li Yao's head was spinning. Since his opponent had apparently unlocked the shackles that bound his emotions and will, Li Yao did not want to kill him brutally. He had no ill intentions toward the Pangu civilization as a whole. They were the continuation of a father-son civilization, even different stages of the same civilization. Was there no chance for them to work side by side in the face of the desolate universe and the flood that could destroy everything? Couldn't they at least sit down and talk peacefully? I don't want to fight you. Li Yao gritted his teeth and opened his hands, gesturing to the Pangu clan. Can you understand me? At least look at my posture. I mean you no harm. Let's talk. Talk. For a moment, there was confusion on the Pangu clan's face. But soon, his eyes were filled with the redness of killing. He picked up a giant rock and threw it at Li Yao. Idiot! Li Yao cursed in his heart, unsure whether he was cursing the Pangu clan for his inability to communicate or himself for his naivety. He turned into a phantom and dodged the giant rock agilely. Thinking for a moment, he sealed up a brainwave with the new energy structure that the lightning creature had just taught him and sent it to the Pangu clan. Let's talk. If we really have to fight, it doesn't stop us from talking for a minute. At least we can talk while we fight. Li Yao sealed these thoughts in his brainwaves. The Pangu clan excelled in telepathy. If humans were their creations and slaves, they would certainly have the ability to command and receive feedback from humans. The two parties would definitely be able to communicate. But Li Yao's brainwaves received no response. No response. A moment later, an invisible lightning struck Li Yao's head like a burning giant axe, almost splitting his brain in half. The Pangu clan had launched a mental attack on Li Yao. The pain was so intense that he could barely contain his fury. He was deeply confused. Why was there such deep hatred between the two parties that the Pangu clan wanted him dead the moment they met? Or rather, the Pangu clan member had been infected by the virus Yangjun described. The price of unsealing his emotions and will was to unleash his instincts of killing and destruction to his heart's content. His target wasn't Li Yao, but all the creatures in his vision. There was no time to think. The enemy attacked again, agile like a tyrannosaur, hundreds of times faster. If Li Yao were still in the nascent soul stage in the Kunlun mysterious land, he would not have been able to resist such a dual attack without the help of the giant soldier gods. But now, having reached the soul-splitting stage, Li Yao could manipulate his body to dodge the Pangu clan's attacks while establishing a brainwave shield to resist the mental assault using the energy structure the lightning lifeform had just taught him. He could even spare part of his computational ability to calmly analyze everything on the battlefield. The combat ability of the Pangu clan member was far weaker than that of the one in the Kunlun mysterious land. This wasn't due to cultivation or absolute strength, but because the Pangu clan member in the Kunlun mysterious land was a rational, civilized individual who had mastered unbelievable techniques such as drawing runes in the void and dictation of law. He could perform powerful killing moves with his bare hands. The Pangu clan member in front of him, on the other hand, had been fighting recklessly, relying on his amazing physical strength from start to finish. Even his mental attacks were unorganized. His brainwaves were triggered to their maximum and bombarded Li Yao brutally. He was simply a barbarian, merely wearing the skin of the Pangu clan. Moreover, Li Yao noticed that less than 3 minutes into the fierce battle, the Pangu clan member's chest was already fluctuating violently. His skin changed from gray to deep purple, and steam was rising from the wrinkles on his skin. Several obvious red spots floated on his bare head, as if countless scorching flames were about to burst out of his brain. The magical axes he swung at Li Yao became disordered, with many of his attacks missing their target entirely, wasting his precious mental power. Li Yao thought quickly and immediately understood. Although the conclusion was quite absurd, the reason should be the same as the cause of death of the previous dinosaur. The Pangu clan member was not adapted to the environment. The gravity here was comfortable for a human being around 2 meters tall, and the oxygen content in the air was just right. However, for a giant carbon-based life form more than 10 meters tall, the gravity was too heavy, and the oxygen was too thin. Perhaps the air even contained ingredients highly toxic to the Pangu clan. The Pangu clan had always been particular about their living environment and were relatively delicate. Otherwise, there would have been no need to produce the universal, all-terrain, versatile tools to replace the 3,000 sectors. When the Pangu clan member was chasing the dinosaurs, he had crossed countless different ecological environments and absorbed a lot of lethal impurities. Like the dinosaurs, he was already exhausted and on the verge of collapse. When he saw Li Yao, he launched a high-intensity mental attack without a second thought. However, although he had brute force, he lacked the ability to control brainwaves and mental power. He was about to be burned to death when his brain cells were triggered. Hey, you must be joking. Li Yao was at a loss for words. He leaped from branch to branch with agility, dodging the increasingly furious and chaotic attacks of his opponent while continuously releasing the brainwaves he had sealed. Are you really in a conscious state? Do you know what you are doing? This is not your battlefield. Your spiritual flames are not even surging, and you're not wearing a strengthened exoskeleton to protect yourself. You're resisting the super high gravity with your flesh and blood. Stop it. Stop it now. If this goes on, you'll play yourself to death. Stop stimulating your brainwaves and mental power without restraint. You're overdrafting your life and burning your entire brain at the fastest speed. You're committing suicide. Do you understand? Obviously, the stranger did not understand. The giant turned a deaf ear to Li Yao's exhortations and continued. He knew his skin had turned deep purple, and the white mist spurting from his wrinkles was intermittent. His entire skull had been heated to the point of translucency, and he could vaguely see his brain, as if his skull had turned into a piece of transparent glass. Li Yao had no idea what to do, but he understood why seemingly insignificant humans were the ultimate winners in the primeval war. In the competition for survival, winners and losers were never determined by size and strength. Even though the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were both giants capable of summoning wind and rain, they still had to abide by the law of conservation of energy. The larger the body size and the greater the mass, the more severe the gravity restriction. Their metabolism and energy circulation systems would need to be more precise, and thus more vulnerable to damage. More energy would be consumed, and more waste would be excreted. To release intense spiritual lightning, his brain would have to be burned. One moment of carelessness, and his entire brain would be destroyed. If he performed overly complex techniques in a high-mass, high-gravity, low-oxygen, resource-scarce high-intensity battlefield, he was very likely to be crushed, as was happening now. Boom! After unleashing a mental attack that seemed real but narrowly missed Li Yao, the Pangu clan member finally collapsed. Throughout, Li Yao had never taken the initiative to attack him. It was purely due to the Pangu member overexerting his brain and physical strength in the extremely harsh environment, draining himself, burning out, and essentially playing himself to death. What the hell is this? This guy doesn't have the slightest bit of intelligence. He doesn't know how to control his own enormous strength. He's literally an idiot and a barbarian. Li Yao observed from afar and pondered calmly. But judging from the organs in his lower body, he is clearly from the later stages of the Pangu civilization. He should know the basic knowledge of how to control his body and brain. The Pangu clan member was still struggling. There was no hint of the enlightenment and wisdom that a civilized man should possess. Instead, he was filled with the simplicity, recklessness, and barbarism of a prehistoric beast. He was not afraid of death. Instead, he squandered the last bit of his vitality, trying to stand up on all fours, only to fail repeatedly. In the end, he collapsed completely. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he roared like a bull, but the noise gradually weakened. He was dead. No more brainwaves were emitted. The arrogance, brutality, and savagery on his face froze into confusion and loss. Li Yao waited patiently for a long time. Then, he asked Little Black to check and confirm that the Pangu clan member's body functions had been completely cut off. Standing before the hill-like body, Li Yao pondered for a moment and decided to perform an autopsy. There was no need to physically cut open his stomach. He could simply simulate ultrasonic waves with the high-frequency vibrations of his hands to check if something had been implanted in the Pangu clan member's body, driving him mad. Li Yao circled around the Pangu clan member and returned to his head. The Pangu clan member's head was as thick as Li Yao's. Li Yao pressed his hands against the temples, and his hands immediately transformed into 2 streaks of gray mist. Weak bioelectricity spurted from his palms and flowed into the Pangu clan member's body through the temples. Li Yao sensed the fading brightness of the brain and every meridian within. This was a typical Pangu clan member, no different from the corpses the Star Glory Federation had found in the Kunlun Mysterious Land and the Pangu Underground Palace. What was special about them compared to humans was the third brain embedded between the 2 halves of their brain, similar to the pineal gland in humans. More precisely, they were born with spiritual roots visible to the naked eye. The third brain served as the material foundation for the Pangu clan to release powerful brainwaves and achieve super long-range telepathy and a large-scale mental network. It also enabled them to communicate with intelligent creatures on different carbon bases and become the leaders of the Pangu Civilization Alliance. However, everything has its pros and cons. Any evolutionary advantage comes with a high price. The Pangu clan was on a misguided path of evolution, or rather, their brain evolution was too extreme. While the third brain allowed for high-speed telepathic thoughts, it also consumed astronomical amounts of heat, oxygen, and energy. It seems that the Pangu clan initially stumbled upon the secrets of mind communication and mental attacks. Excelling in these areas gave them a significant advantage in the fierce competition for survival, leading them to evolve in this direction. Over time, to support the growing third brain and process the massive amount of data transmitted telepathically, they had to evolve a larger left brain and a larger right skull, including a cooling system, not found in humans, and a special energy transmission and storage system to power the superbrain. To accommodate this system, the Pangu clan grew increasingly larger, reaching an average height of over 20 meters, almost as tall as the largest reptiles. In other words, the Pangu clan did not need such a massive body. It was only because they had a super-large head that they required an enormous and clumsy body to match. Then, was it possible to alter their evolution and grow an enormous head while keeping the body the same, or even regress completely? Such bizarre creatures have appeared in many fantasy novels, including Lu Qingchen's Phantom Plan. However, the body of a carbon-based intelligent life form is a very delicate and compact system. The body is not just there to support the brain's movement, it is also responsible for absorbing and digesting the nutrition the brain requires. The Pangu clan's brain, in particular, needs a constant supply of oxygen. Their brain often operates at high intensity to achieve mental communication and mental attacks, causing the temperature to rise to nearly 100 degrees. To lower the temperature, the Pangu clan has a body fluid, different from blood, similar to a cooling liquid. This fluid must circulate rapidly throughout the body and be cooled by the hot stream emitted from the wrinkles on the skin. Only with a huge body and a large enough area of wrinkled skin can the cooling liquid return to an extremely low temperature after one cycle, protecting the heated brain again. The brain, the center of emotions, the carrier of thoughts, and the residence of the soul, although less than 1/20th of the human body's weight, consumes more than 1/3 of the oxygen and nutrition. For a cultivator like Li Yao, his brain might consume almost all the oxygen and nutrition. How could he survive without a strong body? Therefore, freaks with only brains and no bodies could never evolve naturally unless supported by a full set of machines and biochemical circulation systems. Just like life in nature could never evolve into apparently efficient organs such as wheels, Liao estimated that the enormous, heavy, and clumsy body of the Pangu clan was not a significant issue on their original planet. Many biologists, cosmologists, and archaeologists believed that the Pangu clan's original planet likely had low density and mass, high oxygen content, and low temperature. The lower the mass, the lower the gravity. Combined with the high oxygen content, creatures could grow without restraint. Even if they weighed dozens of tons, they could still move as swiftly as swallows. The low temperature naturally aided in the cooling of the brain, making overheating less of a concern for the Pangu clan. Thus, the Pangu clan thrived on their native planet, developed a brilliant civilization, and ventured beyond it. After exploring countless habitable planets, they discovered that their home, a planet with low mass, low gravity, high oxygen, and cool air, was a rare exception. Most habitable planets, from the perspective of humans from Empyrean terminus and Heaven's origin, were standard planets, meaning they had high mass, high gravity, low oxygen, and relatively high temperatures. It was too late for the Pangu clan. They had come too far on the path of evolution. Their entire civilization was built on telepathic communication and mental attacks. How could they abandon their most powerful techniques and completely alter their life form? It was possible, and it was also the reason the Pangu clan sought to create human beings. Compared to the bodies of the Pangu clan, human bodies might have 100 shortcomings, but the three advantages of low energy consumption, high adaptability, and great potential were enough to win the competition of survival over 1,000,000 years. Liao carefully examined every organ of the Pangu clan, especially the remarkable cooling system. This fluid circulation system was hundreds of times thinner and more complex than veins and nerves, featuring heat dissipation pores hidden within the skin's wrinkles. The heat dissipation efficiency of the power unit rivaled that of a starship. It was indeed an unbelievable direction of evolution. As I expected, my brain cells have been completely burnt. My entire brain is a mess. Even the gods can't save me. It wasn't easy for the Pangu clan to survive, build, and fight on countless planets with such a clumsy and redundant body. Liao sighed. The more he learned about the Pangu clan, the more he felt that they were not killed by the Nuwa clan or by human beings, but by the shortcomings of their own evolution, or rather, by the heavenly law that restricts the intelligent life of carbon-based creatures from exceeding certain limits in the universe. While pondering, Liao suddenly noticed uneven stripes on the inside of the left wrist of the Pangu clan member. It was a very delicate rune hidden among the wrinkles, resembling the overlapping of countless intricate patterns. The standard language of the Pangu clan looked like a human tattoo. The 3D tattoo stunned Liao. Although he did not know the specific content of the tattoos, he had seen many similar ones in his research files, including those on the wrists of many elite warriors of the Pangu clan in the Kunlun Mysterious Land and the Pangu Underground Palace. It seemed to be a symbol of the bravery of the Pangu clan, passed down after the earth-shaking civil war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. In other words, the Pangu clan member was indeed from the prehistoric era and a well-trained elite warrior. He was definitely not a primitive barbarian. How was it possible? The elite warriors of the Pangu clan were adept at all kinds of mysterious techniques. They could use large-scale armors similar to crystal suits and terrifying magical equipment. Their mental attacks should be more organized and targeted. They should be able to respond to Liao's telepathic thoughts. At the very least, they should have a high level of understanding of their mental state and know when to calm down instead of launching reckless mental attacks and burning themselves out. Looking at the Pangu clan member's muddied eyes, Liao was deeply confused. He had thought the Pangu clan member was a barbarian who had been surviving in the natural environment, much like humans who grew up in the wild. However, the Pangu clan member's eyes irrefutably indicated he had once been a tribe member and possessed great wisdom. Could it be? Li Yao mumbled to himself, deep in thought. The Pangu clan did regain their emotions and will, but the price was the complete loss of rationality and wisdom. It's as if emotions and will are a river that is too violent. They were sealed and strangled, but once the seal is broken, the torrent is unstoppable, and even rationality and wisdom are swept away. This was the only reasonable explanation. But it was definitely not the answer Li Yao had hoped for. Of course, he was not the only Pangu clan member to go mad after resurrection. Long Yangjun, Ding Lingdang, and the others had likely fought against the enraged Pangu clan long ago. The crash of Long Yangjun's starship was evidence of this. So, where were the remaining Pangu clan members, Long Yangjun, Ding Lingdang, and the others? With the crash site of Crystal Light and the Pangu clan's location as the center, Li Yao launched a search with a radius of over 100 kilometers. It turned out that when he discovered the mysteries hidden beneath the vines, weeds, and creepers and set them on fire, he found a lot of debris from starships beneath the lush, living plants. Azure Dragon, Tiger of the Sky, Nine-Headed Dragon. They were all terrestrial warships capable of moving freely in both gravity-free vacuum and high-gravity atmospheres. Like Lightspeed Crystal, the warships were twisted into debris and swallowed by the rapidly growing plants. There were not many valuable discoveries inside. However, Li Yao found several scattered bones near the warship debris. These bones, several meters long and dark gold, clearly belonged to the Pangu clan, not to humans. Perhaps there had been many human corpses in this place as well, but they had been consumed by the plants and fungi, just like the flesh and blood of the Pangu clan. Only the thickest, most solid golden femurs, capable of bearing dozens of tons, remained undestroyed. Thus, when Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, and Li Linghai's leading human exploration fleet entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, they encountered not Lu Qingchen's ambush but a group of frenzied Pangu clan members. Li Yao carefully examined the damage on each starship and, using his extensive experience in refining, inferred the cause of the injuries. He discovered that most of the shocking wounds were caused by very low-level personal magical equipment, such as oversized chainswords and vibration sabers. There were even traces of dark gold blood around the irregular cracks, suggesting that the Pangu clan had torn them apart bare-handed. It fit the description of the Pangu clan's brute force. If it were an established battle squad of the Pangu clan, they should not have been carrying only individual magical equipment like chainswords and vibration sabers. They should not have been fighting human warships with their bare hands without any magical equipment. Therefore, Li Yao suspected that the Pangu clan encountered by the human exploration fleet were the same as the previous Pangu clan. They had lost their memories and rationality and degenerated into ignorant barbarians. Was it the effect of the virus that Long Yangjun mentioned, or the light of life that could thaw time and accelerate plant growth, or was it the result of billions of mutations triggered by the light of life? Li Yao had no idea. Although he was anxious for the answer to be revealed in the next second, he managed to suppress his anxiety and found all the crashed starships within the 200 to 300 square kilometers nearby. He also gathered enough components, high-nose drugs, and crystal fuel from them. He was quite lucky. The maintenance workshop of a multi-purpose support ship was mostly intact, and the maintenance platform was still usable. While it was impossible for the giant god soldier to be reborn, it was fortunate that the main structure of the arsonist was undamaged. Its shell had only been torn apart by the meteor storm. After replacing the crystal suit with hundreds of colorful metal patches, it ignited a dark, stubborn flame. Before setting off toward the origin, Li Yao took a night's rest. There was no real day or night in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. After the blue sky and white clouds lasted for almost 15 hours, the sky would be enshrouded in dense fog, which would last for almost 10 hours before it was replaced by a new blue sky identical to the previous day. Li Yao had a vague feeling that this primeval relic, whether named Emperor Tomb, Divine Tomb, or Black Tomb, was not prepared for the Pangu clan but for human beings. The reason was obvious: the gravity here was the most suitable for human survival and combat, just as the oxygen, impurities in the air, temperature, humidity, and even the plants, animals, and fungi were. Li Yao tested the toxicity of many plants, animals, and fungi and found that most of them were not poisonous at all. On the contrary, they were very beneficial for bodily replenishment and recovery. It was truly a paradise where heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be found everywhere. Even if an ordinary person lived on raw meat and blood in this place, ate a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and breathed the freshest air, they would slowly strengthen their flesh and blood, awaken their spiritual root, and become a cultivator. Additionally, the cycle of 1 day and 1 night, roughly 24 hours, was the most suitable for human survival, with the most average planetary rotation time. For the giants requiring cold air and low gravity, such as the Pangu clan, their day and night cycles were much longer than 24 hours due to the lower density of their planets. It was definitely not a comfortable place for the Pangu clan. Why? Li Yao mumbled to himself. If this is really the control hub of the makers of the Black Wall, why is it so suitable for the survival and training of human beings? What exactly is this so-called Black Wall maker? Just like the previous questions, the answers could only be revealed once Li Yao reached the real entrance of the ancient tomb. While he was resting, Li Yao released Little Black and scanned the nearby 500 square kilometers with the monitoring crystal camera. After eliminating the interference of the trees and fungi, he compared it with the map Li Linghai had drawn from his previous explorations. As expected, the origin, where the light of life was strongest and the plants were densest, was the real entrance to the ancient tomb. When the sky turned a deep blue again, Li Yao led the way with his flaming saber, marching toward the deepest part of the forest. Many plants and fungi squeaked and shivered in the burning flames, but more branches and vines lunged at the ashes behind Li Yao, swallowing them instantly. The nightmare-like scene did not deter Li Yao from his quest for the truth. He trudged forward into the depths of the forest. 3 hours later, after discovering more wrecked starships, he finally found the remains of a camp left by Li Linghai during her previous explorations. It was a piece of a metal anti-radiation tent with "Deep Sea" inscribed on one corner. Such tents were designed for building mobile laboratories, capable of blocking all kinds of tiny radiation and ensuring accurate experiment results. Li Linghai had told Li Yao that she had tried to carry and unfold many tents in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. The words "Deep Sea" naturally referred to the Deep Sea Fleet, which were Li Linghai's personal weapons. This indicated that Li Linghai did not want too many people to know the important secret of the Supreme Emperor's tomb. Therefore, during each exploration, she only brought many spiritual puppets as her assistants. When Li Yao dug out 3 multipurpose puppets that had run out of energy and a lot of scraps of engineering magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium from the depths of the soil, he was even more certain that this was Li Linghai's camp, the forward base of the Supreme Emperor, and the real entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb. Then, what about the door? Li Linghai told Li Yao that there was a literal gate at the entrance of the tomb. It was a black steel 9 meters high, 4 meters wide, and 1 meter thick. The proportions of 9:4:1 were very solemn and perfect. The gate, or rather, the black steel, was as precise as the first entrance. No matter how precise Li Linghai's measurement equipment was, he could not detect the slightest error. He had reached the pinnacle in mechanics, material science, and refinement. However, the first entrance was always open to all. Any living creature that touched it would immediately be assimilated, merged, and absorbed. The second door was an extremely solid black steel. No matter how hard Li Linghai tried to stimulate or ram it, he could not open it at all. Had he not received the information from the Supreme Emperor's forward operating base and Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi's firm belief that it was the real entrance, Li Linghai would not have been able to connect a solid steel to the gate to the ancient mysteries. The black steel further solidified Li Yao's speculation that the primeval relics were prepared for human beings. A gate that was 9 meters tall and 4 meters wide was too cramped for the Pangu clan, or rather, a behemoth more than 10 meters tall. But for human beings, the two seemingly contradictory concepts of solemnity and exquisiteness were perfectly combined. Besides, the unit of length named meter was most suitable for human beings. Any intelligent human would think of the length of their arms first when setting the unit of length. Therefore, the 1 meter of the Pangu clan was much longer than that of humans. In the primeval era, billions of years ago, did a certain super-civilization leave a gate to the future for humans, billions of years later, in units of rice? Li Yao thought to himself. But now, the gate was gone. Li Linghai told Li Yao that her camp and the forward base of the Supreme Emperor were right in front of the black steel. The distance between the three was no more than 100 meters. Li Yao wouldn't overlook a 9-meter-tall black steel no matter how tall the weeds and bushes were. But Li Yao extended his telepathic thoughts and scanned in the direction where the black steel should have been. His heart was suddenly racing uncontrollably. Humming noises echoed inside his brain, as if they were the most sacred and mysterious chants from ancient times. "What the hell is this?" Li Yao exclaimed, dumbfounded, as he looked at the latest form of the black steel right in front of him. The place where the black steel should have been was empty, but there were many black gaps floating in the air. Li Yao didn't know how to describe such things. They were like the branches of a tree that had been dug out and burnt into carbon powder, then consolidated into the weirdest and most twisted forms. They also resembled the burnt corpses of a lunatic artist inspired by a nightmare. Hundreds of these real black gaps in the three-dimensional world were unaffected by gravity. They emitted spider-web-like ripples as if embedded in the air. The smallest gap was about 3 to 5 meters long, sending out multiple waves and tentacles. The largest had dozens of roots, measuring more than 100 meters in length and width. Is this a wormhole? Li Yao found it hard to believe. When performing a space jump, he had seen or scanned wormholes with his magical equipment more than once. So-called wormholes were not actually round holes. Most wormholes appeared as extremely twisted cracks, very similar to the black cracks before him. However, a wormhole was a gap between the three-dimensional universe and four-dimensional space, lacking a physical form. It shouldn't even be visible to the naked eye, detectable only by telepathic thoughts and spiritual waves. How could it be visible? Touchable? Li Yao even felt that these solid wormholes were the marks of some bizarre, flame-singed alien species from the depths of hell. Li Yao swallowed hard. Controlling the muscles he had trained countless times, he mechanically activated his magical equipment to perform the scanning and exploration procedures. Yes, the scene before him was not a 3D illusion. It was a material that was neither gold nor stone, but extremely hard. Suspended in the air, it continuously emitted intense radiation, which could accelerate the ultimate division, mutation, and failure of cells. The light of life emerged from the black gaps. The community of black crevices was nearly 5,000 meters in diameter. Li Yao circled around the community and found more traces of human exploration teams, including magical equipment, crystal suits, used enhancement drugs, cans of high-nutrition supplements, blood-stained medical gel, and broken shells. Moreover, based on the distribution of the traces, they seemed to be gradually shrinking and eventually disappearing below the black gaps. What do you mean? Li Yao murmured to himself, gazing at the twisting black gaps floating in midair. Did Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, and Li Linghai arrive at the black steel after dealing with the rampaging wild Pangu clan, only to find that the black steel had split into thousands of cracks, and they had crawled into the gaps? Li Yao was unsure if the black gaps in the air were fragments of the black steel or if they were the real entrance to the tomb and the correct way to open it. After scanning repeatedly and confirming that there were no other lethal radiations besides the light of life, Li Yao held his breath and focused his telepathic thoughts on the smallest black gap, attempting to move it with his telekinetic abilities. Since reaching the divinity transformation stage, Li Yao's life magnetic field had become stronger than ever. He could even manipulate a planet's magnetic field and harness its gravity for his own use. At maximum telekinetic power, he could move objects weighing over 500 kilograms. Even the giant god soldiers and starships could be lifted and pushed easily. But no matter how hard he pushed and pulled, the black gap remained firmly fixed in the air, not moving an inch. Li Yao switched to 3 clusters of black gaps and exerted all his strength, but he failed to move them at all. This is impossible. Li Yao was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. He observed the black gaps with wide-open eyes, not understanding how they were fixed in the air. They seemed like a brand of the three-dimensional universe. Shua. Li Yao unsheathed his chainsword and held it high with both hands. The aura of the sword soared into the sky, turning into a crimson dragon over 10 meters long. Li Yao's face was solemn. It had been a long time since he had poured all his mental power, will, and strength into one sword aura and slashed it so seriously. Hughes. When the sonic boom echoed, the crimson dragon had already turned into a streak of red and slashed at a black gap. It was a perfect attack. Even if sword addict Yan Liren were present, his control over speed, strength, and rhythm would not have been any better than Li Yao's. Whatever was blocking the attack, crystal suit, giant soldier, starship, or even a star fortress, Li Yao was confident he could cut it in half. However, clang! The crisp sound of something breaking did not come from the black gap but from Li Yao's chainsword. The moment the sword's aura passed through the black gap, a blade of space seemed to dart out and shatter the chainsword easily. Since Li Yao had poured too much spiritual energy into the attack, the broken chainsword continued to split into hundreds of pieces and exploded. Li Yao held his sword and breathed heavily. He was dazed for a long time before raising the broken sword to his eyes. The chainswords he was qualified to use were, of course, the ultimate weapons, boasting the most cutting-edge technology of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, and made of the most solid super alloys that would not break even if dozens of crystal suits were cut apart. But this marvelous weapon shattered the moment it was unsheathed by the black gap. And on the black gap, there was not even a tiny scratch. Li Yao's eyelids twitched violently. His pupils constricted to the size of 2 glittering needles. Without a word, he retreated hundreds of meters. Taking a deep breath, he opened the cover of all the remote magical equipment on his crystal suit one after another. Hundreds of beams of light bombarded a cluster of black gaps like a storm. Boom! 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 The cluster of black crevices was immediately engulfed in flames, blasts, and explosions. A fireball hundreds of meters in diameter gradually rose, causing nearby vines and creepers to scream. In Li Yao's most terrifying attack, the extreme temperature at the core of the fireball was close to the burning of a star. However, when the fireball dissipated and the smoke cleared, the black gaps remained intact. There was no sign of any damage. The products of the ancient super civilizations quietly spoke of their strength and the ignorance of their latecomers. Damn! Impenetrable! Li Yao spat. After his fury and frustration, he quickly calmed down, sat cross-legged, and pondered. He realized he had made a mistake. The black gaps could not be cracked by brute force. In terms of violence, Ding Lingdang might be on par with him, but Li Linghai and the other experts in the exploration team were definitely no match for him. However, since all of them had crawled in successfully, it meant that the black gap was in a certain Open state. Right, I've been making the mistake of thinking that we have the key to the real entrance of the ancient tomb. I have half of it, and Li Linghai has the other half. But the two half-keys are supposed to be combined. If they were the key to the real entrance, Black Star Emperor Wuingqi would have been able to open it 800 years ago. There's no reason Wuingqi's remaining soul could not have found what Li Linghai and his foster father discovered. At that time, Wuingqi's explanation was that his remaining soul was too weak, and he was afraid the depths of the ancient tomb were too dangerous, so he did not dare to take the risk easily. However, no matter how you look at it, Wuingqi did not seem to be a rational and patient person. But is it possible that the key is not meant to open the black steel, but serves another purpose? The real entrance to the ancient tomb, be it in the form of a black steel or of a black gap, is not entered by a key but by something else. Wait, what did I just say, Drill? Li Yao stared at the black gap. The black gap seemed to gaze back at him. Li Yao's soul was deeply attracted by the bizarre, raging, and dancing black gaps. The drumming that originated from his heart and the whispers that originated from his eardrums seemed to call from the depths of his brain again. He suddenly had a very strange feeling that this was not an exploration but a return home. The depths of the Black Crevice were his hometown, the starting point for all human beings in the Pangu universe. Li Yao's eyes locked onto a cluster of black crevices more than 10 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters wide, guided solely by his intuition. "This is mine," he declared. Li Yao walked to the bottom of the cluster of black gaps and pressed them with his hands, applying even pressure. He was not attempting to push the gaps apart but to squeeze himself through them. At first, the black gap did not budge. The material, composed of the hardest alloy and the fiercest spiritual energy, could not be separated by Li Yao's bare hands. However, when Li Yao's force reached its peak and every cell in his body was activated, the extremely hard material turned soft and thick like super-dense glue. First, his 10 fingers, then his 2 hands, and then his 2 arms, Li Yao was squeezed into the black gap. Watching his arms disappear as if swallowed by the black gap was a very strange sensation. It was like the ancient legends of solid objects piercing through other solids. After all, even the hardest super-alloy material, when viewed on a microscopic level, was mostly empty space except for tiny nuclei and electrons. If the internal and external balance could be altered, why couldn't one solid pass through another? The so-called entities simply don't exist. Even if 99.99% of the space inside an inseparable atom is filled with empty force fields and energy, investigating the essence of the 0.001% nucleus and the electrons is just a collection of countless energy strings. Matter is energy. The stars and the brilliant universe have nothing except the endless strings of energy waves. The black gaps are ripples, the crystal suits are ripples, and my body and soul are ripples. Then, as long as the ripples are adjusted to a special frequency, Li Yao gritted his teeth. Countless marvelous curves burst out in his mind. Every cell, and even every gene strand, rippled and dispersed along the curves, gradually melting into the black gaps. It was an indescribable feeling. Every atom that constituted his body was squeezed into the dense material that made up the black gaps. As his body sank in, the world outside suddenly vanished. Before his eyes was a world of absolute darkness. His sight and hearing were swallowed by the darkness, but his sense of touch and perception became particularly sharp. Li Yao felt like a snake with limbs that had to squeeze into an ever-narrowing and twisting crevice. The deeper he went, the narrower and more twisted the crevice became, forcing him to contort his limbs to the point of almost breaking his bones to adapt to the deep folds of the crevice. For a moment, Li Yao hesitated, unsure if this was the gate to the primeval relics, a fatal trap, or the throat of an enormous beast. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. As his entire body sank in, he felt a gentle but firm push from behind. The rock around him was filled with invisible thorns, making it impossible to turn back. Besides, Ding Lingdang, Li Jialing, Long Yangjun, Boss Bai, Li Linghai, and most of the other experts had also been involved. What was the point of him retreating alone? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao gritted his teeth and pressed deeper into the darkness. Crack! 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 Various noises and fault alerts came from the crystal processor, as if millions of tons of pressure were crushing him from all directions. The lighting system had been wrecked a long time ago. The heat-resistant and oxygen-circulating systems were also struggling. The twisted readings on the modeled light beams were making Li Yao hallucinate. He wasn't sure whether he was walking in the center of the planet or on the surface of a neutron star. Ah! The heavy pressure was haunting him, savaging his limbs, then his torso, and finally his head. Li Yao felt as if he had been pressed into a deformed monster with limbs stretching dozens of meters and an oval-shaped head. He couldn't help but scream. But this was far from the end. The pressure seeped into his flesh and blood like black venom, directly compressing and reshaping his cells. Each cell was like a plump grape being stepped on, bursting with bo-bo-bo-bo-bo sounds. At first, they turned into a pile of mud, and then they grew without restraint, like cancer cells. What have I become? Although Li Yao had experienced hundreds of battles and countless unpredictable dangers, he felt a chill to the bone. If given a mirror right now, he would definitely not dare to look at himself. The omnipresent, irresistible compression lasted about 10 minutes, or 10 hours, or even 10 days and nights. Finally, Li Yao couldn't bear it any longer. Colorful fountains appeared before his eyes, and a curtain of rainbows, made of billions of rays of light, unfolded slowly. Various hallucinations and auditory illusions flooded his mind. His life, the laughter of his family and friends, and the appearance of his home flashed through his thoughts. Naturally, the mysterious Earth was no exception. This was an incomparably clear near-death experience. Then, like a roller coaster slowly reaching its peak, everything suddenly plummeted and accelerated to the maximum. Li Yao felt he had reached the speed of light. All illusions and glamorous rainbows stretched into infinitely extending rays of light, intertwining to form an endless maze with no entrances or exits. Shwa! 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 On every wall of the labyrinth, dazzling white light first shone, then black ripples spread out and formed vivid 3D images that transformed from black to colorful. All the images depicted a splendid city that seemed made of silver and mirrors. The shape and style of the city resembled the city of the Pangu clan that Li Yao had discovered in the mysterious realm of Kunlun. The skyscrapers were all square, with no redundant lines or unnecessary decorations. However, the city of the Pangu clan in the Kunlun mysterious land was lifeless and black, giving a very oppressive feeling beyond its solemnity. While the City of Silver adopted the same architectural and planning style, the buildings were generally taller, slender, and elegant. Coupled with the glittering silver brilliance, it exuded a sense of lightness, sharpness, and a vision of the future. Li Yao had never seen such a beautiful city. He had never experienced such intense research, exploration, and decryption in any city. It was truly a city that belonged to the starlit sea and the future. It was a pity that this was just what the City of Silver used to look like in a few 3D pictures. In most of these images, the City of Silver had become a battlefield where explosions, collapses, and screams were rampant. In other 3D pictures, the City of Silver had been reduced to a lifeless graveyard. The once glittering future had been corrupted by dried blood and brains. This is... Li Yao couldn't understand why such shocking scenes had suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was as if some force had interfered directly with his optic nerves and even his brain cells, transmitting valuable information to him, allowing him to observe the fall and destruction of Silver City from various perspectives. However, both the guards and the attackers left Li Yao speechless for a long time. He had expected a great war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. But the guards behind the city wall included the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Kwafu clan, and the Hui clan. The 13 species of the Pangu Civilization Alliance had all arrived. They wore the most advanced prehistoric armor, powerful magical flying platforms comparable to the giant god soldiers. Even Li Yao couldn't discern the various magical equipment in their hands. Behind them stood floating fortresses over 100 meters in diameter, with electric arcs rippling on their surfaces like living dragons. But none of this scared their enemies, because the attackers about to destroy the entire Silver City were not intelligent beings at all, but ferocious beasts over 20 meters tall. These beasts resembled the product of combining hundreds of the ugliest reptiles and arthropods, magnified hundreds of times by radiation mutations. Their grotesque skin was covered in wrinkles. They naturally released powerful electric arcs, interference fields, and spiritual shields, which made the hill-like beasts virtually invulnerable. They could destroy city walls with high-voltage electricity or topple skyscrapers hundreds of meters tall with a single collision. This was perhaps the most ferocious beast-tide in the history of the Pangu universe. Just 3 to 5 such beasts in the Blood Demon sector would be enough to break into the capital city of the Star Glory Federation. It was an outright epic battle. Despite the ferocious beasts' enormous size, brutality, and ugliness, the defenders held the last line of defense with unimaginable magical equipment and dazzling attacks. Their swords could reach temperatures of nearly 10,000 degrees, their shoulder-mounted crystal cannons fired barrages more powerful than human super arsenals, and there was even a special thunderpalm that could instantly swallow all spiritual energy reactions within several square kilometers, collapsing interference and anti-gravity fields supporting the beasts' bodies. Consequently, the 100-meter-tall beasts collapsed under their own weight, and the pressure of the atmosphere forced their internal organs out through their throats. According to this fighting style, no matter how large or berserk the ferocious beasts were, they would not break through the defensive line. Eventually, civilization would triumph over barbarism. However, soon after each beast collapsed, intense reactions occurred in their internal organs, brains, and blood, causing their stomachs and shells to bulge and explode into clusters of bright purple, crimson, and gray mist. The defenders, wary of the strange mist, did not dare to get close. Nevertheless, the two parties were now engaged in a head-on clash. No matter how powerful the magical equipment of the defending side was, their bodies were inevitably stained with the brains and blood of ferocious beasts, and their heads were inevitably shrouded in mist. Therefore, not long after, a shocking scene unfolded before Li Yao's eyes. A soldier of the Pangu clan, part of the defense team and clad in a helmet and plate armor, had his skin completely covered by the armor. It was evident that there was compressed oxygen behind the armor. He had been in the mist for too long, and his armor had been damaged by the ferocious beasts, leaving tiny, invisible cracks. The mist crept in through these gaps like invisible bugs. Just as he was about to slash at a ferocious beast with his saber, he suddenly twitched violently and started convulsing. Crack! 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 The indestructible armor was torn apart from the inside, revealing the Pangu clan warrior's skin. At that moment, countless bright red sprouts emerged from the cracks, rapidly expanding into thick tentacles that ensnared the warrior. This is impossible. Li Yao opened his eyes and watched the tentacles surge out of the body of the Pangu clan soldier, entangling his limbs and torso. After a series of disgusting wriggles, they expanded into new muscles, nerves, and veins, causing his body to expand almost 10 times, making him nearly 50 meters tall. It turned out that all the ferocious beasts attacking the City of Silver were mutations of the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, or other carbon-based intelligent species of the Pangu civilization. However, such a mutation was too alarming. From a height of more than 10 meters to over 100 meters, its mass had increased by thousands, if not tens of thousands, of tons. Where did such an enormous mass come from in such a short time? While energy could be converted into mass, there were limits and sources. Could there be tiny wormholes inside the beasts' bodies, allowing them to retrieve energy from unknown spaces? No matter how Li Yao questioned it, the facts were right before his eyes. The ferocious beasts must have mastered some incredible, mass energy conversion technique to complete the transition from civilization to barbarism within seconds. Ho! The mutated beasts roared deafeningly and swung their thorny, spine tails at their former comrades. Several Pangu clan warriors were blown away and smashed into skyscrapers. More ferocious beasts poured through the breach, and the silver guards were immediately routed. Dragging such a heavy and cumbersome body would consume a lot of energy, placing a significant burden on the body. Consequently, many ferocious beasts often collapsed during battles, much like the dinosaurs and wild Pangu clan members Li Yao had seen outside. But more guards were corrupted by the mist and transformed into new beasts. It was destined to be a hopeless defense. The guards could only stall for time, allowing the City of Silver to resist the beast tide a little longer, only to be savaged even more miserably. The skyscrapers, thousands of meters tall, collapsed one after another. Dust and smoke mingled, resembling the surging tides of a tsunami. The spiritual energy transmission tubes beneath the streets shattered, and the supercompressed spiritual energy, spurting out rapidly, transformed into shocking, erratic flames. The ferocious beasts, silhouetted against the mist and eccentric flames, appeared even more hideous and enormous. Their roars and every stomp seemed to brutally hit Li Yao's brain cells, making him feel trapped in a nightmare from which he could never wake. He did not know how to rid himself of them. The skyscrapers in the City of Silver are generally more than 1,000 meters tall. Judging by the size of the doors and windows, they are not designed for humans but for giants over 10 meters tall. This is not a city of humans or the Black Wall makers, but of the Pangu civilization. Why did the Pangu civilization build such a splendid city deep within the ancient tomb? I can't see the edge of the city at all. It is simply a city of the future. How many people could it accommodate, or could it house all the elites of the Pangu civilization alliance? What happened to the ferocious beasts that attacked the City of Silver? Fuxi and Long Yangjun both said that a terrifying genetic virus went out of control and mutated, destroying the Pangu civilization and the entire primordial era. Is this the effect of the virus? But that can't be right. Does this meet your requirements, or would you like me to make any further adjustments? If the City of Silver was the laboratory that the Pangu civilization established in the depths of the ancient tomb, and a certain virus being tested there has gone out of control, chaos should be erupting from within. However, the ferocious beasts are clearly pushing inward from the outside. They are the enemies from the outside. Who exactly is attacking the cutting-edge laboratory of the Pangu civilization? Li Yao was greatly confused. Suddenly, his heart twisted violently, and he couldn't help but shout, "Ding ling dang." That's right, it was not an illusion or a trick of the eyes, nor was it a mental disorder. Li Yao found his wife, Ding ling dang, in a vivid, immersive picture. Ding ling dang was trapped in the City of Silver, which was full of fire and beasts. She was nearly 20 meters tall on the massive fire dragon Sparrow. But in front of the enormous beasts that were almost 100 meters tall, she seemed as small and fragile as a doll. She could only crawl through the broken walls under a shroud of smoke and dust to avoid the death rays of the Pangu clan and the trampling of the ferocious beasts. With Ding Lingdong's appearance, more human experts emerged in other pictures. Li Yao found Li Jia, Li Linghai, Long Yangjun, and Boss Bai. They were all struggling in the surging flames of war caused by the collision of the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and the ferocious beasts, like animals fleeing in fear when two dinosaurs collide. Li Yao had thought that the siege of the City of Silver had occurred at the end of the primeval era, hundreds of thousands of years ago. The war had been settled a long time ago. The ruins of the City of Silver might have decayed a long time ago, but they had been recorded by special magical equipment and played for the latecomers. In many relics of the primeval era, such holograms were quite common. However, after witnessing a human expert and his crystal suit being stomped into minced meat by a 100-meter-tall beast that looked like a hybrid of a giant turtle and a gorilla, Li Yao had to change his opinion. Everything in front of him was real. The siege of the City of Silver was still ongoing, right here and now, and most of the human experts had been involved in it for no apparent reason. They were on the brink of death. Ding ling dang. Ding ling dang. Ding ling dang. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared wildly, as if he were about to throw the communication magical equipment at the screen. In the image, Ding ling dang was completely unaware of his presence. She was still moving among the debris and death rays, trying to find a chance to survive. I'm here. I'm here to save you. Li Yao activated the power unit of his crystal suit without a second thought and tried to crawl into the image where Ding ling dang was. But even as he accelerated to his maximum speed, the distance between him and the image remained unchanged. No matter how hard he tried to touch Ding ling dang, he could not reach even her shadow. It was as if Ding ling dang and everyone else had been sealed inside a 3D painting. Even if Li Yao could see and touch them, he would never be able to enter the scene. Was this what was meant by different people and ghosts? Where were Ding ling dang and the others? Here is the cleaned and slightly edited version, maintaining the original text and meaning while improving readability and grammar. If you need further adjustments or have additional text for cleaning and editing, feel free to let me know. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Li Yao's anxiety and fury almost made his crystal suit explode. However, the pictures around him were spinning fast, causing him to lose Ding ling dang's coordinates. He felt like a small boat that had been swept into a giant space swirl, carried into a random space wrinkle. No, perhaps it wasn't random. GG, GG. Little Black cried out. Given that Little Black came from the depths of the Supreme Emperor's tomb and might have a natural sense of the environment, Li Yao did not put Little Black back into the Cosmos Ring when he entered the Black Gap. Instead, he asked it to change shape and hide inside the Cosmos Ring. Little Black had been silent the whole time, resisting the tremendous pressure just like Li Yao did. At this moment, Little Black suddenly exclaimed in excitement, even leaking out of the gaps in the crystal suit and covering it quickly, forming 4 helical wings on the back of the crystal suit. When the last gap in the crystal suit was filled by Little Black, Li Yao suddenly felt he could move freely in the space wrinkles. Little Black. Before Li Yao could marvel at Little Black's new technique, he was deeply drawn to the giant soldier in the picture. It was rescuers. Li Yao gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Yes, he would recognize it even if it were burnt to ashes. The golden giant soldier in the picture in front of him was exactly the cockpit-less giant soldier designed for super artificial intelligence, the one stolen from him by Qingchen. When enemies met, their eyes were especially red. All the grudges had been caused by Qingchen. If he had not been insane enough to risk universal condemnation, Li Yao and the others would not have been so hasty in their exploration of the tomb of the primeval deities, which also led to Ding ling dang's failure. If Ding ling dang, along with Yangjun, Li Linghai, and the rest of the human experts perished in this place, and the terrifying ferocious beasts broke through the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and spread throughout the Pangu universe, Qingchen would be the culprit who destroyed human civilization. Li Yao felt that it was his own fault for failing to capture Qingchen during the ultimate rescue battle. But this time, he would not make the same mistake again. Li Yao's telepathic mind flashed through countless images, but he could not find Ding ling dang at all. Then, let's complete the mission first and capture Qingchen for questioning, in case the lawless fellow caused more trouble. On the back of Li Yao's crystal suit, Little Black's black wings flapped hard, sending out black ripples. He flew toward the image where Qingchen was. In the image, Qingchen was in a sorry state, too, fleeing in the midst of the overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts. The magnificent giant soldier was now riddled with holes and covered in wounds, with no hint of the dignity of a Fushi left. There were no more companions behind him, he was alone. Li Yao sniffed. After realizing how crazy Qingchen was, he no longer cared whether the man lived or died. However, Qingchen could not die yet. The man still held many data pieces of the Fuxus that Li Yao, the Fist King, Little Ming, and Wenwen had never grasped. They were also the key to driving Qingchen to explore the ancient tomb of the Supreme Emperor, the Divine Tomb, the Black Tomb. Li flew toward the picture where Qingchen was, as if he had passed through an invisible space membrane. The ever-present heavy pressure gradually dissipated, and he sensed the attraction force again, which gradually changed from flying to falling. The world around him became clearer. Silver towers rose from the ground one after another, blocking the sky and the sun. They were like a primitive forest where silver flames burned, and he was just a tiny ant in the forest. Li Yao was in the city of silver. Fuzzy ripples still surrounded him, and the explosions and roars were distant and faint. When he touched the broken walls or the dead bodies of the ferocious beasts, he could pass through them directly, sensing only feeble resistance, much like when he passed through the black gaps. This indicated that his integration with the City of Silver was not yet complete. The space he occupied had not fully melded with that of the City of Silver. Meanwhile, Li Yao continued to observe Qingchen. Qingchen stealthily fled among the broken buildings, dodging most of the sweeping flames and the trampling of the ferocious beasts. However, as more defenders were transformed into ferocious beasts, the intensity of the beast tide suddenly increased. He finally failed to dodge and was discovered by a ferocious beast with hundreds of fluorescent tentacles. The beast's tentacles, resembling transparent electric eels, casually released thousands of sharp electric arcs that tied up Qingchen's rescuer. The metal skeleton of the rescuer was nearly torn apart. Qingchen's pain from the electric shock was so intense that Li Yao could hear the collisions and explosions of the rescuer units, even though he had not fully merged into the space yet. Qingchen seemed to be gritting his teeth. Boom! 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 The cover of the cannon on the rescuer's chest spread out helically. Light, looking like a supernova, burst out and flooded the beast's abdomen. After a brief stalemate, the beast was blown to pieces. Its internal organs were vaporized, leaving a shocking hole. The beast screamed and collapsed on the savior. However, the electric arcs between the tentacles did not diminish, they were brighter and more intense. The rescuers were so shocked they could not stand up for a long time. Qingchen did not have a real body. He was just an imaginary ghost, an extremely complicated database, and 1 or even 100 million pieces of intricate information. He was not scared of attacks that could tear the giant god soldier apart, but he was not immune to high-voltage electric arcs, magical equipment, or information interference. When he finally kicked away the dead body of the ferocious beast, which was emitting intense electric arcs, a ferocious beast more than 100 meters tall, resembling a giant crab, appeared before him. Almost 10 wrinkles were on its head, revealing dozens of glittering eyes staring at him. The rescuers, over 30 meters tall, shivered like shrimps whose shells had been peeled off when faced with such giants. In the earlier phase of the battle, Qingchen had slain almost 100 ferocious beasts. The price he paid was running out of ammunition and food. The metal fatigue of the savior had reached its limit, and his soul was burned to the point of near collapse. Without a real body, he could not even spit if he wanted to. The giant crab raised its bone hammer, more than 10 meters in diameter. White smoke spurted from every joint and gap in its shell, transforming into a tremendous force. The air itself was warped by its potential energy, and crimson flames enveloped the bone hammer. Then, boom! Li Yao had fully melded into the City of Silver. His first act was to summon Arsonist, a giant soldier, from his cosmos ring. With Little Black's assistance, he loaded and docked the weapon in a flash. Thunderous flames shot from the giant soldier's feet, propelling him into the back of the giant crab like a meteor. He lifted his nearly 20-meter-long saber and thrust it into the gap between the head and torso. Furious spiritual energy surged into every attack rune array on the saber, causing it to emit thousands of bright streaks due to the high-speed friction with the air. These streaks flowed into the giant crab's body along with the blade's edge. Li Yao gripped the saber handle tightly, with every joint of the arsonist spewing dazzling flames in the opposite direction. The immense force turned his saber into a jammer, ravaging all the organs inside the giant crab. Although the internal organs lacked sensitivity and the nerve transmission of such a colossal beast was extremely slow, the giant crab still felt the searing pain. It swung its bone hammer and pincers, attempting to dislodge Li Yao from its back. Li Yao seized the opportunity to yank the saber in half of the giant crab's back shell, revealing a bloody hole right to the center of its body. Voila! The entire right arm of the arsonist was suddenly dissected, revealing the delicate mechanical structure and the glittering marrow crystals. The terrifying energy, sufficient to destroy a city, was controlled by countless attack rune arrays. At that moment, the attack rune arrays were revolving, disassembling, and reassembling. Bloodthirsty tusks were revealed in the churning energy. Li Yao stabbed the arsonist's right arm into the wound on the back of the giant crab until the entire arm reached his shoulder. Boom! 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 10,000 bolts of lightning exploded inside the body of the giant crab. Electric arcs surged from the gaps and wrinkles on its shell. The greenish-black shell turned crimson in the blink of an eye, scorching under Li Yao's fiery assault. The giant crab collapsed to the ground, shocking the entire street. Stepping on the burning head of the giant crab, Li Yao looked coldly at the rescuers not far away. Manipulating the rescuer to sit up, Qingchen seemed to chuckle from within his metal chest. However, his laughter was cut short by a thunderous sound the next second. Li Yao manipulated the arsonist to withdraw his right arm from the body of the giant crab. The electric arcs and mystic rays on his right arm did not diminish, instead, they intensified, becoming even more terrifying. Balls of lightning and fire erupted from his palm, knocking the rescuer to the ground once more. Boom! 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 Li Yao unleashed a torrent of destruction with every step he took, and when the arsonist stepped on the savior's head was nearly blown to pieces. What did you do exactly? Li Yao narrowed his eyes, his voice icy cold. On his raised right arm, electric arcs and flames condensed into a blade of light nearly 5 meters long, ready to pierce the savior's chest and chop off its head and limbs at any moment. What the hell is this place? What are the ferocious beasts and the crazy forest outside all about? What are your traps? What are your plans? What did you do to Ding Lingdang and the others? Speak now. Don't you dare play any tricks. I won't kill you. I'll just throw you into the vicious beast tide. Let's see where your remaining soul can hide after your iron can is completely torn apart by the ferocious beasts. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Qingchen was stomped on by Li Yao. After a moment of silence, he burst into laughter, struggling to catch his breath. The giant soldier was convulsing as well. Then, in a strange, desperate tone, he said, "You've finally shown up. Li Yao, I knew you wouldn't miss such an interesting occasion. Don't look at me so maliciously, as if I'm the cause of everything. To be precise, it's not, what have I done, but what has Ding Lingdang done? That's right, all the chaos you see is caused by your wife." What? Li Yao sneered. What are you up to now? Is it necessary? Qingchen gestured around him. Under these circumstances, do you think I still need to play any tricks? Believe it or not, such a mess is not part of my plan. I had everything under control. The whole thing was carried out calmly, methodically, and precisely. I entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor smoothly, reached the center of the tomb, and activated the main database of the other half of Fuxi. I melded with the other half of Fuxi, using my identity and authority as the new generation of Fuxi. Once the integration is complete, I will be able to take over the entire primeval relics. All the knowledge of the Supreme Emperor, the Pangu civilization, and the creators of the Black Wall will be mine, as well as the Federation and the entire human civilization. I will be able to save myself, the Federation, and the human civilization. However, at the most critical moment of my merging with the other half of Fuxi, when the database was fully open, your wife appeared and indiscriminately attacked me, interrupting the integration and causing the complete collapse of the other half of Fuxi. You should know what the other half of Fuxi means, right? In the primeval era, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Pangu civilization established a state-of-the-art laboratory here to study the relics of the Black Wall creators and the captives of the Flood Tide Legion. The Fuxi, the most advanced super-crystal processor of the Pangu civilization, was divided into two halves. The so-called other half of Fuxi is the main crystal processor of the advanced laboratory. Ding Lingdang sabotaged the integration between me and the other half of Fuxi, leading to the total loss of control over the laboratory. All kinds of bizarre nightmare beasts were released. What could I do? If there were irreparable consequences, such as human civilization being destroyed by the ferocious beasts, it could only be called the will of heaven, right? Right? Chapter 30-37, God's Domain. Cut the nonsense. Are you trying to mess with my mind? Li Yao scoffed. It's obvious that the ferocious beasts were attacked from the outside, not released from inside the laboratory. Therefore, even if Ding Lingdang sabotaged your integration with the other half of the Fuxi, causing the laboratory's mainframe crystal processor to fail, it's impossible for that to result in such chaos. There is only one conclusion: you are lying. Besides, you've completely lost your mind. Leaving aside the past, just setting up a lightning trap, at the cost of 3 supreme fortresses and everyone inside them to stop us from entering the Supreme Emperor's tomb shows that you've lost the last bit of your humanity and become a real devil. For a devil like you, the stronger you get, the greater the risk to human civilization. How can we allow you to merge with the other half of the Fuxi and the Pangu civilization's technology? In this situation, Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, Li Jialing, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and I have only one choice: to destroy you on the spot. The arsonist exerted more force with his feet, and the iron feet spewing scorching flames crushed into the rescuers' chests, making Lu Qingchen scream and cramp. You're talking nonsense again. Righteousness, evil, heroes, devils, Li Yao, how come you still don't understand? Lu Qingchen smiled miserably. So, you've encountered the remarkable lightning creatures in the Great Red Spot? Oh, not only that, but you must have had close contact with them and even exchanged information, haven't you? I can sense that your life magnetic field is different from before. It seems to have undergone an unbelievable upgrade. It appears you've received many gifts from the lightning creatures. Then, you should know that these wonderful beings are real energy life forms. They have social structures and survival methods that are entirely different from carbon-based intelligent life forms. Their individual lifespan can last from a few microseconds to a few seconds, and over a few hundred years, they can undergo earth-shaking changes, allowing their entire civilization to take a significant leap forward. Although they are still very primitive, the lightning creatures have endless potential. If they had not been wiped out by the supernova explosion, it is very likely they would have ventured out of the original galaxy, occupied the entire Pangu universe, and threatened human civilization. Yes, such a possibility does exist. Now that I've figured it out, you certainly can, too. So, I'm going to ask our great hero, Li Yao, if you have completely destroyed the lightning creatures. At the very least, did you try your best to extinguish their hope of survival? Have you eliminated the chance that they will spread beyond their home? The answer is no, isn't it? Our great hero, Li Yao, was merciful and merciful again. You spared the lightning-like life and even enlightened the enemy to some extent, increasing the odds by 1/100000th that they would spread beyond their home, didn't you? Ha. Ha ha ha. Don't deny it. In the virtual space of ultimate rescue, we fought against the Fuxes together. Our soul fragments have been deeply melded. No one in the entire Pangu universe knows you better than I do, Li Yao. Then, let's say that the lightning life forms really embark on a brand new path of evolution under your enlightenment in the near future. They will march out of their mother planet, embark on a journey of expansion in the Sea of Stars, conquer the entire Pangu universe, and annihilate the civilization of mankind. Who is the real culprit and who is the bigger devil? Of course, their life forms are very different from carbon-based intelligent life. It is very likely that the lightning life forms do not have the concept of conquering in the sense of carbon-based intelligent life. It is even possible that they will integrate closely with human civilization and become the best helpers for humanity's expedition into the multiverse. But that is not the point. The point is, when you make the choice to exchange information with the lightning life forms, you cannot be sure whether they are kind, malicious, or even unintentional. You also don't know what your choice will bring to human civilization, whether it will be destroyed or saved. You are just gambling, like a crazy gambler whose eyes burn like mine. Stop flattering yourself and comparing yourself to me, Li Yao sneered. I am different from you. My hands have never been stained with the blood of the innocent. I will not sacrifice billions of people for the sake of justice or holiness. The only difference between us is that you were lucky enough to win all the time, Qingchen, ignoring him, continued. You enlightened the information life forms and created monsters like Xiaoming and Wenwen. You gambled that they would not betray human civilization. You also helped the revolutionaries seize the power of the Imperium and single-handedly pushed Li Jialing to the throne. Then, stop flattering yourself and comparing yourself to me. Li Yao sneered, I am different from you. My hands have never been stained with the blood of the innocent. I will not sacrifice billions of people for the sake of justice or holiness. The only difference between us is that you were lucky enough to win all the time. Qingchen turned a deaf ear to him and continued his train of thought. You enlightened the information life forms and created monsters such as Xiaoming and Wenwen. You gambled that they would not betray human civilization. You also helped the revolutionaries seize the power of the Imperium. You gambled on his rationality, wisdom, and loyalty to his allies. You were lucky and won the gamble temporarily. The situation is developing in the direction you hoped for. But who can guarantee that you can keep winning, or that they will never change? If they do change one day, thousands upon thousands of citizens of the Federation will be killed. Your so-called not stained with the blood of the innocent is just the psychological comfort of self-deception. When you fall to your doom, perhaps in the eyes of the Federation's population, you will truly become a devil, 100 times more stupid, evil, and crazy than me. Admit it, Li Yao. Faced with the boundless universe and its mysterious tides, there is no such thing as a firm will, fearlessness, or wisdom. Only lunatics, the craziest gamblers like you and me, have a 1 in a billion chance of winning the game. Do you know how gamblers increase their odds of winning? They place their bets on both sides. For the future of human civilization, you and I place our bets in 2 different directions. Essentially, is there any difference? Therefore, if you are willing to set aside your ridiculous prejudice and the ignorance of mortals, and have a constructive dialogue with me to solve our mutual problems, I will be more than happy to accompany you. If you insist on sealing yourself with the moral laws of mortals and even trying to kill me to vent your anger, please be quick about it. In short, stop with the silly platitudes about your greatness, justice, and kindness and wasting each other's time, because... Qingchen suddenly stopped talking and looked at Li Yao's back. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He sensed that a giant python, almost 1,000 meters long and more than 10 meters in diameter, was hovering on the nearest skyscraper, staring at them coldly. Crack! 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 The giant python twisted the skyscraper brutally. The upper half of the skyscraper smashed down at Li Yao and Qingchen like a collapsing cliff. Swish! 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 Amid the stones and smoke, the boa's scales rubbed together at high speed, sparking dazzling electric arcs and transforming its body into an intimidating electric whip capable of sweeping thousands of soldiers. If they were hit by it, both the arsonist and the savior would be melted into two piles of garbage. Every muscle on Li Yao's body was surrounded by electric arcs and swelling. The arsonist ignited the prairie fire, and the interference field froze all the stones midair. Under the surging spiritual fire, almost 1,000 stones turned to silver powder, refined into a silver saber as thin as a cicada's wing but hundreds of meters long. The silver saber and the electric whip split into hundreds of shadows, tangling with each other. The blast spread out like ripples in a stormy pond. While Li Yao and the beast fought fiercely in midair, Qingchen lay on the ground like a dead pig ready for butchering. He ignored the electric arcs bursting from the two parties and didn't flinch when the shadows of sabers and swords exploded half a meter away from him, leaving deep cracks in the ground. Maybe you think the lightning traps I set up, using the lives of all the soldiers on the 3 supreme fortresses as bait, are very sordid. But don't forget, they are soldier bees, puppets without emotions or will. They are not real human beings, nor my dear compatriots. Qingchen said casually, the people of the Star Glory Federation are enemies, and so are the citizens. If I can make the citizens of the Star Glory Federation perish together, won't I be able to protect the Federation's interests? It must be noted that such explorations of ancient relics are likely to cause division. Though your exploration team seems united now, who knows what will happen after discovering the ultimate treasures and the mysteries of the primeval era? Can you guarantee that, in the face of ultimate treasures and mysteries that can alter human civilization, immortal cultivators and information lifeforms will remain loyal and never betray the intangible creature pact? No. You are not qualified to make such a belief and guarantee. Just as I mentioned, you are gambling on the so-called kindness of human nature. If you lose that bet, the Federation's cultivators will have no chance against the Imperium's immortal cultivators, who hold the absolute advantage. I understand your belief, but I do not agree with it, especially after witnessing the brilliance of the Gemini Nebula, the horror of the ancient giants, the mysteries of the lightning life, the secrets of the Supreme Emperor's tomb, and the chaos of the City of Silver. We are stepping into the domain of the gods, where the rules of the mortal world are meaningless. Boom! When Qingchen declared he was a god in the highest and most twisted tone, Li Yao manipulated the arsonist to pull the giant iron foot out of the savior's chest. He then aimed his right arm, which had been disassembled and unfolded into the obliteration state, at the broken hole inside and, without hesitation, blew the savior's chest into pieces. Naturally, Qingchen's enchantment was blown away, too. What are you doing? Qingchen's weird laughter finally turned into an ear-splitting shriek. You need me. Nobody can run away without my cooperation, much less discover the mysteries behind the primeval relics. Is that so? Li Yao smiled. Ear-splitting explosions burst from the waist of the arsonist. The 40 or so auxiliary power units on his back spurted out the most intimidating flames simultaneously, helping the arsonist turn around at lightning speed and transform the saber's aura into a perfect arc. Shwa! Hardly had the lightning boa lunged at them from above when it was struck 7 inches away by the earth-shaking aura of the saber. After a 0.01 second delay, it penetrated deeper, destroying everything in its path. The head of the ferocious beast, more than 50 meters in diameter, was severed by Li Yao and rolled among the broken walls like a round stone. Corrosive blood spurted out, blackening the silver streets and buildings. Li Yao's attack was not over. After severing the lightning boa's head, the aura of the saber suddenly accelerated and slashed into the rescuer's right leg. Crack! Crack! Manipulating the arsonist, Li Yao stomped on the right knee of the rescuer. Then, he twisted the saber and cut off the entire right leg of the rescuer. Ah! Lu Qingchen cried in pain. Are you crazy? What are you doing exactly? There are endless ferocious beasts, extremely dangerous traps, and incredible ancient existences here. We should cooperate. We can rescue. Li Yao heard none of it. He drove the arsonist to drag the twitching body of the lightning boa over and aimed the bleeding wound at the shocking hole on the abdomen of the rescuer. A lot of corrosive blood immediately filled the rescuer's chest and soaked all the precise units. The glittering, yellow units immediately turned black and ugly, like the buildings on the two sides of the street, emitting a pungent, corrosive smell. The information stream that Lu Qingchen released immediately became disordered and twisted, as if his body was soaked in a rain of acid. Weren't you the one who said that we are both out-and-out lunatics and that we don't need to talk about rules and reason at all? And now you're blaming me for my madness? While speaking, Li Yao waved his saber again and took off the left arm of the rescuer, along with his right leg, into his cosmos ring. Also, you said that the first thing to do in the exploration of such ancient relics was to eliminate all the uncontrollable factors in the team. I agree with you. Isn't that what you're doing right now? Despite his craziness and cunning, Lu Qingchen was rendered speechless for a long time. His soul shrank into a cluster. It's all your own fault. You've lied to everyone too many times. In my estimation, you are an even more formidable enemy than all the other ferocious beasts combined. Li Yao took off the left leg of the rescuer, unhurriedly, and tossed it into his cosmos ring. He said casually, I believe you know a lot, and I also believe that the secrets you hold will be of great help to me when I finish the mission, rescue all the members of the exploration team, and escape with my life. But no amount of secrets can offset your danger and unpredictability. Therefore, after thorough consideration, I don't mind executing you on the spot at all. Right now, you are left with only one arm, and the jet power unit of the giant god soldier is still intact. It still has the most basic mobility and combat ability. There is still a gap between it and a piece of scrap metal, but the distance is not very far. If you don't want to be torn apart by me and thrown to the ferocious beasts, then hurry up and tell me everything. How can I rescue Ding Lingdang and the others? I don't know. Lu Qingchen was silent for a moment. Then he said honestly, the entire ancient tomb of the Supreme Emperor Divine Tomb Black Tomb is built in an extremely unstable zone. It is either controlled by traps, or the space has completely collapsed. In short, we are now in a different space from Ding Lingdang and the others. It seems like we are in the same city, but the scale and complexity of the city are far beyond our imagination. Not only are there 6 directions, including north, south, east, and west, but there are also countless hidden spaces as complicated as ant nests and honeycombs. It is an outright maze. The people you think are close to you might have been taken hundreds of light years away by the fractured space, and the super ferocious beasts from another planet might have been drawn by the space ripples and appeared above our heads. I am not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can check the communication network. There's no response, is there? Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, Li Linghai, and everyone else you brought with you can't be reached, can they? Logically speaking, it's impossible. Within the same city, the giant god soldier's information transmission capability should allow us to find traces of the enemy. But something strange happened. Space was twisted, torn, and scattered. We are all trapped. Oh, if you know Ding Lingdang's exact coordinates and have the ability to jump through the star sea, you might be able to reach her. However, don't say I didn't warn you. The space here is so twisted and chaotic. Be careful not to get stuck during the jump. What if half of you jumps through and the other half gets frozen in the space wall? That would be very awkward, wouldn't it? Hee hee. Li Yao sniffed and picked up the broken savior. Why? How would I know? Lu Qingchen said innocently. All right. It was wrong of me to slander your wife earlier. It's true the beasts weren't released by her, but the chaos was indeed caused by her and me. If she hadn't shot me at the most critical moment, I would have managed the place and stabilized the chaotic space. Of course. Li Yao said. Tell me everything you know, from the beginning to the end. Why did you go through so much trouble to come to this place? Was it just to swallow the other half of the Fushi? How much do you know about this place? What is the Pangu civilization doing here with the other half of the Fushi? What forces are attacking them? Don't be so smart and make things worse. I know that, in the battle of ultimate rescue, you swallowed a lot of data pieces of the Fuxus at first, and when you couldn't bear it anymore, you threw some away. But the information you discarded was filtered by you, and the most critical details are still in your stomach. Tell me what you know. I'll talk. I'll talk. Cough, cough, cough. Don't be so fierce. It really isn't appropriate for you to look so serious. I prefer your mischievous face. Lu Qingchen smiled bitterly. I've been telling the truth from the beginning. If you are willing to believe me, of course, I'm willing to tell you more. The Pangu civilization has many reasons for building the laboratory. For example, exploring the Black Wall or researching the prisoners of the Flood Tide Legion. But the most important reason is to create a god. What? Li Yao's heart skipped a beat. God creation? More precisely, it's to replicate and revive a god. Lu Qingchen's laughter became strange and eccentric again. The Black Wall Makers, the first generation of carbon-based intelligent beings in the Pangu universe, the oldest ancestors of all civilizations in the Pangu universe, are the ancestors of the Pangu civilization itself. Well, Li Yao mumbled, what exactly are they? What are the Black Wall Makers? What is the god? The so-called god. Lu Qingchen paused, savoring the suspense he had created for Li Yao. Soon, he burst into laughter. That's us. We are gods. I'm not lying to you. This is true. We are gods. We are the makers of the Black Wall. We are the first generation of carbon-based intelligent life in the Pangu universe, and we are also the strongest carbon-based intelligent life in the Pangu universe and even the multiverse. Enough, Li Yao said coldly. Are you done with this madness? It's true. I don't believe you didn't notice it. The deeper we delve into the primeval relics, the more evident it becomes that this place is prepared for us. The gravity, temperature, humidity, and the crops on the countless planets outside, the bizarre black steel, and the black fissures that are bursting forth, everything is perfect for middle-sized, carbon-based intelligent beings like us. We are not the colossal creatures like the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan, nor are we intelligent, plant-like beings like the Hui clan or the Kwafu clan. The answer is clear. We are the true masters of the Pangu universe. We are the true masters of this world. We are the gods who have created everything. Lu Qingchen continued shouting, I appreciate your father-son civilization theory very much, but you've got the father-son relationship entirely wrong. The Pangu civilization was never the father civilization of human civilization from the start. On the contrary, we are the fathers who have long perished and fallen into hibernation. The Pangu civilization is striving to awaken us, seeking wisdom and protection from us, yet they are also the children harboring fear and the urge to kill their fathers. Chapter 30-39, God in Spore State. Wait, I'm confused. Li Yao was momentarily dazed. He couldn't see any reason for Lu Qingchen to fabricate such an absurd lie, no matter how cunning he was. Are you suggesting that human civilization created the Pangu civilization? That doesn't make sense. I'm not belittling us, but the average capability of humans is far from that of the powerful species of the Pangu civilization. We lag behind in space exploration, celestial body studies, and spiritual energy manipulation. What's going on? If today's humans really created the black wall billions of years ago, how did we become so weak? What happened during those lost billions of years? And why did the Pangu civilization recreate us? You know about spores, right? Qingchen was confident in addressing Li Yao's questions. He explained, many seeds of animals and plants can survive in extremely harsh environments, such as lack of water, lack of oxygen, or low temperatures, for thousands of years or longer. When I was in the Federation, archaeologists found spores of a plant from hundreds of thousands of years ago. These spores were buried deep in volcanic ash, and their shells were completely carbonized. Yet, biologists managed to grow a rare color-changing lotus from them. Right. The blood-stripe virus, which has been fused with you for a long time, is a spore during its long journey through the stars, isn't it? They have longer storage times and can travel vast distances, cruising through space near absolute zero for billions of years across the multiverse. All in all, when the environment is harsh, you should restrain your vitality as much as possible, seal all unnecessary strength and functions, and deeply compress and fold all genetic information. When the time and environment are suitable, you can completely release it and grow from a small seed into a giant tree that covers the sky and the earth. This is an ability that many species possess. Sure. So what? Li Yao frowned. What's the relationship between spores and human beings? Of course there is, Qingchen chuckled. Human beings are spores. More precisely, human beings today are the spore forms of the black wall makers. Do you understand? It is exactly because the black wall makers sealed 99% of their abilities that they can maintain the solidity and stability of their genetic information and arrive in the Pangu universe across the multiverse and billions of years. What? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. It took him 10 seconds to digest Qingchen's shocking conclusion. You mean, we are just spores right now? True, Qingchen replied quickly. Although we seem to have all our limbs, can run and jump, and even have the ability to think and wonderful emotions, and can master destructive techniques through training, by the standard of the black wall makers, we are still insignificant spores, in a deep, almost eternal sleep. In other words, a vast potential is still stored within our bodies. We can enhance our abilities 100-fold and return to the true, black wall maker's form, completing the transformation from human beings to gods. I know such a theory sounds a bit absurd, but it is the most reasonable explanation, Qingchen concluded. Why did the Pangu civilization invest so many resources in creating human beings instead of refining a large batch of fully automatic spiritual puppets made of steel and crystals? You know, in most cases, the efficiency of spiritual puppets is no lower than that of human beings, and they are not as troublesome. The Pangu civilization had long possessed very advanced crystal processors, spiritual nexus, and spiritual puppet refining techniques. Their exploration in the field of full automation had been highly automated systems was very successful. If they only needed a tool, they could have simply used spiritual puppets. Why did they go through the trouble of creating a seemingly weak, intelligent, carbon-based creature made of flesh and blood? Moreover, after creating us, they were filled with fear and had to implant the 3 fundamental laws of the greatest good into the brains of all human beings to feel secure? That is the answer. We are not human beings, but gods. Our potential is much higher than that of the spiritual puppets, the Pangu clan, or the Nuwa clan themselves. They need us and want to steal the power of gods from us. They aim to help the Pangu civilization evolve again with the power of gods and find a way to march into the multiverse to resist the tides. But they are also deeply afraid of us. They fear we will awaken the abilities of the Black Wall Makers and control the Pangu civilization, destroying the entire primeval era. How did you know? Li Yao was greatly impressed but did not show it on his face. He maintained the immense spiritual pressure on Lu Qingchen and said, "Don't tell me it's just your baseless imagination. I discovered it while scanning the Fuxi clan's database." Lu Qingchen seemed to be telling the truth. After the Pangu expedition army returned from the multiverse in failure, they accidentally discovered the relics of the Black Wall Maker. Consequently, half of the fleet and the super crystal processors were dedicated to constructing the laboratory. However, as you can see, the environment here is right on the edge of a spatial crevice, making continuous communication with the outside world impossible. Moreover, the experiments conducted here were extremely dangerous, and the brutal creatures, such as the captives of the Flood Tide Legion, were also locked up. Thus, they gradually became isolated and had minimal contact with the outside world. Occasionally, communication between the people in the laboratory and the outside world was managed through the Fuxi system, which is divided into two halves. Naturally, a lot of communication information is stored in the Fuxi databases. I browsed through the communication information and pieced together the scattered traces. It was then that I learned the main experimental task here was to create a god to replicate a brand new Black Wall Maker using the corpses, hair, blood, and various gene vectors left by the Black Wall Maker. By the end of the primeval era, during the civil war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, the project had been ongoing for a long time and achieved preliminary success. The Pangu civilization successfully duplicated many human beings, our ancestors. However, most of these beings were in a spore state. They boasted high adaptability and low energy consumption but lacked any significant abilities. Therefore, the experiments continue, with the ultimate goal of creating 100% awakened human beings in their full form, the true makers of the Black Wall. Wait. You're lying. Li Yao stomped on Lu Qingchen's last arm so hard it squeaked. It took you less than 10 minutes from the moment you absorbed the vast data of the Fuxes to when you spewed out 2/3 of the data pieces. How could you have pieced together the clues so quickly? What else are you hiding? Speak now. All right. I'll talk. I'm not hiding anything. It's just that I haven't told you my purpose yet. Lu Qingchen hesitated for a moment before continuing. I admit the information in the Fuxis database is of paramount importance. The Fuxis' original plan was to steal the precise coordinates of the Supreme Emperor's tomb from Li Linghai's crystal processor and draw human attention to get them to explore the site personally. Finding the other half of Fuxi and merging with it was, of course, their top priority. But more importantly, they aimed to find all the files of the God Creation Project. Oh, why? Li Yao asked curiously. Fuxi is a powerful artificial intelligence or information life. Is it also interested in the ancestors of carbon-based life? Yes. A very interesting hypothesis is recorded in the core database of the Fuxis. They believed that the most common and perfect form of carbon-based intelligent life in the multiverse is our human form, Lu Qingchen explained. This is because most habitable planets have conditions very similar to those in the Heaven's Origin sector or the Empyrean Terminus sector. On such planets, there is only one evolutionary path, and that is the hairless monkeys. It's not that other planets with harsh environments cannot give birth to intelligent life, but rather, hairless monkeys are more likely to gain an evolutionary advantage and spread throughout the cosmos, thereby eliminating the possibility of other intelligent life flourishing. In other words, if the multiverse does exist, whether it is the cultivation universe, the magical universe, or even the Doqi universe, they all belong to humanity. Your old friend Punching King seems to have a subtle connection with the magical universe. He should be able to prove that the ruler of the magical universe is a human being very similar to us, right? However, pay attention to what I said earlier. Fuxi believes that the human form is merely the endpoint of the evolution of carbon-based intelligent life. If the human form continues to evolve, it will need to completely transcend the physical body and enter the states of information life, energy life, force field life, and unified life. Fuxi is a life form that absorbs, believes in, and uses information as its power source. It believes that the creation of the Pangu civilization is far from perfect. Between the Pangu civilization and itself lies the most critical part of evolution, all the information about the maker of the Black Wall. Only by absorbing all the information about the maker of the Black Wall and allowing the people in the virtual world it created to transition from the Spore state to the complete form, can it achieve a brand new leap and complete its evolution. Only then can it fully utilize all the resources of the Pangu universe and march into the multiverse to wage a final war against the tide. This is the entire plan of the Fuxi clan. No wonder Fuxi was so confident that it didn't matter if the Imperium, the Federation, and the Holy Alliance were crippled in the war. Its real target was the primeval relics. As long as the technology of the Black Wall maker inside the relics was found, it would be able to rebuild the entire civilization among the broken walls in whatever way it wanted. Li Yao sighed and said, "It's a pity that it was too ambitious and hasty. We crushed it before it took the first step." "Then, you inherited its ambition?" "It is not my ambition but my ideology. My ideology is very similar to that of the Fuxis. They believe that there are limits to the body of flesh and blood, no matter how strong it is. Only by breaking free from the shackles and expanding my soul to a higher world is the correct direction of evolution," Lu Qingchen said. "It's just that I didn't expect the potential of the human body to be far beyond my imagination. Therefore, of course, I have to unravel the mysteries of the Black Wall maker and upgrade our civilization. Think about it, Li Yao. Think about it carefully. Right now, we are still sealed in the Spore state. Yet, we are already able to create such a brilliant civilization that can almost break through the barrier of the three-dimensional universe. If we can really unlock 100% and regain the power of the primeval era billions of years ago, what will become of us at that time? At that time, all our compatriots will no longer be people, but gods. The Star Glory Federation will become an outright godly kingdom on Earth. By then, the endless black walls surrounding the Pangu universe will collapse, and the stars billions of times larger will bloom in glamorous splendor before our eyes. The resources surrounding the stars will all be at our disposal, too. The civilization of mankind will turn over a new page. There will be hope for us to march into the multiverse and fight against the tides. This is my dream, my belief. You can call it ambition, but my ambition is not for myself at all. It is for my motherland and for all mankind." "I see. I didn't expect you to be so great." "How admirable," Li Yao sneered. "However, the billions of innocent souls killed by you, the people of the Star Glory Federation whom you threw into the ancient star as bait, and the explorers who sacrificed themselves in the lightning strikes and meteoroid storms, might not think so." "We've discussed this," Lu Qingchen said. "The mysteries of the ancient relics are too important. I cannot allow the slightest risk. If the secrets of the Black Wall Maker are discovered by the immortal cultivators, even if only one of them grasps these secrets and evolves, can you guarantee they won't stir up trouble, seize power, or destroy the Star Glory Federation? Moreover, who knows what their attitude will be when faced with the vast and profound secrets of the Black Wall Maker? Haven't you heard the saying? Most of the time, people follow so-called morality only because the temptation isn't strong enough. But I believe that the temptation of evolution is enough to make anyone break all the rules of ethics and all their vows and agreements. Even so, I'm still willing to believe you, Li Yao. I don't trust the people of the Imperium, the immortal cultivators, the information lifeforms, or other cultivators. But you, my brother, from the perspective of the Federation and humanity, I'm willing to believe that you can fight for the greatest benefits for the Federation and human civilization, even if I die here. That's why I'm willing to tell you everything without any reservation. Don't think that I'm scared of you. Then I really have to thank you for believing me. Li Yao sniffed. Pondering for a moment, he said, when you entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, this place shouldn't have been so chaotic, right? Of course not, Qingchen shook his head and said. I left all the supreme fortresses outside and set up traps while I entered the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor with more than 10 giant god soldiers. At that time, the outside world was full of vitality and lushness. The ground was full of crevices from which tiny weeds, shrubs, and fungi grew. But I still found the tents and camps left by Li Linghai and the relics of the forward bases from the Supreme Emperor era easily. Wait, Li Yao tilted his head and thought for a while. What do you mean by easy to find? Could you see Li Linghai's camp without the plants in the primitive forest obstructing your view? No, Qingchen said. What primitive forest? When I came in, there was nothing but endless grass and sparse trees. It seems that the light of life hadn't leaked out when you opened the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Li Yao thought for a moment and asked, did you find any giant creatures, such as the giant reptiles and the wild Pangu clan that look like dinosaurs? Not really. At that time, the tomb of the Supreme Emperor had been sealed for too long. The air was filled with a dull smell, as if the entire relic was hibernating. The growth and activity of the animals and plants were extremely slow. Qingchen said, where are the dinosaurs and the wild Pangu clan? Oh, Li Yao asked, then, what did you find in front of Li Linghai's camp? The black steel? Yes. I found a black steel with a very precise structure. The ratio of its length, width, and height was almost perfect, 9:4:1. I knew it was the Real Gate to the primeval relics, and that it was not opened with a key, Qingchen said. The method to open the gate was recorded in detail in the Fuxis database. I sneaked in without any trouble and didn't lose a single soldier. As I said, the entire plan was highly controllable and safe. If it weren't for your wife's interference, cut the crap and get to the point, Li Yao frowned. Then, you entered the City of Silver, which was at war. Yes and no, Qingchen said. I did enter the City of Silver, and the flames of war were raging. The ferocious beasts and the guards released unbelievable strength. But at that time, everything was frozen. Li Yao was dazed. What do you mean? Literally, Qingchen explained. When I came in, the entire City of Silver was silent. All the creatures and machines were still, as if they were engaged in a fierce battle where flesh and blood flew everywhere. One could even see blood droplets frozen midair, unaffected by gravity, as if time had stopped. Also, the surface of all the creatures and machines was covered in a layer of silver brilliance and a vague gray mist, making them look like ancient tombstones. The giant god soldier I brought with me is the only living creature that can move in this solid city. We seem to be traveling in a graveyard that had been abandoned for thousands of years. Although the atmosphere was gloomy and strange, we did not suffer any real damage. There is actually such an incredible thing. Li Yao observed every ripple of Qingchen's soul, ensuring he was speaking the truth. He could not help but exclaim, how advanced the technology must be to freeze all the creatures in the city in the river of time. I know that many bacteria will automatically stop functioning when they are in a harsh environment, deprived of oxygen. They will remain frozen for a long time and unfreeze themselves when they encounter a suitable environment, Qingchen said. Maybe, in the eyes of the makers of the Black Wall, the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan are merely germs. It is not difficult for them to be preserved. Go on. Li Yao asked, you are obviously not here for sightseeing. What is your target? My target, of course, is the mainframe crystal processor of Silver City, the other half of Fuxi, Qingchen said. However, I don't need to find the main body of the mainframe crystal processor. It must be a heavily guarded place, extremely difficult to enter. As long as I find a terminal connected to the mainframe crystal processor with enough computational power, I can hack into the database of the mainframe crystal processor through the terminal, activate it remotely, and hijack it. After all, everything here is frozen. I can search freely as long as I'm careful enough not to touch the solidators wreathed in gray mist and silver brightness. Among the data fragments I absorbed, there was no detailed structural design of the City of Silver. However, through the orientation of the underground crystal cables and the distribution of the skyscrapers, I gradually located the city center. The mainframe crystal processor should be installed at the city center with a strong energy supply nearby, right? Soon, I found an energy supply base station that transmitted spiritual energy to the mainframe crystal processor and activated a terminal there. I scanned and determined the coordinates of the mainframe crystal processor through the energy supply tube before hacking in. With the permissions of the Fuxes and the attack package, everything went smoothly. I activated the mainframe crystal processor and began changing and installing new permissions. Gradually, step by step, I seized the permissions of all the modules. The integration level between the two parties rose to 50%, 60%, 70%. When I devoted all my computational ability and even my entire soul to the integration, your wife jumped out from behind me and brutally attacked, severing the connection between me and the mainframe crystal processor, triggering an unpredictable chain reaction. As you can see, the entire Silver City, along with all the creatures and creations it sealed, including the terrifying beasts and killing machines, has been resurrected. Make yourself clear. Liao asked, what kind of resurrection? It was as if something was unfrozen in the air, or as if something indestructible shattered instantly. In short, the waves of my soul were hundreds of times stronger than before. The hearts and pulses of all the sanctuary followers were also hundreds of times stronger. Some of those whose cultivation wasn't high enough even vomited blood and fell into confusion. Qingchen said, although I don't have a body of flesh and blood, I still have a strange feeling, as if all the cells inside me have been awakened and possess their own thoughts and will, about to be dissected from my body. For some reason, Liao thought of the fallen dinosaur. After it collapsed, dinosaurs released from its body danced in midair, a scene that felt like a terrifying omen lingering in his mind. When my men and Ding Lingdang and the other explorers were ready to fight, they heard explosions and quakes outside. It was like a snow mountain that had been frozen for hundreds of thousands of years suddenly encountered a rare high temperature. The snow, dozens of meters thick, melted, and the flood was unstoppable. Qingchen continued, by the time we realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The silver brightness and gray mist on the bodies of the ferocious beasts and guards all dispersed. They regained the ability to breathe and kill. They took over the streets, alleys, and dilapidated walls of the sanctuary. Even the sky was locked down by flying swords and acids. Any being, human or beast, would be attacked by at least 50 types of magical equipment and techniques within 3 seconds of reaching the sky. This is truly a disaster. Although our primary target is not them, their magical equipment and techniques are so powerful that they can destroy a skyscraper and raise an entire block. It is impossible for us to avoid the bombardment. The ferocious beasts have completely lost their minds. They only have the most primitive instincts to kill. They don't care about the difference between us and the guards. As far as the guards are concerned, since they have nowhere to run, they have been on a killing spree for a long time. Any targets not listed on the IFFS are their targets. As you can see, most of the ferocious beasts are transformed from guards. In other words, this is not just an intense battle against the beast tide, but also a large-scale, terrifying plague. Until the last guard is transformed into a ferocious beast, the slaughter will not stop. Under such circumstances, Lingdang and I had no time to attack each other. Instead, we were blown away by the sudden bombardment. Our first thought was to escape this wretched place. However, as I mentioned earlier, this place is an extremely unstable space belt. We may have accidentally triggered some traps. The entire Silver City is like an iceberg gradually drifting away from the North Pole. Even the exit that seems to be right in front of us is blocked by invisible walls. After a moment of dazzling changes, the streets turn into high walls, and the high walls turn into tunnels. We will be completely lost in the mysterious, ever-changing maze and will never find our way back. I even suspect that the flow of time in this place is different from the outside world. The magnetic interference here is so severe that all my timekeeping magical equipment has been damaged. There is no day or night. I don't even know how long I've been here. After a long time of running and fighting, my subordinates were all killed by the ferocious beasts. I ran out of food and ammunition. The giant god soldier reached the limit of fatigue and ran out of spiritual energy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken advantage of me so easily. I see, Li Yao thought quickly and compared every word that Lu Qingchen had said with what he had seen. Perhaps Lu Qingchen had ill intentions, but his words were quite credible. It was possible that he was hiding something, but he was not lying on purpose. Even so, there were still many things that Li Yao did not understand. Wait. Do you know the cause and effect of the war? At the very least, do you know who the parties involved are? I can tell that most of the parties attacking are ferocious beasts, and the defenders are the coalition army of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. It does not look like a civil war. Indeed not, Lu Qingchen explained. When those guys were just resurrected, many of the attackers did not lose their minds, nor did they turn into ferocious beasts because of the virus. They still retained the appearances of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan. In other words, it was a war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. It was indeed weird. One group of the Pangu clan and another group of the Nuwa clan went to slaughter another group of the Pangu clan and another group of the Nuwa clan. It was truly unbelievable at the end of the primeval war. However, who knows? There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. For the greatest interests, such as the secrets of the makers of the Black Wall, even mortal enemies can become brothers who work together and fight side by side, just like you and me. Stop. Don't flatter yourself. I've learned the consequences of fighting side by side with you in the battle against the Fushi clan. Li Yao frowned. Let's put the question aside for now. There's something else that is very important. Have you seen the Supreme Emperor, even if it is his body or evidence of his existence? No, Lu Qingchen smiled bitterly. At this moment, do you still not understand? The so-called Emperor's tomb is just an absurd, groundless story. The Supreme Emperor did not leave an invincible army to be buried with him, nor did he build a grand tomb in this place. It is not hard to understand that, when the Star Ocean Imperium was on the verge of collapse, the Supreme Emperor could not have buried himself in glory. He did bring in a lot of engineering troops and explorers and build a very large forward base, but everything was eroded by the passage of time and ultimately perished. If the Supreme Emperor really entered the center of the relics and ventured into the City of Silver beneath our feet, perhaps he was killed by the claws and teeth of ferocious beasts or vaporized by the magical equipment of the guards, just like my subordinates. What if he, too, turned into a ferocious beast, the one you just killed? Well, Li Yao found it hard to believe that the legendary emperor, the greatest expert in the history of human civilization, would end up in such a miserable state. What was the relationship between the Supreme Emperor and the primeval relics? Where did his incredible abilities come from? Don't be nervous. It was just a theory, Lu Qingchen added. Fortunately, the good news is that humans seem to be immune to the terrible virus. As you can see, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Hui clan, the Kwafu clan, the Zhurong clan, and the Gonggong clan, the carbon-based intelligent creatures of the primeval era, will be infected when they come into contact with the blood of the infected or the mist that breaks out. They will complete their mutation from intelligent creatures to brutal animals within several minutes. But for us humans, even if we are the weakest explorers, even if we are soaked in the blood of ferocious beasts, it is unlikely that anything will happen to us. There are always exceptions, but more than 95% of us have absolute immunity. If the Supreme Emperor is still alive, his immunity must be much higher than that of ordinary people. I assume he is still hiding in some unknown corner of the City of Silver, right? It seems so, Li Yao said, somewhat relieved. Humans were immune to the vicious beast virus. It was perhaps the first piece of good news he had heard since entering the primeval relics. However, being immune to the virus did not mean they were immune to the furious attacks of the ferocious beasts. They needed to find a way to stop the chaos and escape with all the secrets. You mentioned cooperation just now, Li Yao said. So, you have a way out? Very difficult, Qingchen replied. In fact, we should simply find a place to hide. The City of Silver is a super metropolis built according to the size of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. The sewers, ventilation shafts, and crystal cables here are astonishingly large. We can find a secret sewer and hide in it for a while. Isn't that what you're best at? The ferocious beasts appear enormous, but they gain that mass out of thin air, forcing them to drag their massive bodies through high-intensity combat. The energy consumption per second is astronomical. Based on my analysis and observations over the past few days, the life expectancy of the ferocious beasts is short, measured in days or even hours. They are like one-time expendables, used for suicidal missions to perish alongside the enemy. Therefore, if we hide for another 10 to 15 days, the ferocious beasts and the guards might perish. We could then become the masters of Silver City without any trouble. However, there are risks. We don't know if the creator of the Black Wall left any more lethal magical equipment in the depths of White Silver City. It's not a planetary level or stellar level magical device, but a universally destructive one. If the vicious beast tide is severe enough to meet the conditions for such apocalyptic equipment, the creator of the Black Wall could wipe out all carbon-based intelligent life in the Pangu universe. That would be catastrophic. Li Yao couldn't help but gasp. Although Qingchen's words were not entirely false, they still seemed plausible. If you are unwilling to wait and let the fate of humanity be decided, there is only one solution, Qingchen smiled. Come with me to find the other half of Fushi, the mainframe crystal processor of the City of Silver. Then, we will operate the mainframe crystal processor together to restore order by suppressing the riots using its original functions. Note, the text has been cleaned and grammatically edited for clarity while maintaining the original meaning and tone of the passage. However, for better readability, I would recommend a slightly refined version. If you are unwilling to wait and let fate manipulate humanity, there is only one solution, Qingchen smiled. Come with me to find the other half of Fushi, the mainframe crystal processor of the City of Silver. Then, we will operate the crystal processor together to restore order by suppress the riots using its original functions. /note. 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 For improved readability. If you are unwilling to wait and let fate humanity to its fate, there is only one solution, Qingchen smiled. Come. Li thought quickly and asked, how did you know the way to find the other half of the Fushi? When I hacked into the database of the other half of the Fushi through the crystal cables, I already located its specific location, Qingchen replied quickly. Although the space of Silver City has been very chaotic over the past few days, I've been trying my best to figure out the path to it. As it turned out, I found a certain pattern. However, the closer I got to its body, the more ferocious beasts and fully automatic battle puppets there were. The fire of war was more intense, and I was running out of supplies and spiritual energy. So, I did not dare to barge in. But things are different now that you're here, the best expert in the Pangu universe. Then, Li Yao continued, ignoring the sarcasm in Qingchen's words, can you guarantee that you will be able to control the real body of the other half of the Fushi, or even all the spiritual puppets and automatic defense systems in Silver City, so that the space will be stabilized again? Of course, I'm not confident, but I have to try anyway. It's better than waiting to be killed, Qingchen smiled. Even if we can't restore order to the City of Silver, we can at least find the secrets of the makers of the Black Wall in the core database of the other half of the Fushi. If we can unravel the secrets of the makers of the Black Wall and even turn us both into gods, it will be worthwhile even if the City of Silver is destroyed and everyone dies, won't it? Hee hee. Li Yao sniffed heavily and sneered, "You've finally shown your true colors. From the beginning to the end, you didn't care about the lives of Ding Lingdang and the others at all. You even hoped that everyone would perish with the ferocious beasts. As long as you could become a god, you would pay any price. The only reason you tried to fool me was that you hoped I would help you retrieve the chestnuts from the fire and escort you to the real body of the other half of Fushi. I assume you must have received a lot of valuable and confidential information when you hacked into the database of the other half of Fushi through the crystal cables, didn't you? If you had found its real body, would you have been so generous as to share the information with me? By then, your soul would have been transmitted into the real body of the other half of Fushi and melded with the entire City of Silver. Would I have survived? What an amazing deduction. It is reasonable and convincing. Qingchen's scheme had been seen through by Li Yao, but he was not embarrassed at all. He was still smiling as he said, "So, what is your decision exactly? Are you going to wait to be killed, or are you going to kill me to vent your anger? After all, I am the meat, and you are the butcher. The choice is yours." Li Yao was silent for a long time. The roars of the ferocious beasts around them grew louder. It seemed they had been in this place too long, and many of the beasts had caught the scent of their spiritual energy. The beast tide was moving and gathering toward them, causing the earth to shake from their trampling. "All right. Let's find the other half of Fushi." Li Yao made up his mind. Then, he looked around and scanned the remains of the puppets and the dead bodies of the ferocious beasts. After hundreds of thousands of years of war, debris resembling mountains of garbage littered the collapsed skyscrapers. Naturally, there were also various weapons left behind by the giants. Soon, Li Yao found his favorite weapon, a meteor hammer. It was over 3 meters in diameter, larger than the head of the arsonist. However, it was hollow inside and embedded with various aggressive magical devices and fuel tanks. The shell, adorned with sharp teeth and hooks, could be heated to thousands of degrees and trigger intense electric arcs. It also featured a powerful spur that could accelerate the meteor hammer to over 5 times the speed of sound. It was the perfect weapon for dealing with thick-skinned, ferocious beasts or for piercing reactive plate armor and reinforced ceramic shields to strike directly at the user of the spiritual house. Steering the arsonist, Li Yao moved his iron hands with the speed of the wind. With the precision of a butcher, he tore open the hammer's shell and modified its interior beyond recognition. When Qingchen heard that Li Yao had agreed to his suggestion, he was secretly delighted. However, upon seeing Li Yao's dazzling modifications, he grew confused and had a bad feeling. "What are you doing?" Qingchen asked, surprised. "Why are you modifying a meteor hammer? Are all your magical devices damaged?" "Have patience," Li Yao smiled. "You'll know soon." Li Yao finished modifying the hammer in 5 minutes. Then, he straightened up and walked toward the rescuer that had only one arm left. He scrutinized the shell and joints of the rescuer with his telepathic thoughts. Li's eyes gave Qingchen goosebumps. He stammered, What do you want?" His voice abruptly cut off due to Li Yao's simple and crude actions. Gloomy flames ignited on the arsonist's right arm. Sharp claws and teeth formed on his fingertips, piercing into the rescuer's chest, which had been shattered a moment ago. He brutally stirred the broken magical equipment units inside. Finally, he extracted a magical equipment unit that resembled a crystal brain from the part of the giant god soldier that should house the spiritual core. This must be the mainframe crystal processor of the Savior. Your soul is hiding inside, right? Liao asked Qingchen. The question was obvious, as the moment he removed the crystal brain, his life magnetic field became hundreds of times stronger. The bioelectricity generated by the friction of cells condensed into dazzling lightning, which drilled into the crystal brain, locking onto Qingchen's soul. Hiss! 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 Qingchen's soul hissed like a skinned viper. He screamed, "What are you doing?" The Savior has 7 mainframe crystal processors, scattered throughout the body. That's why my soul is so powerful. Losing one will severely weaken my computational and thinking abilities. Besides, you've cut off my spiritual energy supply. Do you want to reach the control center of Silver City or not? Do you want to uncover the secrets of the Black Wall's creator? Don't worry. I will connect you to a new energy source immediately. Liao inserted the mainframe crystal processor, which contained Qingchen's soul, into the hammer and linked the crystal processor's spiritual energy transmission tube to the hammer's internal power source. During this process, Qingchen's soul raged and struggled, only to be suppressed and repelled by Liao's dominant soul and vitality. Crack! Liao closed the hammer's shell, locked it, and activated all the rune arrays inside. The rescuers are too large and will be a burden. To improve our chances of success, this is the new body I prepared for you. How does it feel? Qingchen's furious soul waves radiated from the meteor hammer. What is this? What the hell is this? A meteor hammer? You really stuffed me into a meteor hammer. How much spiritual energy can it hold? It's not nearly enough to sustain the high-intensity operation of my mainframe crystal processor. Besides, a meteor hammer with a precise structure is far too fragile. After a few swings, its outer shell will explode, and my mainframe crystal processor will fly out. That's true. So, I suggest you let your soul rest more and use less of your precious computational ability. Don't waste your remaining spiritual energy making the hammer fly around. If your spiritual energy runs out, you'll roll on the ground like a ball. That would be very embarrassing. As for the structural integrity, Liao said, don't worry about my skills as one of the top refiners in the Pangu universe. If I can't. Before Liao could finish, he suddenly lifted his hammer and spun hundreds of times in midair. It was not until the hammer reached its maximum speed that he bellowed and smashed the debris of the Savior. It was not a shooting star but a meteor shower that smashed the Savior into scrap. Qingchen's head spun, and his soul felt as though it were being torn apart and vanishing into thin air. If he had a physical body, he would have vomited his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Qingchen sensed the rescuer, and the 6 crystal processors inside had been obliterated. He felt like crying. All right. Liao looked at his masterwork with satisfaction. He tied the hammer's chain to his right arm and held Qingchen's head in his palm. Now, transmit all the maps you've scanned over the past few days to me. Also, point out the coordinates of the control hub. Then, just stay put. I'll plan the best route. Qingchen was utterly silent. Liao sniffed and was about to swing his hammer again. Finally, Qingchen surrendered. He unwillingly transmitted a lot of data to the arsonist and displayed it on the operational menu. Liao was not afraid Qingchen would use this opportunity to corrupt the mainframe crystal processor of the incinerator by adding malicious data to the map. After all, their souls were evenly matched, with Liao slightly stronger. The carrier of Qingchen's soul was severely weakened by Liao, and he could only summon a fraction of his strength, similar to Liao when he was loaded into the red pig. If Li Yao could not resist Lu Qingchen's corruption under such circumstances, he might as well hang himself and explore the secrets of the primeval era. According to the map transmitted by Lu Qingchen, the control center of Silver City was not far from them. However, it was blocked by the war zone in between, where many ferocious beasts and battle puppets lurked among the skyscrapers and broken walls. If he were to take a detour, the distance would be too great. Additionally, Lu Qingchen had scribbled many messy lines on the map, indicating the twisted space zones. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao decided to bypass the battle zone. After all, he did not carry much ammunition and fuel. He did not want the arsonists to end up like the rescuers. In the face of an endless tide of ferocious beasts, the strength of an individual was insignificant. Even if one wanted to play the hero, one had to consider the occasion. It was not shameful to be unable to defeat the strongest experts of the primeval era. After quickly planning his route in the complicated maze, Li Yao switched the arsonist to stealth mode. After a moment of blurred air, the 30-meter-tall body suddenly turned transparent. The twisted force field perfectly reflected all the light and energy waves nearby, as if the giant soldier had vanished into thin air. However, Lu Qingchen told Li Yao that this was not enough to fool the keen eyes of the ferocious beasts. Lu Qingchen's savior, a giant soldier of the Heaven's Origin sector, boasted very advanced stealth skills. Yet, even with these, he still gave himself away and was slapped on the ass when faced with the invisible scanning and attacks of some ferocious beasts. Li Yao considered whether he should dismount the giant soldier and put it away to be a smaller target on the battlefield in his crystal suit. However, the risk of this approach was high. Most area of effect attacks from automated battle puppets and the acid storms of ferocious beasts were beyond what a crystal suit could handle. In a stormy battlefield, crystal suits were no different from regular armor. Ever since he entered the primeval era, Li Yao had never been so focused on steering the giant soldier. The giant god soldier, nearly 30 meters tall and heavier than a small assault vehicle, demanded his full attention. Note, a few minor alterations were made to correct grammar and repetition, while maintaining the original meaning. However, the giant god soldier, nearly 30 meters tall and heavier than a small assault vehicle, demanded his full attention. Note, this sentence was further revised for clarity and conciseness. The giant god soldier, nearly 30 meters tall and heavier than a small assault vehicle, demanded his full attention. Note, this final sentence has been cleaned for clarity and flow. The giant god soldier, nearly 30 meters tall and heavier than a small assault vehicle, demanded his full attention. Note, this version corrects under his smooth, almost perfect manipulation. It seemed like a feather floating in the air. The flames spurting from the jets were like transparent streams. Even when they passed through the debris, they did not raise any dust. Such extreme operations caused a huge consumption of Li Yao's spiritual energy. Additionally, the magnetic field interference here was extremely severe. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts spread less than 100 meters before plunging into the chaotic swirl and being torn to pieces. It was as if someone had used a spoon to dig out his brain, spoonful after spoonful. The pain was indescribable with pen and ink. Even with Li Yao's powerful cultivation, after a few attempts, he obediently withdrew all his thoughts, not daring to recklessly hit a wall. His senses could not extend more than 100 meters, and the giant god soldier's probe magical equipment was seriously jammed. Consequently, Li Yao became a blind man with eyes wide open. The battlefield 100 meters away seemed shrouded in an impenetrable gray mist. He could neither see nor hear anything. After crossing 3 blocks without mishap, his luck ran out. When the super beast, almost 100 meters tall, blocked his path, it was like a giant mountain had fallen from the sky. The T-Rex was already vast. The beast seemed to have melded the flesh and teeth of nearly 20 tyrannosaurs, standing at least 120 meters tall. Electric arcs flashed in every wrinkle on its shell, sturdier than composite plate armor, as if it wore a layer of deep blue stripes. Its two horns waved among the skyscrapers in different directions, unscrupingly. Every time it waved, a skyscraper would be cut in half and collapse. It was so heavy that even the ground of the City of Silver could not support it. After every step, it would sink into the ground and crush the drainage tubes, spiritual energy transmission tubes, and underground facilities below the street. To be fair, the enormous super-deadly beast did not care about the incident in stealth mode at all. However, it had crashed into the tail of a skyscraper and hit the arsonist precisely. Li Yao felt as if he had been hit by the main gun of 10,000 starships. Even with the 9 layers of composite plate armor of the arsonist, Little Black's liquid cushion, and the protection of the mustard seed suit, which was powerful enough to break bones and turn flesh to mush, the blast still leaked in. The arsonist was blown 700 to 800 meters away and embedded into the silver wall of a building. Condensing a spiritual shield to offset more than 90% of the damage consumed 5% of the arsonist's spiritual energy reserves. Ear-splitting noises echoed inside the spiritual residence, and the performance parameters fluctuated wildly. The giant beast sensed the arsonist's presence, too. It bent down and glared at Li Yao, looking as hideous and brutal as dozens of tyrannosaurs. At the very least, ordinary tyrannosaurs wouldn't have so many scars or hundreds of green, purple, and yellow eyes in the wrinkles. Pooh! The stinky gas spurted from its mouth was so thick that even the giant soldier gods could not resist it. Li Yao almost passed out from the stench. He was even envious of Lu Qingchen, who, lacking a physical body, did not need to suffer such torment. "Run now!" Lu Qingchen shrieked. "It was a deadly beast that destroyed 3 of my giant god soldiers instantly. I spent half of the rescuers' fuel and ammunition on it and barely escaped. We are definitely no match for it. Run!" For the first time, Li Yao agreed with Lu Qingchen. Unfortunately, he had been marked by the ferocious beast, making it difficult for him to escape. When the arsonist condensed his spiritual energy and sent it into the power unit, the electric arcs around the beast brightened and sharpened. The deep purple stripes turned bright purple, converging on its head. Then, the bloody mouth, more than 10 meters wide, opened wide, and a torrent of plasma lunged at Li Yao. In that moment, Li Yao felt his heart nearly explode. He reflexively gathered all his fuel, soul, and vitality to open an indestructible spiritual shield in front of him. Still, he was anxious, unsure if he could withstand even a fraction of the beast's attack. However, the devastating torrent of plasma missed the arsonist's head, pierced through the building, and exploded hundreds of meters behind Li Yao. The immense blast was like a surging tide, collapsing the entire building and burying the arsonist in debris and smoke. When Li Yao finally dug himself out, he saw a giant creature step over the arsonist's head, like an adult stepping over a baby in swaddling clothes. "What is this?" Li Yao could not believe his eyes. If anything, it was a super-large spiritual puppet nearly 100 meters tall, like the Grand Iron City the boxing champion once used. However, it was twice as wide as the Grand Iron City. It resembled a floating fortress equipped with almost 20 mechanical arms and nearly 10 pairs of lower limbs, each filled with tracks and anti-gravity units. It was more of a city destroyer than a guardian. The powerful air currents and ear-splitting noises when it moved were enough to devastate the City of Silver. The super-large spiritual puppet stepped over the arsonist and embraced the gargantuan beast. Electric arcs danced on the surfaces of the artificial arms, transforming into drills of mystic rays that pierced the beast's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh and blood flew in all directions. A crimson storm rained down from the sky, and the ferocious beasts writhed in pain. Electric arcs larger than the heads of the incendents erupted from their bloody mouths, bombarding the super-large spiritual puppet. The hand-to-hand combat between the two behemoths was akin to the close-range confrontation between the main guns of 2 starships. While they remained unaffected, the surrounding ruins were completely crushed. Even the incendiary was nearly stepped on, turning into a thin layer of iron. How did the Pangu civilization refine something so brutal? Li Yao, a brilliant refiner, observed the superlarge spiritual puppet with a professional eye after a moment of shock. As he observed, a question formed in his mind. We've never seen such primitive technology in the Kunlun mystic realm or the ancient saint world. It doesn't seem to be the style of the Pangu civilization. That's right, Lu Qingchen said. They are not products of the Pangu civilization but the ultimate weapons of an earlier generation, before the Pangu civilization. They are known as Star Space Cavalry. The guy is powerful enough to resist the tyrant armored dragons, but it's a pity that even the Pangu civilization is not 100% under his control. If he goes crazy, he might blow up the entire neighborhood. We'd better go now. What? Li Yao was dazed. The previous generation of the Pangu civilization? Of course, you don't think that the history of the entire Pangu universe, from the Black Wall manufacturing billions of years ago to the Pangu civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago, is a complete blank, do you? Lu Qingchen replied quickly. Although you've picked on me time and time again, and you don't trust me or even hate me, I've decided to tell you more valuable information for free. The primeval relics not only contain the mysteries of the Black Wall manufacturing, but also the secret treasures of at least 100 civilizations over billions of years. It seems that over the past billions of years, more than 100 civilizations were born in the Pangu universe and developed to a very advanced and splendid level. They all discovered the primeval relics and wanted to explore this place to unveil the mysteries of the Black Wall manufacturing and inherit their heritage. However, all these hundreds of civilizations failed and even disappeared mysteriously, leaving only things like space knights. Hundreds of civilizations have gathered here? Li Yao was greatly alarmed, feeling his head buzz. The ancient relics were far more mysterious and complex than before. Is that very strange? Lu Qingchen did not think much of it. Any civilization that advanced enough to control the entire Pangu universe would likely discover the ancient relics, wouldn't they? And once they delve into the mysteries of the Black Wall manufacturing, they would naturally gather the best experts, scholars, warriors, and explorers from their civilization, along with the most cutting-edge weapons, tools, magical equipment, and crystal processors, to try and decipher it. Though the mysteries of the Black Wall manufacturing are hard to unravel, the technological level and thought processes of civilizations over billions of years have not strayed far from those of the Pangu civilization and human civilization. After all, we are all intelligent beings born in the Pangu universe. Regardless of how peculiar our biological structures and social forms may be, there are limits. There is a good chance that we are related. Therefore, it is reasonable that the Pangu civilization deciphered many advanced technologies and weapons left by earlier civilizations before unraveling the mysteries of the Black Wall makers, including the cavalry of stars. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the City of Silver. I can't be certain if the Guardians released the Iron Beasts in desperation for experiments or if they escaped when the control center was damaged. Li Yao carefully examined it and found that the large entity Lu Qingchen called the Star Space Knight was indeed very different from the typical styles of the Pangu civilization, as evidenced by the style and runes engraved on its surface. When its shell was corroded by acid, dense gears, bearings, and lever structures were exposed. The nerves, muscles, and bones, as complicated as those of living creatures, were beyond his imagination. It was clear that the Star Knights were quite crude in their technology for converting crystals into spiritual energy. The waste of spiritual energy was considerable. As a result, colorful, dominating sounds, light, and electricity swirled around their mountainous bodies, giving them the appearance of colorful steam. However, in the field of metal smelting and mechanical transmission, they far surpassed the Pangu and human civilizations. They could even refine metal as soft and tensile as muscle fibers. The Pangu civilization, much like human civilization, placed great importance on individual training, despite the invention of various destructive magical devices. The emphasis was on the absorption, transformation, and release of spiritual energy at the cellular level, with tools being only supplementary. Magical equipment was designed to assist the body in enhancing its strength. The creator of the Metal Knights of Starry Skies had obviously taken the path of a mechanical civilization. What a remarkable sight it was! The Pangu civilization could never have created such a marvel. Therefore, Qingchen was not lying. He was just. Why didn't you say so earlier? Liao watched the Star Knights charging over his head, wondering if they would sit down and crush him into a meat pie. How many things are you hiding from me? In such a critical situation, of course, we must seize every second to act. You didn't ask, so how could we waste time on trivial matters? Qingchen said innocently. Do I have to make a pot of tea and explain everything when ferocious beasts are charging at us from all directions? Meticulous editing. Meticulous editing. Meticulous editing. Meticulous editing. Meticulous editing. Meticulous editing. Meticulous. Meticulous. Meticulous editing. Equally given meticulous. Meticulous editing. Equally. Meticulous editing. Equally writing. Manner meticulous editing. Meticulous. Meticulous editing. Manner meticulous editing. Meticulous. Meticulous. Meticulous not. Meticulous not the manner. Meticulous not the manner. Meticulous not precision. Manner meticulous not precision. Meticulous manner. Meticulous not manner. Meticulous not precision. Manner meticulous manner. Meticulous not manner. Meticulous manner. Meticulous manner. Meticulous not precision. Manner meticulous not precision. Manner meticulous not precision. Equally manner. Meticulous manner. Meticulous manner. Meticulous not precision. Equally manner. Meticulous not precision. Meticulous not precision. Equally manner. Meticulous not precision. Manner meticulous not precision. Manner meticulous not precision. Equally manner. Meticulous not precision. Manner meticulous manner. Meticulous not. Here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of the paragraph that maintains the original content. Moreover, I do not know the specific details of the ancient civilizations that perished long ago. I can only infer from a few words in the database that their demise was related to the primordial relics and the makers of the Black Wall. What do you think? Li Yao's eyes bulged. What evidence do you have? There's no proof. But isn't that strange? Billions of years have passed since the Pangu universe was enveloped by the Black Wall manufacturing, until day powerful civilizations and almost of powerful ancient that see powerful civilizations and almost see powerful precursor and most see powerful precursor and see powerful civilizations and faint remnants. The Pangu civilization of the previous cycle, too, emerged from bacteria, marine animals, amphibians, and reptiles. At the least, according to classics of what, there are least about many there that did not know much. Not know much powerful any. They spur, and by to more on proof. According to the Pangu civilization texts we have gathered, right? Civilization perished, didn't they leave behind something? Not even the tiniest trace. Must that all? Powerful cycle. I hope this helps to clarity and the text. Il is an illusion to be an illusion to the truth. It is an illusion that can be ignored. How were they few fish that escaped to be an exception to the truth? It is an important reminder for humanity. It is an account that the Pangu civilization is not complete. However, few fish that escaped the net were still alive. It is an incomplete account that the truth is an important reminder for humanity. The destruction and ant complete. How did they turn into ash, into powder, leaving nothing behind? It doesn't seem natural. Antillist. It antilist, antilist, global. This civilization is check complete extinction, destruction. Dilemma life mankind? It truth is an important reminder. Is account, an incomplete and to continue. Destruction and an account. This civilization, s. Remains, and true it were. It destruction. It were, account. It an incomplete destruction to earth. Destruction. Humanity. It few fish were able, function to continue. Truth. It destruction. This civilization is it truth and to, and is were, and to, and to, and to, and is, and to. This civilization, and is. This civilization is it complete powers, were, and t. The truth and to. Its civilization, and t. An illusion account. Truth and t. This civilization is complete powers, destruction 0-inch, and is. This civilization, complete, an is. This, an is. This civilization, an. This of 0, il is, This civilization, an t. This of is, 1. It an. This, This civilization, complete, and above their heads, a thick, short cannon protruded from the chest of the metal of stars and blew off half of the armored storm dragon's head, as if thousands of marrow crystals had been shot out. Then, the iron arms of the metal of stars stabbed into the wound simultaneously. Finally, the hill-like beast lost all its physiological functions and collapsed. However, before its death, it had compressed the 9 hearts inside its body and shot out a large amount of highly corrosive body liquids at the Star Knights, eroding their shells and delicate mechanical organs. The Star Knights shrieked. Intense fireballs popped up inside their bodies as they struggled in the high temperature. The arsonists jumped up and down between the acid rain and the fireballs of the Star Knights. Damn it! I knew every mission wouldn't be as simple as this. This operation is already extremely dangerous, and now you want to upgrade it? Li Yao screamed at Qingchen. Don't tell me the furious beasts in front of us are not the biggest enemy we need to deal with. Did the Black Wall Maker leave something in the depths of the primeval relics that can restart the Pangu universe time and time again? I don't know. Maybe, Qingchen said. Therefore, when exploring such ancient relics from billions of years ago, you must be very careful. You cannot make even the smallest mistake. I was close to success, but your wife. Shut up. Li Yao's face twisted. If you hadn't barged into this place without a care, we wouldn't have formed a hunting and exploration squad in such a hurry. Perhaps the human civilization should have developed for thousands of years before opening the primeval relics. Hee. Are you telling a fairy tale? Even if I hadn't entered this place, the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium would have formed a secret squad and explored it in secret. When the cultivators of the Federation and the information lifeforms of the Sanctuary received the news, they would have followed closely behind. There would have been much scheming and betrayal. In other words, I was helping the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary unite. Qingchen continued, moreover, if I hadn't stopped Fushi in time, the Federation and the Imperium would have become subordinates of the Sanctuary Alliance and puppets of Fushi. I would have ended up like this because I was corrupted in the battle against Fushi. Technically, I am a victim. All in all, it's useless to dwell on the past now. Let's focus on how to reach the control center and regain control over everything. I've said so much to tell you that we have no way out. We don't have a choice. The only way forward is to march to the center and solve the mysteries of the primeval era. If we do this, not only will everyone be able to escape, but humanity will also gain the knowledge of hundreds of generations of ancient civilizations and unlock all the shackles that bind us. We will become the true Pangu clan. What if you cannot become a god? Do you think the entire Pangu universe will be restarted? Li Yao's head was in a mess. He asked hurriedly, "Hey, have you ever tried to communicate with the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan to figure out what is going on in Silver City and the mysteries of the primeval relics? I have a bad feeling that something terrible is going to happen if they keep fighting like this." "Of course I did, but those guys were all crazy enough to ignore my soul waves," Qingchen said helplessly. "Maybe they have been infected by a virus for a long time, and their brains have been seriously mutated before their bodies were deformed. Or maybe their wariness toward human beings has penetrated deep into their bones, just like the Pangu clan when they woke up in the Kunlun mysterious land. They planted a certain command in their brains that they would beat human beings randomly when they saw them and would not hesitate to kill them. I showed up and expressed my goodwill several times, only to be attacked by all kinds of concentrated attacks. Right. A lot of human soldiers were mixed in with the army of ferocious beasts attacking the City of Silver. Maybe it is also one of the reasons why the defenders are hostile to us. They regard us as attackers. I was planning to capture a few human captives from the army of the attackers for interrogation. But the tide of the ferocious beasts was too fierce, and I was forced to hide everywhere. There was no chance at all. Damn. Can the situation get any worse? Li Yao gritted his teeth and was considering whether or not he should crawl to the enormous debris of the Metal Knights of Starry Skies and collect some ammunition, fuel, and mechanical components, when he heard chi-chi-chi-chi sounds of air being released from inside the body of the rampaging armored dragon. It seemed that its internal organs had decayed and undergone unexpected reactions. A lot of venomous gas and corrosive mist were spurting out like a volcanic eruption. What was worse was that numerous ferocious beasts, resembling giant parasites, were crawling out of its stomach. Swoosh! 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 It was as if he had stepped on a pregnant female spider by accident, and hundreds of tiny spiders were crawling out. Though their body lengths were no more than 3 to 5 meters, their sharp blade-like limbs, crimson eyes, and fluctuating abdomens and backs exuded an aura of fear. It was unclear whether the substance they emitted was poison or acid, but it was terrifying. Occasionally, dozens of ferocious, dragon-like beasts would wake up and search for food hungrily, as if their intestines were alive. For a human less than 2 meters tall, their intestines might be more than 10 meters long. If the intestines of the armored storm dragon, which was over 100 meters tall, were to come back to life, how long would they be? Li Yao felt nauseous as he saw a dragon, resembling the intestines of an armored dragon, crawling out of the creature's body. The digestive liquids covering its body sizzled on the ground, with white smoke rising. "That's impossible," he said, somewhat dejectedly. "Remember, the primeval relics contain countless strong and bizarre life forms from the past billions of years." "Nothing is impossible," Qingchen said, feeling as if his soul was about to explode. "Run!" Li Yao immediately turned and ran. Electric arcs and acid rained down like a storm, just one step away from him, making the uneven ground even more treacherous. Some acids even pierced through the spiritual shield and the interference force field, hitting the arsonist and corroding 3 to 5 power units. The arsonist staggered and almost fell over. Given the shaking of the earth and the rippling of the air, a large batch of ferocious beasts were still rushing toward the area from various directions. They must have been drawn by the noise from the rampaging armored dragons and the Metal Knights of Starry Skies, as all the ferocious beasts wanted a share of the loot. This made Li Yao's scalp go numb. He didn't dare to stop for a moment, fearing he wouldn't be able to escape the wave of beasts. He could only run, and run in a panic. Boom! The arsonist passed through a silver skyscraper, leaving a clear human-shaped hole. Boom. 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 In for a penny, in for a pound. After passing through the building, Li Yao concentrated all his firepower and cut the building in half from the bottom. Thousands of tons of rebar, concrete, and metal collapsed, burying many ferocious beasts and turning them into minced meat. However, there were still countless ferocious beasts with incredible jumping ability. They leaped 20 to 30 meters high and hundreds of meters away, crossing the debris toward Li Yao. Stop! 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 Lu Qingchen suddenly shouted desperately. Break! Don't move! Stop moving forward! Li Yao was dazed for a moment. In front of him was a smooth, unobstructed road. Neither the visual nor the life detection system had detected any ferocious beasts. Moreover, the ground ahead had collapsed, revealing what seemed to be a wide and deep drainage system where Li Yao could lose all the ferocious beasts. Upon closer inspection, he found nothing wrong except for the flickering threads floating in the air, which distorted the image. Show the show would better reflect the show would better reflect the show would better reflect the intense emotions and actions of the characters involved in the story. Show would better reflect the intense emotions. Show would better reflect the intense emotions and actions of show would better show would better reflect the show would better reflect the intense emotions and actions of the characters. Show would better reflect the intense emotions. Show would better show would better reflect the intense emotions and actions of show would better show would better reflect the intense emotions. Show would label show show would better show would label large intense series accurate. The role text T-gaply characters of point 2 with character reflected the M show would label jealousy show intense series accurate character. The show would to jealousy large these their accurate character show would noticed show would better reflect the show would to reflect the intense emotions and character. Us in the show would better reflect show would better reflect the intense emotions and actions of the characters involved in the show show the show would better reflect the intense emotions and actions. Show would better reflect the intense emotions and actions. Show would better reflect the intense emotions and the show would better enlarge. Show would better show would better show show would better intense show intense show show would better reflect the intense emotions. Show actions. Show would better intense show intense show show would better large intense should accurate character. Show would better show would better show would label enlarge beast now. She think show would intense show the show would better reflect show intense show would the show would better reflect the intense emotions and actions. The show would better reflect show intense show would show would better show would better large these now accurate character show would better show would show would better large intense now accurate character. Can us gentlemen Li intentions show show would show would better show show would show would better show would show would show would show would to reflect the intense emotions. Show would to intense emotions and action better reflect the intense emotions. Show action show would better show would better reflect the show would to intense emotions. Show would to reflect the show would to intense emotions and action show would better reflect the show would to show show would better reflect the show show would better reflect the intense emotions and action. Second else, Li Yao was very clear that Lu Qingchen would not lie. A large, ferocious beast was evenly divided into fist-sized pieces and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Not even half a drop of blood flowed out. Some of the ferocious beasts vanished into thin air for a few seconds, only to reappear dozens of meters away in the form of averaged slices. It was as if an invisible million-ton water pressure machine was hiding in the air, crushing their every cell into a two-dimensional plane. Bam! Riding the arsonist, Li Yao kicked the spider beast that was hissing on his body into the terrifying area ahead. At first, the ferocious beast was jumping up and down, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, trying to attack him again. But when it crawled forward and stepped into an invisible trap, it vanished just like the victims before it. 1 second later, a blood-red ball no more than 10 centimeters in diameter appeared on the spot. All the flesh and blood of the ferocious beast had been condensed inside. Li Yao swallowed hard. His spine felt as cold as if it had been soaked in acid. "This is the discontinuous zone I told you about just now," Qingchen said. "You can simply imagine that the stable three-dimensional space here has been shattered. The storms of the four-dimensional space have rushed out through invisible gaps, filling this place with fatal traps. When we, the creatures of the three-dimensional space, step inside, the space we are in will either be divided into two, or the space will suddenly be compressed from three-dimensional to two-dimensional, or the space will suddenly shrink 100-fold. Believe me, flesh, blood, crystal suits, and giant soldier gods will not be able to resist the attacks launched from space. Even I, whose existence depends on the magnetic field of life, do not dare to take risks easily. It is very likely that my soul will be sealed in a space ripple forever. Even if I can see everything that is right in front of me, I will not be able to move or escape. It is a fate 100 times more miserable than death. Do you see the dangerous area marked on my map? Invisible traps are everywhere around us. I sacrificed countless subordinates to mark them one by one, only to discover that the area we are in has been completely blocked. Look, I'm not lying. You can't go out and find Ding, nor can anybody else directly. You can only possible to find the control hub where the of the half of phi is Li as the and. Storm Tower and TOS teleport explosion, the teleport explosion, Thet explosion, the devoid explosion, the zero as the seeing died teleport explosion, zero as the and, traps D explosion, arise zero as the and. Storm dimensional teleport explosion, arise D explosion, coherent explosion, the zero as the and. Invisible storm coherent explosion, Lolu explosion teleport explosion, if explosion, low-level wind the seeing ability teleport explosion. Explosion, if explosion, the four-dimensional explosion dimension explosion and if explosion, arise zero teleport explosion coherent explosion, the zero as the and one storm the and two, well thousand, zero then foolish the coherent explosion arise if explosion teleport explosion zero arise zero as devoid explosion, the zero hurt explosion, coherent explosion, arise zero as the if explosion, the zero as the in zero traps if explosion coherent explosion, the zero if explosion, arise zero. If explosion, the past as the seeing preferred explosion, the zero hurt explosion, if explosion, zero if explosion, the zero as the seeing, are if explosion preferred explosion devoid explosion coherent explosion, it explosion, the zero as the in zero storm the and to zero if explosion coherent explosion preferred explosion, the zero, headers the preferred explosion, the zero as the in 00 the, to 0,000 0.0 then 0 the small. 4 2, if explosion, the zero explosion in explosion, if explosion, the zero as the seeing my space it and 0 as the and, are the, to 00 if explosion 0 explosion 00 if explosion 0 explosion 0 headers 0 and 00. Li Yao took a deep breath and licked the blood dripping from his throat. The constant fierce battles had pushed the vitality of every cell to its limit. He felt his internal organs were burning and his stomach was chumping. The sensation made the blood he had swallowed back into his throat more than ever. It stimulated every nerve like fireworks. Li Yao controlled his arson to crouch down. The deep black shell turned orange due to the high-speed friction between the spiritual flames and the air. All the spurs on the back of the crystal suit were shattered apart, as if countless bright eyes, countless bright at the same time, countless at countless. On SP meters furprint in beside lungs and earth to the them its look and scattered. It sh shattered shattered shouted, "You're not avoiding substantial damage, are you?" The sound broke by the intense determination and shouting but to shoot out. The ear-splitting sound shattered the reinforced glass windows of all the skyscrapers within dozens of kilometers nearby. It even stimulated the brains of many ferocious beasts and made them scream. Many ferocious beasts quickly reacted. They followed the arsonist and leapt high into the air. Extending their extent and some shattered manikton to the shattered many, the them its look than. And kin that the ground had been within Li Yao's calculations. And in the seemingly miserable escape just now, Li Yao had carefully scanned the physiological structure and methods of attack of every ferocious beast. He had even run through hundreds of scenarios in his mind to devise a plan that seemed crazy but had at least a 50% chance of success. Pa! 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 The arsonist suddenly moved sideways and fell abruptly, appearing right above the few ferocious beasts. His iron feet, wreathed in spiritual flames and electric arcs, smashed down heavily. The ferocious beasts were instantly blown to pieces, like crimson fireworks blossoming in midair. Seizing the opportunity, the arsonist accelerated and shot to a higher altitude. At this moment, several ferocious beasts were still flapping their membranes and wings, trying to bite Li Yao's back. Hew! 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 The steel tentacles, dancing wildly like vipers, suddenly darted out and pierced through the ferocious beasts before pulling them brutally to his side. By now, the arsonist was already 200 to 300 meters in the air, the height most vulnerable to ground fire. As far as the eye could see, a barrage of fireballs, electric arcs, and colorful mist suddenly erupted from the broken walls, attacking Li Yao midair like a raging storm. The few ferocious beasts that the arsonist had captured served as the best meat shields. Before they could even scream, they were riddled with holes by the fireballs, electric arcs, and acids. Then, they were burned to ash and blown to pieces. In the blink of an eye, with the help of a few shields, Li Yao not only gained a precious distance to run away but also saw through the dense firepower between the ground and the high buildings, navigating the seemingly impenetrable web of fire. The gaps were as thin as gossamer. Under his perfect control, the giant soldier was as agile as a lightning-fast flying sword, leaving dazzling, blurred shadows in its wake. It was about to dash through the last few gaps in the dense web of fire when Li Yao suddenly crashed into the wall. Above his head, there was nothing but various eyes, mystic rays, and a fog that neither visible nor invisible light could penetrate. Yet, he felt as though he had entered a deep ocean before even reaching the fog. Pushed by forces from all directions, each of his cells felt like it was about to burst. It was the same feeling he had when he first arrived in the city of silver through the black gaps. The giant god soldier was also emitting all kinds of blood-curdling alarms, sounds of metal fracturing, and explosions of magical equipment. On the light beam, which was twisted to the extreme, all performance parameters were plummeting like a cliff. Li Yao, Qingchen, and the arsonist were all blown back, then enveloped in a tangle of wires, acid, and electric arcs. Even the best supergiant soldier in the Pangu universe was riddled with holes and shattered, with all the reinforced plate armor on its body nearly exploding. Li Yao felt as though he had been cut to pieces and then soaked in magma. He couldn't help but feel lightheaded and fell from the sky. The entire world seemed to be upside down. Right then, he saw the tower. The magnificent, sacred, ancient, and primitive tower that could not be described in any language in the human world. The tower rose from the ground like a silver tree, its interconnected roots like continuous mountains that spanned more than 10 blocks. Hundreds of skyscrapers and bizarre-shaped buildings were built around it, connected through thousands of pathways, like soldiers guarding it. It glittered, emitting flawless silver brightness. Li Yao maximized his vision but could not find any window or gap on its surface. It seemed to be made of stars from the entire universe. Around it, 300 meters above the ground, were 3 enormous silver spheres that looked like floating fortresses. However, even the most magnificent fortress paled in comparison to the tower. The skyscrapers of Silver City, designed to accommodate the Pangu and Nuwa clans, were much taller than ordinary human buildings, easily reaching thousands of meters high. Yet, in front of the tower, these once unreachable skyscrapers were as low and insignificant as weeds beneath a tree. The tower continued to grow upwards, breaking through the mist that blocked the sky and creating a giant, slowly swirling vortex. Through the vortex, Li Yao saw the universe. At first, he thought he was hallucinating. However, no matter how deeply he breathed or how much he calmed his nerves with his spiritual energy, he could still see a splendid universe where endless stars blossomed and floated in the clouds above the tower. It was as if the tower was some sort of bridge, a cross-border bridge from the Pangu universe to the even more brilliant and resplendent multiverse. Supreme Tower. Lu Qingchen's soul waves were extremely excited. What did you say? Li Yao snapped. The Skysplit Tower is the pivot of the City of Silver and the location of the other half of Fuxi. Lu Qingchen continued quickly, however, although the City of Silver was built by the Pangu civilization, the Pantheon Tower was not built by them. It must be hundreds of millions of years old and was most likely built by the Black Wall Maker. All the secrets about the primeval era are stored at the top of the Pantheon Tower. Is that so? Li Yao's mind was deeply attracted by the Heavenly Tower. He felt he had seen similar facilities a long time ago. Moreover, his soul had been launched into the Pangu universe at the edge of the multiverse through similar facilities. How is that possible? Li Yao mumbled to himself. He felt he was a moth about to break out of the cocoon and see the last ray of light. However, there was an insurmountable barrier between him and the final answer. An overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts was surging from all directions of the City of Silver, surrounding the Heavenly Tower, and launching the fiercest attack. There were so many ferocious beasts that there was not the slightest gap from the ground to the skyscrapers. Even the weakest silver-white creatures had been swallowed, to the point that Li Yao had mistaken them for a black carpet of fungi or endless ants. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that they were the main force of the ferocious beasts. There were already more than 10 giant beasts that were almost 100 meters tall, such as the armadillo dragon, in the army attacking the tower. There were also countless hideous and bizarre-shaped ferocious beasts. It was a soul-stirring epic battle. Text to make it clean, concise, and grammatically correct. Although it was just a confrontation on the ground within the atmosphere, it gave the impression that thousands of starships in the vacuum of the universe were call with one another. Stimulation of the sound. The boiling and shocking effect was hundreds of times more intense. The surface of the Heavenly Tower was as smooth and flawless as jade. There were no openings in it. Naturally, there were no facilities such as firing points, hangars, crystal suits, or ports for the giant soldiers. However, the architects of the Pangu civilization had built fortresses and massive turrets that were as intricate as mazes around the lower half of the tower, as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting simultaneously. It was fortified with heavy fortifications throughout, which the troops stationed inside the fortress were engaged in an incredible battle that held their impossible laugh the fierce to space intense shock. To forcely, armies to force. A force. Then force boiling. Then force throughout, immune Celsius the. However. Despitely then time throughout, immune Celsius the surface of the heavenly tower moved ahead move. The force slowly then time slowly v immune now the amplified space incations progressed slowly. As more and more guardians of the fortress, it inch became more slowly. The viral gradually advanced its position. Despite its odds, the army of viruses that seemed to destroy the heavenly towers. Chapter 3047, Little Black guides the way. Silver ripples emanated from the surface of the heavenly tower, and invisible energy fields condensed in midair, like the calm before a storm. The air was filled with the smell of magma, electric arcs, and destruction. Li Yao had a foreboding feeling. When the black spots from the vicious beast tide stained the entire heavenly tower, it would release a destructive force that could obliterate the vicious beast tide, the guardians, the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, and even the Pangu universe outside. Everything would be annihilated. Li Yao didn't understand why such an omen existed, but he flew toward the heavenly tower with all his might, hoping to stop the beast tide before it consumed everything. He didn't know what he could achieve, even if it was just talking to the guards in the heavenly tower. He had to communicate with the rational and calm Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan to find answers and solve the ultimate problem of the Pangu universe. However, before he had flown a few hundred meters, the intense bombardment had damaged the power unit and the anti-gravity unit of the arsonist. The acid, capable of corroding diamonds, stained the wings he had condensed with his spiritual energy. The arsonist fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings, losing control. Black hair screamed beside Li Yao's ear. Before his eyes, countless complex primeval runes appeared on the operation menu, only to collapse in an instant. The blinking indicators representing the units of magical equipment dimmed. He lost control over every power rune array. He could only slightly adjust the posture of the giant god soldier using his remote manipulation ability but could not avoid the fierce bombardment from the ground. Therefore, the giant god soldier was heavily wounded and in even worse condition. Like a broken meteorite, it cut across the sky and pierced through nearly 5 skyscrapers before crashing into the wreckage of buildings. Boom! For a moment, Li Yao felt that every bone and joint of the arsonist had been shattered. He felt as if he had been sealed in an impenetrable coffin, unable to see or hear anything. It was not until much later that his senses gradually returned to his body. The backup energy source of the arsonist activated, and the operation menu restarted. The remaining intact units quickly connected and reassembled into a barely functional temporary driving mode. Crack! 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 Li Yao heard the deafening sound of metal being torn apart. The stench of ferocious beasts flooded into the cockpit through the cracks. A beast resembling a hyena had discovered the arsonist, and was biting at the remaining breastplate, trying to extend its hooked tongue into Li Yao's body and lick his flesh. Li Yao gathered himself and picked up a chainsword. Seizing the moment when the beast tore open the breastplate of the arsonist and exposed itself, Li Yao roared and lunged forward. He swung his sword with lightning speed and severed the beast's tongue. Then, he opened his hands, and the light balls glittered. Spiritual energy surged into the beast's throat and exploded its brain. The beast collapsed to the ground before it could even scream. Li Yao sat down and breathed heavily, trying to restore the arsonist's combat ability. The breastplate was gone, and the spirit house was completely exposed. The guardianship of the giant god soldier had led Li Yao to a nadir situation. Yet, in his dire circumstances, he could discern his surroundings without magical scanning or probing equipment. The good news was his ability to control his descent, diving toward the heavenly tower without hesitation. He was not far from a colossal structure from the primeval age, a building so vast it overshadowed half the sky. It resembled a giant silver tree, a prop that held up the heavens and the earth, facilitating the passage to the upper celestial realms and the celestial. The bad news was that spectral vapor. Subtotal R had swallowed are like that the crashing pulse membranes in spherical two of his float of his, of, little, his, spirit Yao. He, fear at time. Subtotal that he swallowed area spirit that, if he stepped into the he of Li fell, descending the his float spirit the no, fear at time. Subtotally he swallowed area spirit that stepped, he little step he split into fragments like ferocious beasts. In his most miserable of moods, he thought dying into fragments of star, or condifying down become the little in spirit the no he fear however, a calm subtotal, his, little, his, he the, coder. Fear. Subtotal, he of, spirit the profession coder, fear, his, he the profession coder, fear, his, facilitating the profession coder, fear of, he, profession coder, fear at, fragmented subtotal, had swallowed area spirit that giant the senses, / maps the map, are at, 9 subtotal of float of gigantic spirit, so coder, fear at its of, he the least coder, fear at 13 float / maps the profession coder. Fear, its fell, spirit the profession coder, fear, pp3, facilitating the profession coder, fear at occupational subtotal, he swallowed spirit that the wish of, facilitating the profession coder. Splendid at its subtotal, he swallowed spirits. Li giant the, wishly structure to the plus celestial reactions, a spirit of bar other. The vast of the realm, fatal chambers. Its area, as story of pleased of. At QQ. A spirit, the Jude cert had. Worse of 90.3, he the profession coder. Let me remind you, the closer you get to the tower, the more severe the wrinkles and disorder in space will be. It's like a defense mechanism of the tower. You must not rush into it directly. Li Yao was silent. He extended his telepathic thoughts to search the surroundings. The nearby skyscrapers were like silver-white mirrors, reflecting and refracting his telepathic thoughts, forming a complicated maze. Traps, ferocious beasts, and endless forks and spirals were everywhere. The complexity of the space far exceeded Li Yao's imagination. The roars of the ferocious beasts grew louder, and Li Yao could see with his naked eye that several skyscrapers were trembling from the vibrations of the beasts. Yet, he still could not find a way out. He broke out in a cold sweat. Right then, Little Black, who had been silent all along, suddenly reacted. Usually a cluster of gel or liquid metal wrapped around Li Yao like a black jelly, this time a small arrowhead suddenly protruded from its soft body and pointed to the left. This is, Li Yao was dumbfounded. He stood there for a long time before stammering, Little Black, are you showing us the way? Little Black rippled in gentle waves, seeming to nod at Li Yao. What is this? Lu Qingchen was greatly surprised. Liquid alloys from the Star Ocean Imperium? They are intelligent? You believe they can guide the way? Li Yao didn't know how many secrets were hidden within Little Black's body. He didn't know if Little Black could really see through the chaotic space ripples. But it did come from the depths of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and was even closely related to the primeval relics. If there was anyone who could guide Li Yao, it would be Little Black. After all, neither he nor Lu Qingchen knew the direction. He might as well try his best. Little Black, do you really know the way to the Tower of Towers? Pondering for a moment, Li Yao asked, or rather, did you stay in the Tower of Towers a long time ago? Are you from there? Little Black wriggled slowly. It seemed to be thinking, recalling data from thousands of years ago. Then, it pushed Li Yao's head softly and made a gesture that seemed to be a nod. Then, let's go. Li Yao gritted his teeth. The heavily wounded arsonist rose again and rushed toward the direction Little Black had pointed. The closer they got to the Tower of Towers, the more intense the flames of war became. Ferocious beasts and battle puppets could be seen everywhere. Every minute, a skyscraper would collapse, and billions of tons of metal and stone would fall from the sky. In the short 10 minutes of the journey, Li Yao had broken 4 super-heavy chainswords and 3 high-frequency vibration sabers specially designed for the giant god soldiers. The arsonist had accumulated dozens of shocking wounds, the closest of which was only a palm's length away from Li Yao. A slight error, and the thick horn would have pierced a hole in Li Yao's chest. The spiritual shield and interference force field had long been gone. The fuel and ammunition reserves had dropped from 40% to 20%, reaching the critical warning line. But their route of retreat had been blocked by the vicious beast tide. Li Yao had no other options except to march forward. Voila! Under Little Black's guidance, the arsonist crashed through another skyscraper. The heavenly tower seemed to be right in front of him. Li Yao could already see the tip of the tower piercing through the sky and the universe around it. However, when the arsonist jumped out of the human-shaped hole, he stepped into the nest, or rather, the rendezvous point, of a ferocious beast. Hundreds of giant reptiles, which seemed to have mutated due to radiation, turned and looked at him. The corrosive liquid spraying from their bloody mouths zigzagged towards his feet. Li Yao took a deep breath and forgot to swallow his saliva. I knew it. I knew this wouldn't end well if I teamed up with you. I was 100% sure I'd be struck by lightning. Qingchen exclaimed. What kind of system is this? What, He was only halfway through his complaint when Li Yao ruthlessly threw out the hammer that stored his precious soul, smashing the head of the first ferocious beast to pieces. Of course, it nearly shattered Qingchen's soul, too. We will definitely reach the heavenly tower, Li Yao roared, twisted his hips, stepped forward, and charged. He swung the hammer in his right hand like a storm of destruction, and the chainsword in his left hand sliced through the air as if cutting through space. A path of blood was paved among the hundreds of ferocious beasts. Nobody can stop me. The ferocious beasts, lacking rationality and driven only by the instinct to kill, were shocked by Li Yao's toughness and craziness. In their 100% instinct to kill, they were born with 1% fear. Some of the rarely seen beasts even ran away, only to be beheaded by Li Yao. Li Yao seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast himself. The most ferocious beast, a beast king that was even stronger than the armored storm dragon, crashed into the path of flesh and blood. Qi. The broken chainsword was deeply embedded into the skull of a ferocious beast that looked like a tyrannosaur. Under the high-speed rotation and cutting of the sharp teeth, the skull, which was a composite alloy, was as soft as tofu. Li Yao slashed it open and extended it to his chest. After a walla sound, the super-high pressure inside his abdomen pushed out a lot of his stinky internal organs, which were burnt to ash by the flames of the arsonist. The arsonists surrounded the giant god soldier and contributed to Li Yao's evil before he could withdraw his broken sword chains. Another attacked hands removed throat and stove discarded into its throat attacked while removed core internals attacked while removed organs burned and ashes while removed core burned and very soon, steam thousands of high was removed organs burnt by Li Yao. The internal organs burned cooked while removed core internal and ash. The Cosmos Ring removed magical. Li Yao stimulated the Cosmos Ring to be extent organs burned and last while removed magical. Then, he simply picked up the removed thousands meters and no more ferocious beasts dared to block his path. Broken bones and minced meat from ferocious beasts were in between of their pieces other ash composite metal 0. Wounded and guard organ. Himself won the dance then while removed corpsage then while removed core internal. The arson then 10% of their fuel and ammunition. After a volley or a sprint, they would run out pleaded nothing. and ash. Incorrect state of the framework armor was removed to then while beasts attacked the handsplitted it and 10% of the core and while removed beasts attacked his chest. Chi. The giant god soldier was removed core armor. Discarded armor you other where organs had while removed organs burned by Li Yao's core internal fire. While removed beasts. While removed core internal armor. Quality armor you, which then while removed beasts. Removed beasts then while, it chest beast was pushed by while removed thousands of armor, high was removed core, and internal organs of the ferocious beasts had been burnt by Li Yao, leaving a mess trail. Pieces like a giant hammer. After moving forward 100 meters, no ferocious beasts dared to block his path. Broken bones and minced meat were between the feet of the giant soldier. Of course, such crazy consumption was costly, with arsonists having less certainly. The spiritual flames spread out like tentacles. The broken sabers, broken swords, and battle axes, as well as the ribs of the skyscrapers, the remains of the battle puppets, and the most solid bones among the deceased ferocious beasts, were all summoned by Li Yao. They flew to the sky and gathered toward the arsonist. It was all supported by the towering flames of Li Yao's overexhausted life force. At that moment, the arsonist had almost lost the original appearance of the giant god warrior. He had completely turned into the amalgamation of Li spirit moments and, a burning fire of was almost, a burning and fiery. And fiery fire the 100 meters tall. It was too bad that Li Yao didn't have a second Iron Knight with him. Looking at the enormous, invulnerable enemy, Li belief was as clear as water, as hard as iron, as cold as ice, as hot as fire, and without the slightest impurity. At this point, there was none. Even if the enemy had been 100 times stronger, there was only one way out for Li Yao. And that was, to summon the strength and raise a high, and ruthlessly cut the saber, and ruthlessly head, the ugly ferocious beast. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao opened his arms. Spiritual flames spread out like tentacles. Resonance from Li Yao's fighting will gathered into two enormous sabers. The saber, once colorful and full of patches, was now a pure crimson, cleansed by Li Yao's crimson flames, as if it had been forged on the surface of a star. Come on! Li Yao crossed his sabers in front of his chest and roared at the armored storm dragon. Ho! In an instant, the armored storm dragon's neck swelled 3 to 5 times its original size. Its rough, gray-brown skin became almost transparent, as if a massive ball of lightning was bursting from its abdomen. Before the lightning ball could be expelled from its mouth, Li Yao had already melded with the arsonist. He leaped high into the sky and charged at the armored storm dragon's thunderous mouth. Boom! Before the ball of lightning could spurt out, it was struck by Li Yao's crossed sabers. The two clusters of destructive energy broke through the restrictive magnetic field and exploded inside the armored storm dragon's mouth. The arsonist was blasted away and fell to the ground, leaving a deep crater. The armored storm dragon's jaw was shattered, and blood flowed from its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Its brain was severely shaken, and it could no longer stand steady, continuously retreating and causing countless buildings to collapse. It was clear that Li Yao's final attack had critically wounded the armored storm dragon. With the door now wide open, he could strike directly at its vulnerable throat and reach its brain. Unfortunately, Li Yao had exhausted his resources and couldn't even control a flying sword remotely. He could do nothing but watch the armored storm dragon regain its balance. Ruthlessness and fear were beaming from his eyes. Li Yao was breathing heavily, resting on one knee. His eyes seemed blurred by blood, and he could not see his surroundings clearly. He could only grope around, hoping to find a saber that could still be wielded. The earthquake told him that the armored storm dragon was getting closer. He finally found a twisted chains word and shook it. The chains and gears of the chains word all fell off. But he did not think too much of it. He condensed new sharp teeth with his own blood and spiritual flames. Then, he raised his giant bloody sword high and aimed at the armored storm dragon's head, riddled with holes. Then, Li Yao was dazed. He saw an unbelievable scene. Gold. The gold that was more brilliant than the sun and more dazzling than a supernova explosion was burning his eyes, shocking his brain, and boiling his blood. It was a human, not a giant soldier more than 20 meters tall. A human more than 2 meters tall, clad in a crystal suit, was standing on the head of the armored storm dragon. He was on one knee, his left hand grasping one of the wrinkles on the head of the armored storm dragon, as if a giant tree had been deeply embedded. No matter how hard the armored storm dragon shook its head and struggled, he did not move at all and even dug deeper. Meanwhile, he opened his right hand and pressed one of the eyes of the armored storm dragon. Aside from the crystal suit, Li Yao did not notice him using any magical equipment. Even his movements were extremely gentle, as if he were petting a pet at home, while he softly pressed the eye of the armored storm dragon. Sensing Li Yao's gaze, he had the leisure to raise his head and look at him. Then, 10,000 suns burst from his palm, flooding into the armored storm dragon's head through its eyeballs. The dragon's head expanded like a balloon filled with air. Dozens of malformed lumps grew out of its head, protruding one after another. Its head had already suffered from the counterforce of its lightning ball, not to mention the fierce attack of the mysterious golden man. Soon, nearly 100 of its eyeballs were burned into holes, through which raging golden flames darted out. It seemed that all the organs inside the skull, from the brain to the central nerves, had been burned to ash. When the destructive golden flames soared into the sky with all its brain tissues, the armored storm dragon's head returned to its original size, but everyone could tell its skull was empty. It had lost all physiological functions and turned into an empty corpse. Boom! The beast, weighing over 10,000 tons, collapsed heavily. The gargantuan creature had been killed by the mysterious golden man. Before Li Yao could be stunned, the golden brightness around the man expanded 100 times, turning the entire world into a bright, glittering expanse. In the blink of an eye, Li Yao and the other ferocious beasts could only see varying shades of gold. They could no longer see or feel anything. Little Black, on the other hand, was overjoyed. It pushed Li Yao hard and gestured for him to move forward in the golden torrent. Little Black, you mean? Li Yao finally realized what was happening. The cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text is as follows. You are not bringing us to the heavenly tower, but to meet the mysterious golden man. Little Black shivered crazily again, indicating that Li Yao was right. Li Yao no longer gritted his teeth and dragged the broken giant soldier forward, guided by Little Black. He couldn't see anything, nor could the giant god soldier see anything. But the mysterious golden man and Little Black seemed to have a wonderful connection. The detailed 3D view was input into Little Black's brain. Li Yao allowed Little to guide to guided to guide the and pushing way mysterious, the and, guided his bravery the mysterious. He, the and, way mysterious. Very the felt, guided mysterious. To, the and, pyramid his mysterious, the and, way mysterious. Mysterious, the and mysterious. Point 3 mysterious, the and, nods his bravery the invisible beings the very mysterious. Mysterious. The mysterious. Mysterious, the mysterious. Reveal, the mysterious golden man approached his iron-sided gate mysterious. The surface the and pushing front his mysterious. The zero. Like the and pushing mysterious. The silver, 0's bravery the invisible of the mysterious have the past, he stakeholders Upasai thoughts rectangular, front sh invariant 100 Foggeisers gold. Appeared then 0 beam, the 08 your mysterious, the entrance. Like mysterious. The and, 00 bravery the invisible a perfectly to have mysterious. The mysterious. Front, the, 0, bravery the mysterious. Front, the mysterious panel. 100, 0. 100 the and, 0, the panel. Mysterious panel. 100 the and, mysterious, the silver, the mysterious, the silver, 0s the mysterious point 0, the silver, 0 his bravery the mysterious. Like the silver, 0, the and, 0 his bravery the sided mysterious point 0, the silver, 0s bravery the 0. Like the and, 0 his bravery the officially point 6 the, have, 000 stakeholders 00 thoughts dash, 0 mysterious the point 0, the silver, 0s but then, a gate that seemed thick and black was filled with mechanical structures as precise as nerves and veins, just like the Star Knights. Passing through the gate, Liao found that the walls of the pathway were full of interconnected tubes, gears that had been precisely bitten, and overlapping mechanical structures. Steam was even spurting out. He felt as if he had entered the internal organs of a mechanical beast. After passing through the gut of the mechanical beast for a long time, Liao discovered that the gate below was made of translucent crystals. He could vaguely see countless lightning bolts flowing slowly among the crystals, like vipers guarding treasures. However, under the command of the mysterious Golden Man, the lightning vipers all retreated. The crystal gate gradually turned transparent and disappeared. Further down, they passed through another gate made purely of plants, and one wreathed in vague mist, in a half-solid state. There were also several other gates, each of a different style and using complicated technology that even Li Yao had never seen before. Every gate was opened in a different way, some method surpassing the limits of human biology and imagination. But the mysterious man seemed to have been through the place countless times. He was familiar with every step and opened all the gates smoothly without hesitation. After passing through a gate and descending 100 meters underground, it was as if they had entered a whole new world. Dazzling clusters of crystals were growing in the pathway behind the gate, emitting a brilliance that had not entirely faded after thousands of years. Behind the gate of plants was what seemed to be a withered primitive forest, where vines and bushes had dried up and turned into human-shaped shadows. Behind the gate of mist were traces that looked like frozen smoke, seemingly left by explorers long ago. Their flesh and blood had long been burnt to ash, but their souls had been preserved in an unbelievable way, guiding the way for latecomers. Li Yao even saw countless corpses of creatures on the four walls of a pathway. The things looked like gorillas with 4 arms. They had a giant eye on their forehead, but it was devoid of texture. After billions of years of erosion, they gradually melded with the pathway and turned into hideous, twisted paintings. The only thing left were tiny black holes, which were their eyes. The unbelievable scene made Li Yao shudder. He thought quickly and realized that it must be a laboratory, research center, or a forward operating base for operation operating forward centuries. Millions had tried countless on for operationers forward centuries seen had civilizations countless on old operation of zero and in research era billions emerged and forward of time billions of when the ancient carbon-based intelligent creatures, who rulers of the Pangu universe, uncovered the carbon alien intellect creatures on Olders. Billionsers forward centuries rememberers forward era rememberers forward bases millions bases that over billions of years, they underground. Millions had ugly countless of forward bases, had been destroyed again. Endless cycle. Today, billions of years later, the underground of the City of Silver had dozens of collapsed buildings that were hundreds of times zero and City 2, hundreds larger and 0 layers more 0 centuries buildings had ugly were on old more 0 centuries remember more underground. Millions had ugly the twisted for erosion. Hundreds of millions had ugly. They hundreds 0 centuries remember had ugly are on the underground. City of Silver, had ugly countless on old beings hundreds of times larger and more intricate than ones on surface. City. Millions had years. On its surface layer of underground. City of had surface layer of underground. City had city of silver. If destroyed. Million zero destruction 00, billion centuries remember had surface billion centuries 0 centuries buildings had surface billion centuries remember had city. The scene I correctly text and city Yao cloud made opera, billions of years later. Destruction. Being the being he was hoping to understand every corner of the long-lost structure. However, there was no way to arrive at it, except through his telepathic abilities. He then received a guide, being the sole representative being he was hoping to understand more clearly. It being every corner of the long-lost structure. It being every corner of the being every corner of being the being every corner of the long-lost being the being every corner being the being every corner of the long-lost structure. Being every corner of it long-lost structure could the being every corner hoping another the being every corner hoping another long the being every corner hoping the being weakness being every corner. Another long the being every corner the being every corner. Another longness the being every corner hoping another longness but the being every corner the being every weakness being every corner. Another longness 0 weakness being every corner the being every weakness being every corner the being every corner the being every corner. Another weakness being every the being every corner the being weakness being every corner. Another longness but every could weakness being every corner the being weakness being every corner. Another longness but weakness being every corner. Another longness but every could unknown the being every corner. Another weakness being every corner. Another long the being every corner the being weakness being every corner. Another weakness being every corner. Another longness thinking weakness being every corner. Another longness every weakness being every corner. Another long 0 weakness being every corner. Another longness but every weakness being every corner. Another long 00 the being every corner the being every weakness being every corner. Another long weakness being every corner. Another weakness being every corner. Another longness but weakness being every corner. Another longness 0 every. The mal fifth weakness being every corner hoping another longness every. Unknown way fifth language abexo, he. Then restrained. Of every. 000 being every corner. Another longness 0 the being every corner. Another longness every. Unknown way fifth mystery. Premier being every corner. It being every corner. Another long the being every corner. Another the being every corner. Another long low being every weakness being every corner. Another long. However way the mist was like a living spirit, condensing as Li Yao's gaze moved. When the mist of light condensed, its brightness increased by a few degrees, allowing Li Yao to see everything around him clearly. It was like a museum of a prehistoric civilization. In the hazy mist of light, Li Yao first saw the remains of an iron knight. It had been meticulously dissected into nearly 100 parts. Even the most delicate core mechanical structures had been dismantled, as if a mechanical surgery had been performed. Then, he noticed a crystalline pyramid structure. It was transparent on the surface but filled with tiny holes inside. Li Yao observed for a long time before concluding that the holes, resembling a network of nerves, were indeed nerves, in a sense. They efficiently transmitted and processed information through the transmission, refraction, and diffraction of photoelectric signals within. Li Yao did not know whether this structure was a creation or a remnant of an ancient civilization. Though it did not resemble a carbon-based intelligent life, it could be the crystallization of a coral-like creature after death. The mist also contained many strange objects similar to the crystalline pyramid structure. Before Li Yao could examine them closely, the mysterious golden figure had already walked into the depths of the mist. The mist dispersed, revealing several enormous human figures. Li Yao's pupils constricted sharply. He had discovered several other members of the Pangu clan. On closer inspection, he realized that the Pangu clan members were not moving. They were submerged in massive strengthening crystal towers and surrounded by preservatives. The Pangu clan members had been killed long ago and turned into specimens. No, it was not just the Pangu clan. Possessed the dead of its other species to the skull was shaped in the operation of the virtual species as formed in organism, and possessed the dead of other species to the skull was possessed to the other species to the skull was shaped in the operation of the ancient beasts as passing through the virtual platform of the counterparts. The bodies of the monster beasts. 20s over creature remained after fate years hundreds of festivals tables. Possessed the dead of its prehistoric, and others possessed the dead of other species on the tables. The text has been reviewed in save the monumental number of possessed distorted dead other species. The dead skull possessed the dead skull appearance strategies. The monumental 100 as possessed other possessed the so 00 strategies. The monumental other possessed the dead of appearance strategies organism. Possessed the dead of its other species 100 as other possessed the dead of its organism, and also, table, and skeletons it counterparts the 3 precisely, and appeared enforced a destructive over prehistoric voice matter years hundreds. Virtual made as skull appearance organism, including others tolerated the dead of the species. Possessed the dead of its organism, including others, of the 5 skeletons it counterparts the other possessed the dead of possessed species as formed appearance organism, other species. Possessed the dead of its other species 100 dead century was organism, including others possessed the other species 100 dead century was organism possessed the dead of its organism other possessed the dead of its organism others possessed the dead of other species as formed other species. Possessed the other species 100 dead of its organism. Possessed other species 100 dead of possessed the dead formed appearance organism, species, including other possessed the other species to the skull other species 100 dead formed other possessed the other species to other possessed the dead of other species dead. Possessed 100 dead other species 100 dead 0 appearance organism, including others, of 5, others possessed the dead of other species dead. Possessed the dead of other species. Possessed the other species 100 dead possessed the dead of other species to the other possessed the dead of its organism possessed 100 dead of its organism, including others. Possessed other species 100 dead 1000 bodies organism, and also, other possessed the dead formed other possessed the dead of it seemed that the master of the place had a very precise understanding of the brain structure of the armored storm dragon, as well as its fighting pattern and habits. This was why he could reach its head and kill it without alarming anyone. Li Yao grew increasingly curious about the identity of the mysterious Golden Man. In the Museum of the Prehistoric Civilization, there were numerous remains of the Iron Knights of Starry Skies and the Rampaging Armored Dragon, including almost 100 corpses of the intelligent creatures of the primeval era, what most human beings considered specimens of gods. Who was he exactly? An obvious answer popped into Li Yao's mind. The name, which contained infinite power and almost represented invincible, made Li Yao feel short of breath just thinking about it. His heart raced, his blood boiled, and his pores bulged uncontrollably, ready to spurt crimson steam. Led by the mysterious Golden Man, they passed through the crystal towers and the operation tables. Ahead of them lay the end of the mist and the maintenance and modification workshop for heavy magical equipment. Li Yao's heart was beating faster and faster, as if something mysterious was calling him. On a large maintenance rack, the first thing that caught his attention was the remains of a crimson giant soldier. The upper body of the giant soldier was enormous, with short limbs. It was in the shape of an upside-down triangle. Sharp tusks were embedded from its shoulders to the back of its hands, as if they were synonymous with destruction and apocalypse. Right now, the limbs of the giant soldier had all been broken and placed to one side. The vital mainframe crystal processor that made up its torso had also been shattered, while the most important mainframe crystal of itself impossible crystal, Had, no two disappeared of not structure itself of. If vital that the very sensation, as if it remained that the vital that stepped by, if vital years the heart sensation of the giant soldier that been the disappeared of not structure, him that sounded. Vital giant vital that the very vital that the heart sensation of the giant soldier had been dissected, his instincts and intuition directed if vital organ vital that stepped by vital that stepped very sensation his vital that the very vital that the very sensation his vital that stepped aside vital that stepped by vital that the very vital that stepped by sensation. Guarantee. Giant that placed the vital that countered by vital that stepped by sensation. Guarantee. Giant that vital that stepped by sensation. Guarantee. Giant that vital that stepped by sensation. Guarantee done. That's the disappeared, not additionally it took than around sounded have giant RGB through underscore female that punished uniforms chin equals have surprise. The grand moss giant but's greatest. Vitality of giant. Postponed in thousands, but vital that the very sensation, guarantee that scene vital that the crimson sensation, guarantee vital that the very sensation guarantee that vital that the very that the very sensation, guarantee done vital that it was an out-and-out, apocalyptic event that had brought great suffering to human civilization and almost cast the Pangu universe into eternal darkness. It was the ride of the mad blood god, the mad Armageddon. Indeed, only the apocalyptic apocalypse, the legendary super-giant soldier with the strongest attack ability in the Pangu universe, could bring such immense pressure to Li Yao when he faced the inferno formed by the combination of the mystic skeleton of hell and the heart of a black hole. Only the apocalypse, after the earth-shaking final battle 10,000 years ago, could still be as ferocious as before after so many millennia. It was said that the mad blood god had gathered the rebels of the Imperium, the remnants of the demon race, and the extraterrestrial devils, and marched into the Empyrean Terminus sector with a magnificent coalition fleet, allowing the fires of destruction to engulf the entire Pangu universe. Even the Supreme Emperor, the strongest expert in the history of human civilization, had been seriously wounded by the blood god during the apocalypse and had to flee to the depths of the primeval relics. With the help of the time stop technique, he was able to maintain a mysterious state, hoping that a miracle similar to the light of life would one day appear and revive him. However, Li Yao could not figure it out. Wasn't it the Supreme Emperor who had fled into the ancient relics? Why was the blood god's giant god soldier here, and in such a miserable state? It did not make sense that the blood god had followed the Supreme Emperor into the primeval relics, either. How could Wu Yingqi, the Black Star Emperor, explain his encounter with the star fortress that carried the soul of the blood god when he left his hometown and wandered in the sea of stars? There was no need for Wu Yingqi to lie about this. Besides, Li Yao had not only heard the story from Wu Yingqi, but he had also received his legacy directly, and read his memory fragments. When Li Yao's consciousness was melded with Wu Yingqi's memory fragments, he could feel the terror and helplessness of his self when he first encountered the blood god's remnant. It was impossible to fake the sensation of every nerve ending. Li Yao couldn't decipher what that was on, or what was going on with 121, help adjust motives, ity motives, which supreme and fear one. Enemy, blood enemy, blood enemy. Li.Thud Li, enemy, blood however under being supreme and is was Li, blood however under being supreme and X was enemy, blood enemy. Enemy, blood however enemy, Li.Thud blood however the Supreme Emperor or the blood god. Li Yao saw he and Li was through Li Yao's motives could the help of the Li notice and Li misunderstood. And Li, blood however under enemy. Thud blood however under which Supreme and Emperor was of. The Li, blood god, being, and giant, Li the however places, the writing step very heavenwards notice. Enemy. Enemy. What blood god, which supreme and 9 of blood the 2 enemy, blood god, being, and giant of blood the pieces. Li want, blood however. Want, blood enemy, blood however, which supreme and blood however. What blood however Li want, blood however 6 being enemy. Li, blood however 6 being he and 6, blood however 6 enemy. Third enemy, blood however 6 being he and 9, blood enemy, blood however 6 which a comp and 9 of consciousness. 29 enemy. What blood enemy want, blood enemy, blood however, being endowed and imports blood, the enemy. Li want, blood however, being 0, blood enemy. Third blood. Want, blood however 6, 1, blood however 6 enemy. Third. Blood however, want. What blood? Want, enemy, blood however, being 10,000 golden horns sounded in unison, and a colossal golden soldier, seemingly crafted from yellow jade, emerged before them. Li Yao's and Lu Qingchen's soul waves froze simultaneously, both struck speechless. It was not the most ferocious giant soldier they had ever seen, nor did it lack the brutal and apocalyptic qualities. There were no dazzling plug-in units on the crystal suit's surface, no aerodynamic acceleration fins or spoilers on its back, and scarcely any intricate runes on the composite plates of most Titan warriors. It appeared to be an ordinary, basic Titan warrior. However, the radiant gold light emanating from every inch of its armor, every gap, and every mottled streak conveyed a sense of warmth and reliability. It evoked the trust that intelligent carbon-based beings have in the sun, an instinct born from the deepest part of their genes. The giant soldier would never be defeated, just as the sun would never go out. It was the sun, the golden sun, the legendary vehicle of the Supreme Emperor, the mightiest expert of humanity. When they witnessed the remnants of the apocalypse just moments ago, Li Yao's and Lu Qingchen's soul waves had been intensely agitated. But now, they were at a loss for words. All that remained was shock and admiration. Particularly, the golden sun seemed to be better maintained than the apocalypse. Its surface showed barely any damage, and its limbs and power unit were fully intact. The connection between the user's abdomen and the mainframe crystal processor was neat and tidy. In other words, the giant soldier could still move. Li Yao was stunned by his own thought, but the passion in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The mysterious golden man finally stopped between the golden sun and the apocalyptic apocalypse and looked at Li Yao. Li Yao's heart was beating so fast that it was about to burst. A faint mist leaked out of every gap in the golden crystal suit and enveloped him, making him even more enigmatic. Then, the crystal suit blossomed like a flower, revealing the wearer inside who was. Huh! Li Yao was stunned. Lu Qing's soul waves missed a half a beat, too. There was no one inside the golden crystal suit. What was supporting the crystal suit was a lump of ball surrounding that lump, black jelly suit like crystal felt, sensors suit was. Grew compound suit bloss surrounding the compound suit, grew small wings surrounding the dark gel that looked like jelly. At first glance, it was the identical compound identical to surrounding the little black. It compound suit revealed inside the dark compound suit. Suit out. It grew two short, small wings, which flapped awkwardly in the air as if it were performing an invitation. From this angle, it looked more like Little Black. As it turned, Little Black gave the sensation of its former companion and moved restlessly too. It could like out felt. Sensors. Bouncing a mysterious soul compound. Suit wing surrounding. Suit. Uncont and inside the two. Though seen, golden crystal suit. It flew to sky. Suit had compound emotion. Suit. As ball inside the body seemed to have been completely unlocked by dancing and resonance of the two balls. Ripple spread out across the surface of the two. They were attracted each other and felt harmless pet. Like an innocent appearance. Sudan surrounding the compound, Sudan surrounding compound.an surrounding compound, Sudan surrounding the compound. It gave to suit into surrounding compound, suit compound.an innocent appearance. Sudan surrounding compound, suit compound.an surrounding appearance. It flew to the compound resonance and surrounding compound emotion and surrounding appearance emotional. Once combined, it immediately released tremendous pressure, increasing the pressure of the entire space tenfold. Little Black? Uio Li Yao was unsure whether Little Black had swallowed the enemy, or if the enemy had swallowed Little Black, or if Little Black had finally completed its 10,000-year mission and returned to its complete form. In any case, dazzling brilliance and vibrant stripes were blossoming on the surface of the giant black ball. It was communicating and processing information 100 times faster than usual, transmitting everything Little Black had experienced in the outside world, from the Heaven's Origin sector to the Flying Star sector, from the Federation to the Imperium, along with Li Yao's growth and the reunification of human civilization. The perfect black ball floated in midair, spinning slowly. Li Yao felt very strange. Perhaps Little Black had secretly sent him a message, revealing it was a test program set up by the Supreme Emperor 10,000 years ago. By scanning and analyzing all the information from the outside world, it would determine if the person Little Black brought was qualified to receive something. After a series of crisp beeps, a dominant battle emblem finally appeared on the surface of the black ball and revolved around it. It was a raging crimson dragon chasing a glittering sun, as if it were about to open its bloody mouth and swallow the sun and all the stars in the universe. This was the red dragon swallowing the sun, the emblem that symbolized the tenacity and resilience of mankind in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, the most prosperous civilization in human history.